And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep red. We don't need any more of these.
Hello everybody, welcome back to yet another NSF launch broadcast. This one's a little bit special though. We're coming to you live from the Kennedy Space Center for the latest SpaceX/NASA crew flight to the ISS. It's Crew-7, which will be launching, fingers crossed, in just over 4.5 hours time. It's getting pretty late on the Space Coast. It's pretty early here in Europe, and also a nice warm morning to everyone tuning in from Asia. My name's Ryan Caton. I'll go around the horn quickly here. Joining me in the studio, we have EJ. How you doing, EJ?
I'm great, Ryan. How are you?
Oh, it's an early start, but I'm doing okay myself. And starting dust down for some commentary, Cape side, on site. We have Lon Simon. How you doing, Lon?
Doing great. It's a beautiful night here. I am being chilled by the turning basin looking at rockets. It can't be better than this.
Sounds awesome. As always, if you are just joining us for the first time and you are unaware, if you have a question for us, we'll try and get to as many questions as we can over the next 4 hours or so. Make sure when you put your question in chat, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. That way it can get filtered into our queue here, and then we can queue them up and then try and answer them to the best of our abilities. We've also had an awesome amount of support through memberships coming in over the last few hours in the lead up to this stream, which I'll get to in a moment. But EJ, first I'm going to toss it to you. Could you give us a little overview of what we're expecting to see in just under now 4.5 hours time?
Okay, so, I mean, you can see Falcon 9 sitting there on 39A. It's not fueled, and there's nobody aboard right now. Basically, over the next 4 hours, we're going to see the it's 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut basically get ready at the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, and then from there, we'll watch them take some really nice Tesla Model X's all the way down Kennedy Parkway, past the VAB, to pad 39A, and then we'll proceed to watch them ingress and do everything that they need to do to get ready for a launch. I think the launch is, Ryan, I think we're at 3:27 a.m. So we're a little ways out now, but we're here for the duration, huh?
That's the official countdown clock that's on the press site there from NASA themselves, which currently shows just under 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, and this is back to, I believe this is one of the bots pointing currently at LC39A. And according to the previous timeline, the crew should already be handed over to SpaceX, so they should be safely in SpaceX's hands as they get ready for the rollout, as it were, to 39A, all 4 people on track to fly on Crew-7. But as I said, I'm going to hit some of the support real quick. And firstly, we have WZ57 becoming a Red Team member. Thanks so much for that. We also have the DBD02 becoming a PadRat member. Graham, I believe, becoming a Launch Director member. And David Lee becoming a Launch Director as well. That's one of the highest tiers that there is. That's greatly appreciated. That's a really cool amount of support there, monthly support. Thank you very much for that. And Video Tick, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Nerx, thanks for becoming a Padrat member as well. And just as we get underway here, John has gifted a Red Team membership as well. Thank you very much for that. I'm not sure if we've got any official weather data yet, but Lon, how's the weather looking like so far? Have we had any bad weather, or is it generally looking clear?
It is perfectly clear. Last night was very similar, actually, to tonight. So I don't think weather is going to be a problem, at least at ground level. We'll have to see how these upper winds are behaving, but looks pretty good so far. And we're not hearing any chatter around here that anything is awry. So I'm hoping we're in good shape. We certainly had a lot of chatter last night when they held the clock and then, of course, scrubbed the mission. So hopefully tonight is a full go all the way.
Don't say the S word, man.
Yes.
Oh, come on, Lon. Oh, you're killing me over here. But actually, Ryan, the conditions are 95% favorable. That's per SpaceX official. So it should be looking good.
Yep. Yeah, very good chance that the weather will be pointing the correct way come launch. I'm going to hit this question now from River Dave Kenny. EJ, I'll throw this one to you, asking, will the booster perform an RTLS landing?
Well, I had to check before this, but I do believe this is the first NASA crewed mission to return to launch site, or RTLS, a booster. This booster, I think it's 1081. It's its first flight, is scheduled to do a return to launch site and land at LZ-1. This is the first time it's ever been done with a NASA mission with crew on it. We've had prior crew missions, the Axiom 2 mission, which was a commercial flight. They RTLS the booster. I think that was a little bit ago. And then before that, we've had uncrewed Dragons with return to launch sites. But this is the first crewed NASA mission to land a booster back at a launch site. It's pretty cool. Hopefully you get Lon's going to see some good stuff out there tonight, hopefully.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I was out here for the Falcon Heavy, the Aerosat, back in 2019. That was one of the last missions I covered before Artemis. And it's amazing because not only do you get that sonic boom, but you get the reverberation of that sonic boom off the VAB with that metallic clanking sound. So it's quite an experience seeing those boosters come back down.
The world famous VAB squeal is something to keep your ears prickled for. That's certainly a very unique sound that you don't really hear anywhere else. Just all of the physics things lining up perfectly to make that happen. It's just very cool. And really thanks to Daniel for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. As always, if you received one of them, picked randomly by YouTube, make sure to give Daniel a little thank you in chat. It's very, very kind of them. There's a question here which I'm going to grab quickly, and similar, or it is related to International Space Station cargo ops. Outdoorsman Show asking, when will Cygnus fly on a Falcon 9? And also, when will I believe that's meant to be when will Starliner fly Crew-1? Lon, do we know when Cygnus will first be flying on a Falcon 9? I think it's soon.
I don't have the immediate answer to that question. I do know a little bit more about Starliner, just that they did push things back a bit, so there's no definitive date here. I have been asking around to see if we can get any more information about when we can expect another flight, but nothing that I've been able to get yet. So maybe some of the others on the call can help with that one.
Yeah, the NG-20 mission is scheduled for December. So that's a Northrop Grumman Cygnus capsule launching on a Falcon 9. That's it should be December 2023. Yep. That's when it's currently scheduled.
And EJ, there's a question here from Whitney and John Cook asking, what is the history of this Dragon capsule? Could you give us a quick a run through of, I believe this is Endurance, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is Dragon Endurance. This is its 3rd flight. Let me just get this up here. It'll tell you what other flights it went on. It flew Crew-3, Crew-5, and now Crew-7. All odd numbers there. The first flight was in May of 2022, and then hopefully, we see some good news tonight, and Endurance gets back up in the air, and well, lack thereof after that, but in the air for a second.
In the air for a brief moment, passing through into space, and I believe we just saw a helicopter go in the back of the shot there, past the pad.
Yep.
I wonder whether that was one of the range helicopters or NASA helicopters. Unfortunately, one of the things about these night launches is that you can't see. And I've already seen many comments and questions in chat from people being like, "Oh, why does it have to be at 3 o'clock in the morning? Why does it have to be so early? Why is where's this one? Jay Martin saying, "Can someone please explain to me why NASA always launches astronauts way past midnight and has stopped launching astronauts during the daytime?" And Lon, because of the way that the ISS orbits, they don't really have a choice when to launch, do they?
You got to launch at the time in which you can catch up to the space station, and it's also an instantaneous launch window, so you don't have a lot of flexibility. You know, with Artemis, we had some things happen that pushed things back. We still had a very wide window in which we could launch in. These are very precise, and it's just the nature of where the space station is at this time of the month that requires things to go this early. It is a half hour earlier than yesterday would have been, so that's a bit of a bonus, right? So it does change, but tonight is a late night for all of us here.
Sounds good. Yeah, it's the time upon launch will be okay for us in Europe. It will probably also be a more reasonable time of the afternoon in Asia, but it's certainly not the most reasonable time of day Cape side. Yeah, and there's that helicopter coming back again at the back of the shot.
So
Actually,
that
flew right over my head a few minutes ago. I think it's one of
Yep.
the NASA security helicopters.
that's NASA 425. It's they're just flying around the pad. That's one of NASA's helicopters down at Kennedy Space Center. It's an Airbus EC-135, little tiny helicopter that they use to fly around and kind of survey the rocket before operations commence. They used to be Hueys. Hueys. I'm personally, I like the Hueys, you know, but NASA swapped them out in 2020 with the EC-135s. Not a bad helicopter.
Let's go for this question here from Kieran asking, "Do we know what the special license plates say just yet?" I believe our good friend, good photographer friend John Krause
Snap?
figured it out. Yeah, Snap figured it out, or got a picture of it, got a snap of it rather, and put it onto Twitter earlier on. EJ, what are the license plates for this mission?
I don't know what all of them say, but I'm pretty sure one says bye. As in
Many E's on
bye.
the end.
Yep, with a lot of E's, as in we're going to space. Get in. We're going to space tonight.
Yeah.
And we should be seeing them roll by here in a little while. So I believe they're rolling around midnight or so to head out to the pad. So we'll have, from our vantage point here, we are right along the road here, so we should be able to see them drive out. I don't know if we'll be able to see with my aging eyes. I'm sure I can't see that far, but some of the younger folks here might be able to help me out to see what those plates say. Sawyer is joining us in a few minutes, so he'll be able to see those plates as they come on by. But there's, for even though it's going to be a while before launch, there are a lot of milestones, right? We have the crew heading out to the pad. We're going to have the crew exiting the place where they're getting ready for the mission here. We're going to have fueling. There's a lot to see actually at one of these missions. So stay tuned. It's going to be fun, and we're all hanging out, right?
Oh yeah.
EJ, you touched on it a little while ago, but there's another question in here similar to what's the history of the capsule. What is the history of this booster? I believe it's a B1081.
1081. It's brand new. It's a brand new Falcon 9 Block 5. This is its first flight. I mean, if you guys look dead center on the screen there, it's clean. That's too clean. It almost looks wrong. So used to seeing the study boosters. That looks weird to me, man.
At least it's got landing legs.
Yeah. Oh,
I can see it shining from here. It's probably one of the cleanest entire stacks we've seen in a while, because obviously there's no reused fairing here. We've got the Dragon on the top. It's nice and clean. They cleaned those up real nice after the mission. So it's definitely a clean looking rocket, but it won't be by the time it hits the the landing guard zone here. So it'll get a little sooty on its way down, and then it'll be seasoned.
As long as there's no stubby MVAC on here, I'm happy. Can't deal with that thing, man.
They have been taking bets in the chat about the stubby appearance. I have not seen one yet on one of my.
Please no.
And one other thing I wanted to point out here, I've been coming down here for many years, but this is the first time I've seen so many rockets on the pad. So we have right now, of course, at 39A, we have the Dragon and Falcon that are going up tonight, but we also have the Atlas V that rolled out earlier today with the secret NRO mission on it. And then over on the other SpaceX pad, we have another Falcon 9 with the Starlink payload. They're all vertical, and they're all within my field of view right now. There's a lot of activity going on down here. You're all going to be busy this week.
Lon, isn't the mobile launcher for SLS, I mean, albeit not with SLS on it, but the mobile launcher is out at 39B for testing after the Artemis 1 upgrades.
It is. And actually, last night they had it lit up so bright, it was like almost taking some of the attention away from the Crew-7 mission, I think, because everyone was looking over at that. But yeah, it's up there right now. It's a little dimmer tonight. They just have some of the sodium lights on it tonight, so it's not as bright. But yeah, it's quite a scene out here. It's amazing, especially during the day when you look at all the activity going on at 39A with that Starship tower going up. And it's exciting, I think, for those of us who have waited for this level of activity to arrive. It's here.
I mean, I think it's all something we wanted to see with the space shuttle, but we'll take this too. This is good. This is fine. I'll take this.
Absolutely. And I will too.
I'm going to hit this a little bit of support here quickly. JD Brown with the $10. Thank you very much for that. Essentially asking, how's the progress going so far with the Slick 40 Crew Tower expansion? If you want to know, go watch the latest Cape Flyover that released earlier in the week, and we got some our eyes in the sky. We had Max, Julia, and Brandon up in the helicopter taking some photos, and we've seen the tower sections for Slick 40, and you can see all of the things and all the details in that. So if you just go back to the channel page, scroll down a few videos, it'll be right there. And Luna Clark has become a Padrat member. Thank you very much for that. Whitney and John Cook have got another great question here. I'm not sure if it's easy to... EJ, I'm not sure if you could whip up a very quick answer off the top of your head because you have to do some thinking. They're asking how many humans have flown on a Dragon capsule.
Well,
I don't know if you can go back and quickly see how many Crew Dragon flights there have been and then times it by 4.
Well, let's think about this. So this is the 7th crew flight. So if we include this one, 7 times 4, 28. You have 2 Axiom missions with 4 people aboard. That's another 8. So we got 36. You have DM2. That's another 2. So 38. And then Inspiration 4 on top of that. So Dragon's flown over 40 people. It's 40. Oh my gosh, it's 42 people. No.
Let's just say it's 42 people by the end of tonight. We haven't reached 42 yet.
All right.
This has all got to go to plan.
That's fair.
And TW Space asking, I'm at the Cape at the Hyatt Hotel. I know where that is. Will I be able to see it land and hear it across the river?
Absolutely.
Lon,
sorry.
how are you? It's fine, EJ. We're all excited. It's fine.
I'm Jonesing, man. Let's do this.
Lon, how's the visibility looking?
It's looking great. Yeah, it's a little hazy just from the humidity, but I think you're not gonna have any problem seeing this tonight, especially if you're in the immediate area. And NASA issued a press release to warn residents about a very late, early, if you will, sonic boom that will be heard all throughout this area as it comes back down. So yeah, it's going to be. If you were able to stay up and you're around the Cape Canaveral area, you're going to have a great view tonight.
And November 939er November asking, from my knowledge of orbital mechanics, there should be 2 chances to get into the same orbit, going northbound and going southbound. EJ, how come SpaceX, NASA with the shuttle, how come they never take the southern trajectory? Why do they always launch to the north to the ISS? It's, if I recall correctly, it's 51.6 degrees. So why don't they ever just launch to the south?
Well, I mean, you could get at it from the south, but I believe the recovery zones and with the abort contingencies for the Dragon capsule, it's better to launch up the northeast coast because you're always going to be basically close to the coastline. I know during the shuttle missions, that's what they did. The ISS is 51 degrees inclined, which means if you're at the Cape, which is, I mean, pad 39A is about 28 degrees north latitude, you would launch on a northeast trajectory. You basically skirt up the entire east coast of the United States. There's more opportunities for if something goes wrong, there's more opportunities for recovery out there. You have more chances of, being close to a coastline so you could get somebody out there quick. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like you aren't afforded that if you launched on a southeast trajectory. But I do believe, and I could be pulling this one out of my tail, I do believe that southern trajectory with a Dragon capsule, you have to go around the Bahamas and around some of the islands that are down there. And I think that actually ends up costing you more Delta V than just launching straight northeast.
We
Could
see
be
the
pulling that
dog leg.
one out. Yeah.
We see the dog leg for the Starlink flights that go to the south through the southern corridor, and you see there's a in the overall scheme of things, it might not seem, there's just a little curve on the flight plan, but the way that rockets work, if you have to have like any curve on your flight plan, you're wasting energy. So it's just in order for the most efficient flight plan possible, and also the recovery contingencies that EJ mentioned, going up the north, it's the most efficient flight path. Flight path from
It's early.
Florida.
It's
You
all
can tell
right.
it's early in the morning.
I mean,
I'm gonna run.
Okay, go ahead.
EJ.
I was just one more thing on orbital mechanics before we go to the next thing. The north latitude. I mean, KSC and Florida being up in the northern hemisphere, i.e., above the equator. If launching on the northeast trajectory, I was just kind of sitting there staring at the wall a second ago. If you're launching that way, it is way more fuel efficient. Like if you were 28 degrees south latitude, the southeast trajectory would be favorable. But because we're in the northern hemisphere and Florida's in the northern hemisphere, I mean, I'll be kind of close to the equator, but because in the northern hemisphere, getting to a 51-degree inclined orbit is actually that's more favorable. It's actually costs you less Delta V doing that because you're already up north. Might as well go that way.
Polaris Aerospace. I'm going to take a guess that isn't the official Polaris account. But anyways, thanks for the super chat asking booster RTLS. And we have a booster RTLS with this Crew flight. So that's something to look forward to. Brian is asking, do we know what the 0G indicator is yet? And Lon, that's kind of something we won't figure out until Dragon is on its way to the ISS, I don't think.
Yeah, I haven't heard, and they typically keep that kind of secret until they get in orbit. So we'll have to see what they've picked this time. Another thing to look forward to, I think.
Yeah. And EJ, we have many questions about the trajectory, but just to reiterate, what is the trajectory of tonight's launch?
It's called the northeast trajectory out of the Cape. The ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. So if you don't speak nerd, what that means is the ISS orbit is kind of tilted, but it's tilted relative to the Earth's equator. So if you looked at a map, you draw a line through a isometric map of the world, right? The equator would be right in the center going left to right. The ISS's orbit, when it passes over the equator, makes an angle of 51.6 degrees. So that favors a northeast trajectory out of the Cape. If it's a clear night, anybody that's on the eastern seaboard of the U.S. should be able to see this thing go.
As long as there's no clouds.
Yeah, if it's clear, I don't know. It's been raining a lot. Actually, I mean, where I'm up in the northeast part of the U.S., I sometimes can see these Dragons fly by. I can basically see right when the second stage shuts off. They usually shut it off right around where I am.
Okay, where are you located?
I'm on Cape Cod. I'm at the other Cape.
Okay, because I'm usually in Connecticut, so we can see the launches from Wallops in Connecticut quite frequently. In fact, on our last Wallops launch here on NSF, we were able to tune in right into my dad's backyard. We got some great footage of that. So that's cool. Maybe I'll have to head down one night for a SpaceX one and see if I can see it.
Cheers, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Brian is asking, how long is the trip to the ISS? Now, EJ, we've seen it with Soyuz and Progress before. The Russians are really good at knocking down this time, as we see a feed from inside the checkout facility here with the 4 astronauts. How long does it take Dragon with these 4 people aboard to get to the ISS? It's certainly longer than the Russians do it.
Well, the Russians got it dialed in first and foremost. They got it dialed into a 3-hour transfer. The reason why mostly is because Soyuz is a tried and tested system. It is a great launch vehicle. It just does what you need it to do, gets to the ISS, comes home. I mean, there's been a little things here and there lately, but they got it dialed into a 3-hour transfer because of the maturity of the vehicle. Now, that's not to say that Dragon isn't an excellent vehicle as well, but I mean, it is, obviously is, right? But it is a lot newer. It's a newer vehicle, and a quick transfer trajectory like that takes, you really want to make sure you're on your game when I mean, it's hard enough to send these 4 folks up into space and then get them to the station and then do a long duration stay with a capsule. What's the rush? Just let's make sure that we get the capsule working correctly, and then maybe we can focus on transfer burns later. But the other thing is that, Roscosmos favors those quick transfer windows, but I think NASA likes to play it safe with SpaceX, obviously providing their service for them. I think NASA likes to play it safe with this. And also, the other thing is that you got to take into account the orbital mechanics. There is, Florida being 27 degrees or 28 degrees north means that if you launch due east out of Florida, you're getting into a 28-degree inclined orbit. The ISS is at 51 degrees inclined. Remember, that inclination is when the orbit, if it's tilted, when it crosses the equator, what angle does it make, right? So, long story short, Florida, there's less opportunities from Florida to have the ISS directly over your head and have Florida be directly in the path of that 51.6 degree inclined orbit. So you tend to have a longer transfer going out of the Cape than you do from Baikonur, for instance. Baikonur is fair bit ways more north, and if it's a fair bit ways more north, then you really have more opportunities to get to the ISS, because the ISS is always going to fly over Baikonur pretty much almost at any time. But the other thing is that, you could wait a day and do a 3-hour transfer. You could do a 24-hour transfer. But I think NASA likes to err on the side of caution with this stuff. Just be sure. Be absolutely sure. You don't want to mess up.
And that's also why we had a S word last night, because some things were just not right, and they didn't want to take the risk.
Yep. There's no need to roll the dice. There's no need to get there quick. I mean, getting there quick is cool. That's really neat, but you really don't need to do that. This crew is going to be up there for 6 months. They can wait 20 hours, 24 hours to get there. That's not that big of a deal, considering your stay, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I have a pilot friend of mine who says one of the riskiest things ever is catching get there-itis. So, and I would imagine aviation is one thing, space flight's another, and you can wait a day, you wait a day.
In space flight, that's called go fever, and it's not something that's advised with souls on board. Not a good idea.
Absolutely.
We were,
and of course,
go on.
so I think it's all about risk mitigation, and NASA is very. I think when you look at maybe one of you on the call might be able to talk about this. How is a crewed flight on Falcon 9 different than some of these non-crewed missions, which are most of what they launch? I'm sure there's a review with NASA that they go through, but are there any other considerations that SpaceX has to look at here for Falcon 9 Falcon 9 with a crew versus Falcon 9 with a Starlink pack?
I think the Starlink missions are much less risk adverse. That's really the truth of it. Starlink satellites are replaceable. People are not. It's that simple.
And speaking of the people, what we've been looking at for the last few minutes is one of NASA's fiber feeds coming out of the, what is it, EJs? The Neil Armstrong Launch
Operations
Facility.
and checkout.
Thank you very Operations and checkout facility. Thanks very much.
Yes,
And all 4 crew members are in there. You can see very helpful the angle switch. The 2 on the left there, and you can also see the 2 on the right. I can't specifically identify them. I'm going to guess the bottom left and is Konstantin Borisov with Jasmine McBelly in the top right of this picture, and the other 2 crewmates for Satoshi Furukawa and Andreas Mergson are going to be behind this camera angle that we have here. So NASA is switching between these a bit quickly for me to talk about them, but as the crew roll out, we'll talk about them in more detail as they move towards the pad. We have a very international crew this evening / morning / afternoon, wherever you're watching from. We have a crew from the US, Denmark, Japan, and Russia all on board this Crew Dragon, or soon to be on board rather, this Crew Dragon spacecraft heading towards the ISS. And I believe. I still think it's the other angle. So we still can't. We still don't have an angle of Satoshi and Andreas, but fingers crossed we'll get them soon. River Dave Kenny is asking, and actually I may hold that until we get the pad cam back. We'll stick with the crew for a little while. So I'll reiterate it again. If you have a question for us, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. I'm going to try bunch these together so we can answer the most relevant questions at the most relevant points during the countdown, which we are now approaching T-minus 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. And here's a crew question. James asking, EJ, I'll toss this to you. Do we know where the crew keeps their belongings like clothes?
When they're in ONC, ONC is basically, now they have it's basically like a hotel room it's a hotel for astronauts. That's where they're going to keep their belongings for the time being. I mean, when Dragon recovery happens, they might fly all the way to, sometimes they fly directly back to Houston. So you really don't take much with you other than your flight suit here. But if you're talking about like on the capsule, they have basically space lockers. That's it's a really easy way to say it. It's basically a space locker.
It's also, I think they Velcro pretty much everything once they get to the ISS, so nothing goes flying. Because unlike here on Earth, you can't put your stuff in your space locker and expect it to still be there when you return. It may have floated off. And we're seeing here Andreas and Desmond Mogbelli, I believe, as we approach the T-minus 3 hour and 50 minute mark. In the bottom right there, that looks like, I don't specifically think it's a life support system, but it looks like one of them retro oxygen tank pipe pumpy things that they had on the Apollo missions that they used to carry alongside them down the gantry. Looks like they're. I'm not sure if it's hooked in yet, but I think they pump fresh air, EJ, if I'm correct.
That's basically a portable air conditioner. It's HVAC for the suits. Right now, when they're sitting in the seats, they're doing suit leak checks, making sure that the suit pressurizes, making sure that everything works, making sure there's no pinhole leaks or anything like that. When the astronauts and cosmonauts do end up rolling out here, they do have HVAC. The suit has a vent on it that you plug an HVAC system in to keep you cool. It's a little muggy in Florida. Full spacesuit probably gets a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, and speaking of it being muggy in Florida, Lon, for all the people that have been joining us over the last few minutes, how's the weather looking?
The weather's looking great here, and today, of course, it's this time of year in Florida. It's just always hot and humid, but the skies are clear. I can see stars overhead, and not too much haze here. The weather is go. I think we're looking at still 95%, at least at the last time I checked. So, weather is not going to be a problem, I don't think, as things are rolling along here, and we're getting a nice breeze. Where we usually sit for these launches, especially when we have a return to landing site event like we'll have tonight. We sit kind of at the edge of the turning basin, which is where a lot of the big fuel tanks come in here for assembling now Artemis, formerly where they would do the shuttle tanks. And so we got a nice breeze coming off of that turning basin too. So it's very, very pleasant out here. The only problems are mosquitoes, and the alligators are out there, but they're kind of sticking to their part of the the water here. So far they haven't come up to visit me yet.
Resident KSC security, that's what the alligators do. And as Gon was talking there, I believe it looked as if Jasmine's suit depressurized because it seemed kind of like the helmet just kind of sunk down a little bit. EJ, I think that might have been the suit test concluding with the depressurization of the suit there, because the helmet then swiftly opened there to get the air circulation going again. That was pretty cool to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Actually, that shot that we have right on the screen, that's Andreas, I believe. You could see the umbilical on his suit it's underneath his right hand. That umbilical, they're using that to test the leaks now. But these are flight suits. That's important to understand. They're flight suits. They're not something that you could go outside of the spacecraft with. These suits are there, and the reason why they're doing leak checks is in case of cabin depress. It's basically a beefed up version of the oxygen mask that comes down on an airplane if you have a depressurization event. Hopefully that would never happen to anyone. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. That doesn't sound like fun. But the astronauts have the spacesuits in case of a depress event. So they have to make sure that these spacesuits are good. But these spacesuits don't have any life support systems. That umbilical you could see it coming out of Andreas's right side right there. That umbilical is there to tap into Dragon's onboard environmental control and life support systems, the ECLIS for short. That is what that is there for. So they can basically unplug it. They can plug it into that portable HVAC unit, or they can unplug it and plug it into the capsule when they get there.
And there's Satoshi Furukawa looking very, very happy ahead of rollout to the pad. You can see also in that other shot, all the camera guys running around as well. They also seem pretty excited, zooming in and out of various things as we get this live fiber feed from NASA, which we're very grateful for. And it seems like Konstantin Borisov just got up out of the seat there, and fingers crossed the other astronauts will be joining him as well very shortly as we count down to launch.
And these suits are custom for each astronaut, aren't they?
Yep. They are custom tailored suits, and they don't get to keep them either.
Oh,
I know.
That's a shame.
That kind of stinks.
Yeah, I mean, you go into space and it only fits you.
I feel like some kind of mission, like objective complete bonus. Like if you do X amount of things on board the station, we'll give you your Christmas bonus in the form of you can keep your spacesuit. I mean, that would seem like a fair deal to me, but I wonder whether there's any regulations against that in case of stolen IP or anything. I don't know. And those are the famous armchairs, it appears there, the relaxing chairs that we saw with Crew-6, them stretching out and relaxing very much so before their flight. It looks as if Konstantin has already picked his spot there and is relaxing. I believe they may have a card game coming up shortly as well. And so it looks as if the other crew members are now getting checked out. And you can see there at the back, the person with the Danish flag, that's Andreas. And Jasmine McBelly is to the right of Andreas in this image, kind of in the middle there.
Skull! Viking power!
Yes. I can't remember if we've seen a Dane fly before.
Morgansen's been to the ISS before.
Oh, yes, of course. Second space flight.
Mm-hmm. He flew on TMA 15, and he was up there for 9 days and flew down on TMA 16M. It was a short duration stay. But yeah, he's been up there before.
Sounds good. I forgot that. Thanks, EJ.
I got you, man.
It's the reason why there's more than just me talking to everybody here. And for those of you just joining us, remember, if you have a question, we are loading up the queue here. Tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. If you do that, it filters through and then it comes into the queue here, so we don't get any spam or anything like that. It's just a nice, easy way to filter all the questions through. So if you have a question, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. Brings it into the queue here. It's not we don't just answer super chats. We're not one of those channels. We answer as many questions as we can through whatever means it gets to us, because just viewing is one of the best ways you can support us, because if nobody watched, then we wouldn't have anybody to stream to. So if you have a question, just throw it into chat, but make sure to tag us at NASA Spaceflight. That way it comes into the system and we can answer them on stream. We have another trajectory question here from James. EJ, I'll throw this one to you as well. What is the trajectory of the launch tonight? I'm out doing astrophotography right now and wondering if I could catch it. Well, first of all, that depends where you are. So, EJ, I believe if you're up the eastern seaboard of the US, you may have a good a good chance, depending if it's cloudy.
If the night's clear, this Falcon 9 with Dragon Endurance on board is scheduled to launch basically northeast, a 51.6 degree inclined orbital insertion, which should be a flight azimuth of like 045 on the compass. So it's basically, yeah, Ryan, I mean, you said it. It's flying right up the eastern seaboard. You'll be able to see it all the way to Nova Scotia. And it's not just the eastern seaboard of the US. It goes all the way up to Canada. You'll be able to see it. Over here on this side of the pond, the sun's coming up for you, but the sun's going down for us is somewhere over the Atlantic right now. So with the right lighting conditions, you should be able to get it.
Sounds good. And it seems all of the crew members are now up out of their seats as they get ready. It looks as if what is that? Ninja number 22 is practicing the lean back, the famous lean back as the
Yep.
astronauts get out of their Teslas and then look up, lean back and look up at the Falcon 9 and their ride to space, which we'll see in a little while's time as the crew roll to the pad. So yeah, it just looks like some final conversations happening now between the crew and the ninjas. EJ, is that their actual name? I don't know whether that's just an affectionate term or not. But all of the people in the dark grey suits there with the numbers, we call them the ninjas.
I mean, I call them pad ninjas. That's what they look like. I think the technical term is like launch operations support crew. I think that is. I might be pulling that one out of my tail. They basically, all these folks are here to support the crew ingress operations for the 4 Crew-7 members. Now, I get asked this all the time on my end, Ryan. Like, people always ask me, why are they wearing numbers? Why are you wearing numbers? Well, you haven't noticed, these guys all have masks on and they're all wearing black jumpsuits. They have the numbers on the back of their jumpsuits so you can identify who's who. Later, when we see the pad crew, the support crew, the pad ninjas go up into the crew access arm, right? They're all going to have, basically, it's not a hazmat suit, but they have, hair covers and they have masks on. So you can't really tell who's who, but you can definitely see a number on someone's back. Now, cool thing to mention is that, some of those pad ninjas are actually astronauts that are supporting launch operations. I believe I saw pad crew support number 22. I think 22 is Anne McLean, who is an active NASA astronaut right now. It's not just SpaceX Crew. They usually have other astronauts supporting operations as well, which is really cool.
Sounds good. And fingers crossed we'll get them walking out here slightly shortly.
21. Thank you, Alex.
Oh, 21. There you go. Yeah, so everyone's up out of their seats, apart from Konstantin Borisov, who right at the back of the picture there is just having the time of his life, relaxing in one of the maroon chairs at the back there, looking to be comfortable. I'm sure the others, I'm not sure if they're choosing to stand up or if they're still getting some final checkouts there, but they are having conversations with all of the crew around them there. Some final conversations before they start to roll out to the pad. They get their own little T-minus clock at the back of the shot there as well. That's nice. And keep an eye out on the clock, how it's going, before they roll out to the pad. Very, very quickly, I'm going to run through a couple more super chats we've gotten. Musical Wolves asking, is launching to the ISS so normal that SpaceX will only stream 1 hour prior to liftoff? Well, we're here, we're streaming. You can always keep track of the launch to us. Silky Z, thank you very much for the $5 super chat there, saying, right in Sharpie on the front, I flew to the ISS and all I got was this silly spacesuit. Well, you may have got the spacesuit, but you can't keep it. And Musical Wolves also asking through a super chat, where did the flight suits go after use? EJ, we were talking about this briefly before. We don't really know.
I would imagine that they obviously go back to SpaceX. I mean, for all we know, they have a broom closet that's full of all the flight suits of all 38 prior people that have flown. But I think they take the suits back for multiple reasons. They take the suits back so they can get analysis in flight data. I mean, that's important to understand how good of a suit you made. And I think SpaceX takes the suits back and probably takes them apart. If I knew any better, probably take it apart, figure out, what parts you can improve. And then when they make more suits for other astronauts, you incorporate those new design features. I mean, that reads correct. Like that. I mean, they did it with the rockets. Why not the flight? Why not the flight suits? I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. And I believe we have some crew movement here. I wonder if this is them going to the table here. I'm sure someone in the back channel can correct me. I believe this. Yep, this is we're getting ready for the game of cards. I wonder if Konstantin will be joining them as well. Also, quickly, thanks to Musical Walls. There's Konstantin. Thank you, Musical Walls, for this last piece of support here. And looks like some words going between the crew here. And one of the what was the word again, EJ, you used? Launch pad crew support operations, something along those lines.
Through launch operation support, I think
That's
is
the
what
word.
it's called.
That's the word. EJ's got
think.
the acronyms.
I mean,
so
I might be wrong, but that is what they do. So, I mean,
Okay, so here's the deck of cards. The person in the blue suit in their left hand. That's the deck of cards, and the crew are listening intently.
so
I wonder if they're explaining the rules or
Yeah.
what else is going on here.
sounds like he's laying down the law. That's actually another.
Yeah.
That's another NASA astronaut. Lon, you got this?
Yeah, no, I was just laughing over what's going on here. So it's funny. I'm wondering what card game they play. If any of you happen to know, seems like it's going to be a quick one.
I don't. Crazy Eights. I don't know, but the guy that dealt there, that he dealt the hand to Jasmine and she split the deck. That's Joseph Akabe. He's a NASA astronaut. I believe he's the chief of the astronaut corps right now. He is the astronaut. You know.
It strikes me that they do have some good finger dexterity in those flight suits. I guess they're probably a little easier to work with when you're not pressurized, right?
They are easier to work with. Fun fact about those suits: you can use a touchscreen with them.
Right. The Dragon is mostly touchscreens, right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right?
They
Well, it's
seem
been
to be
interesting to
enjoying it
watch.
so far.
They do. It looks like somebody had a good hand there. So, and it's interesting. You watch some of the older missions on the Soyuz where they have those pointing sticks that they had to use to push certain buttons, right?
The Finglongers, yes.
According to Jasmine has lost already, so I do have to admit I'm not an expert on the rules of the game that they are playing. But according to Daryl Now from NASA, this is the card game. I don't believe this has been shown before, at least for a SpaceX Crew launch. But it does date back because attached was a picture from the suit up of STS-135 in 2011 of the crew of that flight playing the game as well. I wonder if they're still going or if they have boxed it up by now. There's a round of applause. So whoever won, congratulations. Whoever lost, my condolences. I'm not an expert.
You're all going to space.
So and you go to space at the end of the day. So if you did lose, no hard feelings. You go to space.
Everyone's a winner here.
Now, I'm wondering if Chad knows what game they were playing. Did we ever figure out what game they were playing? Chad, you guys know? Ryan, you know? I mean, I don't. Was it?
I'm not sure. But it looks as if whatever it is, they're happy and they're moving on now. And
must not have been a good game. Jeez.
Yeah. Sawyer actually in the back channel saying back in the day, a few shuttle missions, it took so long for them to lose out. It was cutting close to delaying the mission. That's quite funny. And speaking of Sawyer, Lon, thanks for joining us for the first, how long are we going? First 50 minutes or so of the coverage. Fingers crossed we'll talk to you later in the count. But for now, we'll let you get a little bit of a voice break. So thanks for coming on and hanging out.
A pleasure. It's been great, and I will be here all night. So we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, Lon. See you, buddy.
And speaking of Sawyer, if he's ready to come on, hello Sawyer, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a launch day. I'm currently set up alongside the road where the crew will be driving by right in front of the vehicle assembly building on their way over to pad 39A.
Hey, what's going on, Sawyer? How you doing, buddy?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. It's a gorgeously clear night here. Stars everywhere, the light breeze, and oh yeah, there's 3 rockets behind me on different launch pads right now. So I'd say good night so far.
Yeah, that doesn't suck.
Out of the Cape is crazy. I mean, just the number of rockets on pads is just, you know, a few years ago, it was epic to see a Falcon 9 up on Slick 40. Now there's one there practically every day. It's awesome to see. But back to this mission.
I do want to point out really quick, I actually got delayed by a booster driving around here. So when they say Kennedy Space Center is a multi-user spaceport, they're not kidding.
Yeah, I mean, at least your excuse checks out for having being held up by a booster there. I'm sure if you get your report to Chris B, then you won't be in trouble at all. Just kidding. You can see a banner there over the door, actually, of the what's the word? The patch for this mission and the crew members' names. There we've got Jasmine, Andreas, Satoshi, and Constantine. There, they will be walking out of that very door and down that very ramp very, very shortly. But first, I believe there's a lift they need to take down to the ground floor from the suit up room where they have been for the. I'm not sure. EJ, do we know how long they're in the suit up room for?
The suit up room. Well, they got to do the pressure checks and then play the card game. Right now, probably just going through any final checks, making sure everybody's good to go, and they will walk out of the flight suit checkout room, down the hallway, into an elevator, down a floor, out into another hallway, and then out of the ONC building into the Teslas. That was that shot that we saw a second ago of the double doors. That's fun fact. Every NASA astronaut, except for the ones that flew out of Baikonur on Soyuz, pretty much every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 has walked out of those doors. Pretty cool. That's the same doors that Neil, Buzz, and Mike walked out of, what is it, 53 or 54 years ago. Same exact doors, same place. They still use the building, which is, I always thought that's really cool. Pretty much every single shuttle mission.
Yeah, there's some really awesome history with the facilities down here at the Cape. And briefly, we were inside, down the corridor. There was a water cooler and some wonderful artwork on the walls as well.
Yeah, I like that. That's really cool.
And what we're currently looking at is the Teslas, the Model X's, which will be carrying the crew to the pad. And they've all got the SpaceX logos down the side, and everything you would expect from the crew transport vehicle. And I believe there is
nice.
Yeah, I believe at the front of the queue, but kind of at the front there, I believe that might be like the family and friends of the crew members waiting to give them one final goodbye. And there's Tesla number 2 with the bye number plate there on the back. I'm not sure if that's the
unique
same.
that they do it for every different mission. The fact normally they try and incorporate the mission number into it, but this is still pretty cool.
Yeah. Sawyer, do we know if they're the same throughout all of the Teslas, if they all have the same plate, or if they have different plates?
Well, these are not official license plates. They're kind of vanity number plates for the role. But yeah, and the other interesting thing is a lot of times if you look in the windshield of each of these Teslas as they go by, you'll see mission stickers. So basically, once a crew rides in these Teslas, they get a mission patch sticker in the window, so you can see how many different crews they brought out to the pad.
And it is being pointed out in the back channel quickly that the buy is 7 digits long. So the number, the Crew-7 number, is in there technically, just not literally. So
cool.
Yeah.
I thought they would have done 7 E's then.
Yeah.
Bye. I don't think they could fit all them.
Especially on a normal sized plate, your plate. I do have to say, as a Brit looking at the US, your license plates are especially thin. We're used to much wider plates over here, and down in the briefly in the right / bottom right / not really bottom right, but kind of on the right a bit there. Maybe if we from another shot, it'd be easier to see. And Bill Nelson, the administrator of NASA, Pam Melroy, I believe it's the deputy administrator, and Bob Cabana, and the associate administrator. They're all hanging out there, ready for the crew to roll out. So to see the people from NASA waiting for the crew to roll out of the building. And if it seems, I just want to, not really disclaimer, but I just want to say that if it seems like there's not much going on at any particular point, that's probably because SpaceX has built so much redundancy into this timeline. They leave they leave extra time for practically everything up until T0. That way, if there is a slight delay on anything, it won't cause a knock-on effect and then eventually cause the mission to not go ahead, because as Lon was mentioning earlier, this is an instantaneous launch window. If they missed the launch window tonight by even a tiny amount, then game over for the night. They have to wait for the next launch window. So by having much more time margin added into all of the different procedures, that way, if there is a slight delay with something right early, it doesn't have a knock-on effect all the way down to T0, right? So it may seem like we're just waiting around at the moment, but the whole schedule's been built that way so that if there was anything that did go wrong within the, as EJ was mentioning, like suit pressurization checks and things like that, that way it doesn't have a knock-on effect all the way down to T0. So it looks as if one of the ninjas would just walked out of the building there, and we are still waiting for the crew to walk out of the building there as well.
And it's worth pointing out they have actually needed it in even recent launches. There was one that there was some FOD for an object debris, which even included some human hairs that were preventing the hatch from closing properly. There was one where they weren't 100% sure on one of the suits leaks check. I believe that was Crew-7, but both of those missions went off exactly on time.
Took the words out of my mouth, man. That's awesome. Great minds, dude.
Redundancy is very, very helpful, especially in crew launches like this, when you need as many things to go to plan as possible, and on time, preferably as well.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed, very shortly we'll see the crew walk out from the. I'm going to try to get it right. The Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Boom, got it right. Eventually, by the end of the night, everybody, I will have that ingrained in my head. But it's a very long name.
It's the Neil
The crew
A.
gets called the
Armstrong.
ONC.
Yeah, or just you could call it ONC. ONC is fine.
ONC, there you go. I'll probably forget what the initialism stands for, but it's just the ONC.
Overclock.
Yeah.
What? Sorry.
So yeah.
Actually, Ryan, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I actually wanted to point out something. So you said that Bill Nelson, Pam Melroy, and Bob Cabana are there. I'd like to point out that the number 1, 2, and the number 3 people that are running NASA all have been into space. Pam Melroy and Bob Cabana were shuttle pilots. Both of them have flown and commanded the space shuttle multiple times. And Bill flew as a passenger on a flight in the 80s. But hey, still counts. All of them have been to space. That's pretty cool. Number 1, number 2, and number 3 at NASA all have been into space. I don't know about you guys. That's, you'd think that would be like a requirement or something, but we have a scenario here where they have all been to space. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's good to have actual spaceflight experience at the top of NASA. It's it's good. It's just really cool to see. Some people who do also have some spaceflight experience is the pilot and mission specialist run for today, Andreas and Satoshi. So fingers crossed we'll see them walking out very soon. It's actually the spacecraft commander, Jasmine. It's actually her first spaceflight, as well as Konstantin Borisov, mission specialist too. So we'll get you their details as we get through to crew rollout, because we are now just under 3.5 hours to go until T0. So we have plenty of time to go through, answer questions and such. But as of right now, our eyes are firmly fixed on that pair of doors there, as we await the crew to walk down the corridor, go down the lift, walk a little bit further, and then come out of those doors. A very famous set of doors and ramp, which, as EJ was mentioning earlier, many different crews have walked down for Apollo missions and shuttle missions and SpaceX missions and such. And EJ, do we know if this will be used for the Starliner flights as well?
I think so. I think they will. All the suit pressurization systems for the flight suits, which on Starliner they are Orion derived. So I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. It's right there, and it already has all the equipment that you need. The suits that Starliner uses, once again, are derived from the shuttle pumpkin suits, the ACES suit. So the Starliner suit is similar. So I would imagine you already have the facilities there, but I don't think we actually have any concrete information on that. That's kind of an assumption on my part.
Sounds good. And I wonder if this is a zoom in. There you go. I think you may have just been able to see the back of Bill Nelson's head there for a brief moment from that PTZ camera. Whilst we're waiting for the crew, I'll just hit a little bit more support. There you go. There's the back of Bill Nelson's head there on the left, Pam Melroy and Bob Cabana there in the middle. Very quickly, and Maya's become a Pound-Trap member and gifted 1 Red Team membership. Thanks very much for that. CPO's gifted another Red Team membership. Thanks very much. And Jack Bayer, never heard of him before, with the $5 super chat asking, given the northeast trajectory, will this be visible from New York? Asking for a friend. Also, shuttle horses bacon.
Yeah, I can get behind this.
I'm going to divert our attention now to the crew, who have begun walking towards the lift.
Yep.
with lots of waves, and I imagine some applause as
Here we
well as they're getting into the They have a look at that. They have a like a tarpaulin thing at the back. I believe that might be signed as well at the back of the lift as they walk down,
Yep.
or rather get lowered down towards the ground floor. They're currently on the according to the lift, they're on the 3rd floor of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, and they're right on schedule. And hopefully, we'll see them appear from this door in just a few moments' time. Again, they're going down the lift in the ONC, and they will be shortly emerging from that double door. And from there, they will, I imagine, share some brief words with some brief final words from their family and friends. At least in person, they do have a telephone up at the top of the tower at LC39A. But at least in person, some final words with friends and family before boarding the blacked out Tesla Model X's, which, as part of a very long convoy, will take them around up Merritt Island towards they'll drive by the VAB, and then they'll drive down just adjacent to the crawlerway down to 39A. Well, they'll go into the pad gates and then roll up to the tower, which they'll then get on another lift all the way to the top, up to the crew access arm at 39A.
And then from there,
It's also worth noting, if I may, go ahead.
I was going to say from there, they're going to get into another lift, but lifter, and that's going to take them up even higher. Yeah, it's going to go a little faster. Anyway, Sawyer, take it away.
-1 pun token.
Damn it.
I was going to say is that what's interesting to keep in mind is that they have been quarantined for a bit. It started in Houston before they came over here. Some of their family members have also been keeping a form of quarantine so that they're able to see their families. And a lot of that culminates typically the day before launch. The families will usually get to go with their astronaut loved ones to a place called the Astronaut Beach House, which is an old traditional place, and they'll spend time together on the beach, have a barbecue, and all that before their flight day.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
sounds cool.
When DM2 first flew back in 2020, I had a lot of people asking me like, "Oh, why are they all cordoned off? Is that because of COVID? Is that because of quarantines?" No, they've been doing that for a long time. This is standard procedure. You quarantine the astronauts because you don't want to get a head cold in space. Chat, I don't know if you like think about how bad like a sinus infection would be in zero gravity, 0G. That doesn't sound good at all. And the reason why they do that is because that actually happened on Apollo 7. One of the astronauts on Apollo 7 got a head cold in space, and it was awful. That doesn't sound fun at all. So this quarantine is something that they've been doing for 50 plus years.
Yeah, microgravity, the fluid doesn't drain from your head normally, so it pools up.
Yeah,
it sounds awful.
Yeah, it's just horrible to think about, and it's not like the ambulance service can't reach you in space. It's just better to avoid anything and everything to do with that by just quarantining and making sure that you're perfectly healthy before you're boarding Dragon to the ISS.
Although at least one person from every expedition is trained to be sort of the medical doctor on board in the event that someone does get sick or needs surgery or an emergency happens, whatever the case may be. Yeah. Not surgery, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. As we were talking with the timings earlier, it's best to have redundancy. And speaking of timings, right on cue, there go the doors. Out come the 4 crew members of Crew-7. And I believe at the front there, left is Andreas, the pilot. Right is Jasmine, the commander. And at the back, on the left, Konstantin Borisov from Roscosmos. And at the right, from our perspective anyway, is Satoshi Furukawa from Japan. And lots of smiles, lots of waves. They look very happy and are looking forward to boarding their... well, first of all, they're going to say hello to their family and friends for the last time in person. And lots of waves, lots of smiles. I imagine some tears as well. And there you go. You can see them all talking to their family and friends there just before they depart in the Teslas from the operations and checkout building. And they seem to be sticking to that yellow line there, so keeping their distance to make sure they don't catch any germs or anything like that, to make sure they stay healthy for their trip to space. But also just close enough that they can still be within normal talking distance with their friends and family there. And so they'll share some brief conversations very quickly before they board the Teslas.
So actually, a couple of things to note. You can see Andreas Morgensen is talking to his family, but there's another ESA astronaut on the right side of the stanchions. That's Alexander Gerst right there. He's flown into space multiple times. Yeah, very
I
cool.
believe he's the one with the German flag on his left shoulder there.
Yeah,
taking
the
photos.
aerodynamic haircut. He's got a Scott Manley
Yeah.
going. It's very, very stylish.
Yeah. They're taking photos with his phone as well, and there you go. Get some snaps for the album there. No selfies yet, I can't see. Although it would be particularly difficult to take a selfie when you have to stay away. It looks as if Jasmine on the right there seems to be having a happy conversation there with friends and family as the ninjas get ready in the Teslas.
Yep.
I was going to say, you could see them preparing the cars because, again, keep in mind, they still have the connections with the air and everything that will go into their suits to keep them cool. So it's kind of just getting them hooked up and in and as comfortable as they can for the 10 or 15-minute ride.
And they seem to, I believe that's a final goodbye there from Jasmine at the back as they now walk towards the Teslas and get in them. At the back, I believe that's Konstantin and Satoshi in the rear Tesla, and that's Jasmine with a big wave to her friends and family there, and NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy, and Associate Administrator Bob Cabana there at the front of the crowd, waving goodbye one final time in person to the crew of Crew-7, and the gull-wing doors come down, sealing shut, or not, nearly shut.
They will.
We'll give them a moment to sort the doors out. But there you go. They're closing the doors and getting ready to go. And up it goes again. And yes, they have a little bit of door trouble there on the rear right.
Again, clear of the closing doors, please.
Yeah, give it one more go. There we go. They're shut.
As silly as it sounds, by the way, that is why they have the extra time built into the countdown for silly things, even like the Tesla doors won't close.
It's always something small every time.
Redundancy. It's so important.
Yeah, small things can add up.
Mm-hmm. And I believe they just scrolled the window down. Moved the window down slightly there at the back there for Jasmine and friends and family there. Just now going. They can now go up to the cars. It's safe to go up to the cars. One final time. One final goodbye there to the crew's friends and family there, which is wonderful to see. And I believe around the wall side there as well is also Andreas Mogensen's friends and family there as well, as they get ready to roll very, very shortly.
And then another thing to look out for the people that like, looking for little details like that. Anybody that's wearing a blue flight suit is an astronaut. But that doesn't mean that there aren't astronauts there that are wearing other things. Like Anne McLean is on the support crew, number 21. She's wearing a black suit, but she is a NASA astronaut, right? But anybody that's wearing that blue flight suit with a patch and with a NASA patch on the arm and a flag on the left, that's a NASA astronaut. Like if you look right next to number 34 right there, that's Jessica Watkins. She just came back from space actually relatively recently.
And the crew's family and friends are now leaving the roadway, and they'll be rolling pretty shortly. You can see up front, in front of the Teslas, there's a much longer convoy as well. So it's a pretty long convoy that treks out all the way from the ONC all the way down to 39A, and the convoy, the vast majority of the convoy, will, I believe they'll stop at the gate of 39A, but the Teslas will continue up to the pad with the crew members on board, so they can do the classic lean back, look up at their ride to space, and then board the elevator all the way up to the level of the crew access arm.
The convoy, by the way, has a lot of vehicles involved, as you mentioned. There's armored vehicles as well as KSC police vehicles. Obviously, the crew is sandwiched in the middle, and then there's also the helicopter overhead for additional security that'll follow them all the way down the main road until they pass by the VAB here.
Yeah, but it looks like they're rolling out now.
Case in point, there you go.
And we have the onboard cameras there. I wonder if this is from
excellent.
the front. I can't work out if this is from one of the looks like one of the Chevys here or the front Tesla. But we have a onboard camera here following them down through the Kennedy Space Center and there's no one else about, so they're allowed to blast through that stop sign. They won't get in trouble for that. They've also got the sirens on, and it looks as if the KSC helicopter is also up there in the top
Yep.
right as well, keeping
Yeah,
an
look
eye
at
on
that. There
everything.
it is.
Schedule.
And there's a
And,
potential that
you know.
maybe they have a NASA TV camera on there, so we'll see. But
Oh, excellent.
again, it's also important to note that these are just normal employee roads. It's not like it's a special path or anything. This is literally the road that normal NASA employees take to get here, the same road that I took to get here. It's but they obviously shut it all down for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And as the crew now start to roll out to the pad, EJ, do you want to give us a quick rundown of who's actually on board Crew-7? We've been promising it all evening, so it seems only fair we finally get through the roster of who's aboard Crew Dragon Endurance.
So we have 4 souls flying tonight, hopefully. We have 3 astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut. The commander of this mission is Jasmine Mogbelli. Jasmine Mogbelli this is going to be her first time flying. She was part of the NASA astronaut class, I believe, in NASA astronaut group 22. So in 2017, this is her first time flying. She's the commander of the mission, and before that, she was a Marine Corps aviator with 150 overseas combat missions, flying AH-1 Super Cobras. So definitely somebody you want to be commanding an overall mission like this. I think that kind of speaks for itself. Oh, and then after that, she just went to MIT. As one does, right?
As you do.
Yeah, right. So the pilot on this mission is ESA astronaut Andreas Morgan. Andreas Morgan, he's flown to the ISS before. He flew on TMA-15 for a brief 10-day stay it was TMA-18. I think, yeah, TMA-18M, and then flew back down on TMA-16M. That was the Soyuz flight in 2016, if I'm remembering correctly. He's the pilot on the mission. He was selected by the European Space Agency in May of 2009 and completed initial training in 2010. So he's been doing this for a little while. He is from Denmark too, which is actually pretty cool. Got bringing that Viking energy from Copenhagen right there. So, rounding up the last 2 spots, we have 2 mission specialists. One is Satoshi Furukawa from the Japanese Space Agency. Satoshi Furukawa became an astronaut in 1999 when, actually, believe it or not, JAXA is Japan's space agency right now, the Japanese Exploration Agency. Before that, it was the NASDA, basically that same thing, but with a Japanese acronym. I'm not even going to sit here and try to speak Japanese, so I will make a fool of myself, so we're not going to do that. But he has flown to space as well on the Soyuz TMA-02 mission. And then, rounding up Mission Specialist 2 slot, we have Konstantin Borisov, who's a Russian Roscosmos cosmonaut. He became a cosmonaut in 2018 and qualified for flight in 2020, and this is his first flight. So we have 2 on here that have never flown before, the commander and mission specialist 2.
And there's the shot from that helicopter that Sawyer was talking about. And as the crew now roll down, Sawyer, you're familiar with the area. Whereabouts are they now?
Looks like they are on one of the main roadways going into the Kennedy Space Center. There's a portion that's kind of near where the visitor complex is, and then there's a turn onto that main road from the causeway. It looks like they are coming from about that direction. We should be seeing them there shortly, and then it's a straight ride, and then you hang a right turn at the VAB, so they shouldn't miss their turn.
I believe they're coming up Kennedy Parkway, I think, off Causeway.
That is
on
the name
Kennedy.
of the road.
Yep. Cool.
And this may actually be from the VAB roof. Because I believe there's a pole in the middle of the shot there as well, which doesn't seem to be moving.
The chopper is visible, by the way, from the press site now. Just want to point that out. So they should be making the turn here actually pretty soon.
Okay. And they're kind of concealed by trees now, unfortunately, but fingers crossed we'll get eyes on them again very shortly. They're pretty easy to see, especially at night with the red and blue lights flashing there on the convoy as they roll down towards the VAB currently. And in the middle there, looking very cool, stealth black at night with the 3 Teslas there with the crew on board. as they roll down towards the VAB. They in their own way they stand out and they look pretty cool there with the headlights on and the blacked out color scheme, because that's all you can really see.
Except for in person, because then it's at night and it's black and it's harder to see.
From this view, it looks cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, certainly. And you can see the two of the other convoy vehicles there, leading them in front, directly in front and directly behind. There's some other vehicles further ahead and further behind there of the three Teslas as they continue to roll down. And I believe they'll be turning right very shortly towards the VAB.
Right now,
Yeah, the front of the blockade just is setting up to shut down roads right here. So the front of the motorcade of the astronaut-cade, I guess, just turned.
There we go. Yep, and they're now turning right down towards the VAB there. As you can see, the convoy snaking its way around there, and fingers crossed they'll be coming up by our cameras very shortly. And briefly obscured behind this building.
That's
but
Operation
there we go.
Support Building 1, OSB 1.
Here they go. Here they come. Rolling down towards towards the press site. Look out for the three vehicles without the blues and twos. Those will be the Teslas there. Briefly, we just witnessed them before hiding behind the signs. We'll see them again in a moment. Here they come. And again, inside of there, along with the onboard view on the left, inside of there is all four crew members of Crew-7: Jasmine, Andreas, Satoshi, and Constantine. They're all inside of those Teslas there, and it'll be the commander and the pilot in the middle Tesla, I believe, and the mission specialists in the rear, as they currently snake their way around. And they pass by the VAB very shortly here. They're going at a pretty good speed here, getting to the pad in good time. There's the VAB, and there go the Teslas.
Yeah, baby. And in front of it is the Launch Control Center, the LCC, right there. And the press site is on the south side of this road here, next to Operations and Support Building 2. OSB 2 is usually, it's behind the press site. That's usually where all the NASA bigwigs watch the launches. That's right behind where this camera is right here.
I appreciate the road closed beyond 39A sign that is up, except these guys blowing right through it.
Yeah. And there you go. They're now
great shot.
And I would like to point out, I'm being one of the cheesy ones that waved to them as they drove by. So,
nah, I'd do the same thing, man. Absolutely.
I'm sure they appreciate a nice final wave before they board the vehicle towards the ISS. It's a 6-month journey, so you know, final eye to eyes with humans as you roll down towards the pad. And this again, I believe, from the VAB roof as the convoy rolls out towards 39A. They will be rolling alongside the crawlerway pretty shortly, if they're not already. It's kind of hard to see because
they are.
Okay, cool. Because there's no, unsurprisingly, there's no streetlights along the crawlerway, so it's pretty hard to see without the headlights. But there you go. You can see on the left there, that's the pad. That little faint speck in the distance, that's the pad. That'll be getting bigger and bigger pretty shortly as the convoy continues to roll down towards Launch Complex 39A, where Crew-7 will be launching in just over 3 hours' time.
If I may, for reference here, you can see the wooden posts. There was the wooden post on the left that we saw. That was what's holding up the river rock that's on the crawlerway. And shortly after, it will actually fork into two. The left one is to 39B, which is where the crawler and mobile launcher 1 are currently, and then the other one goes to 39A, although it's not used since that portion of the crawlerway is blocked by the HIF, the Horizontal Integration Facility, or that big building with SpaceX written on the side.
Yep. Sounds good. And I believe that fork is now coming up, actually, because they're rolling round to the right now. As they make the turn for 39A.
The paved road goes to the right, and the crawlerway goes to the left. What they're driving around right there is the former site where the Apollo mobile service structure used to hang around. That hasn't been there for a long time, but they kept the road.
Sounds good. And
Yep.
I believe Falcon 9 boosters also make their way this way. If you're ever watching on Space Coast
Yep.
Live and you see the boosters rolling out, they from Roberts Road, I believe, they roll down this way as well. So it's a very versatile road used for multiple purposes: crew rollout, booster rollout, and I guess second stage rollout and payload fairing rollout as well.
Can
For
confirm the one I
Falcon
got
9
stuck behind today did that exact route.
Yes, very cool. And I believe Falcon Heavy stuff will also come down this way, but not as a triple core. It'll come down in single cores and then get stuck together, as it were, in the horizontal integration facility, which we'll be looking at shortly. And as they now are on the final home stretch now, down to 39A, and I believe it looks as if they may be. I don't know whether this is just the perspective of our camera here on the VAB roof, or if it will just be the crew slowing, the vehicle slowing down slightly. But they are still making progress towards 39A, and I believe as they approach the gate fence, no, the pad gate rather, the pad fence, the vehicles with the lights on them will pull over, and just the Teslas will continue up the the concrete ramp there up towards the base of the tower at 39A. From there, the crew will get out of the Teslas, lean back, look up at the vehicle, and then very briefly
Ready for crew arrival. We are on
they will,
schedule.
walk towards the elevator and take that all the way up to their ride to space.
So, Ryan, you were talking about the gate that they have to go through. That gate has a name. The name of the gate is the blast detonation area. I don't think I need to explain that one, but it's basically the outer perimeter for 39A. That gate marks the BDA, which, let's not talk about that. But that is basically the final checkpoint going up in there. The support crews that aren't going to be assisting the crew with ingress operations into the Dragon capsule will stop here. When we can't see the BDA gate, it's behind the big building that Sawyer said has SpaceX on it. It's behind the horizontal integration facility. That's the building where they actually put the rocket together horizontally. I don't know if you could tell from the name. It's a very clever name. But they're inside of the BDA now, rolling up to the pad. There we go.
Yeah, they just emerged from behind the HIF, and they're now rolling up the ramp there towards the pad. And very shortly on the left, you'll see a massive Falcon 9 with Crew Dragon Endurance stacked atop. There it is. And the other, actually no, that's not it. That's the Starship launch tower. Next up will be that's the big new tank there. Then we've got some lights. Fingers crossed we'll get the Falcon 9 shortly. Just a little bit further. Come on.
It'll be coming in on the left side of the screen. They're going up the right-hand side here. There we go. Cross over the crawlerway or X-crawlerway. And there it is.
There you go. There's that left turn. And they'll make their way to the base of the black and white tower there on the left side. And just slightly hiding behind what looks like part of the former rotating service structure from the shuttle days. That's the Falcon 9 with the strong back. And that's what they'll be. That's what will be taking them to the ISS in about 3 hours' time.
Yeah, that gigantic dark tube. That's right. That's kind of obstructing our view to the actual rocket. Is the kingpin from the fixed service structure, Ryan? Yeah, that's right. That's the basically the swivel hinge that moved a gigantic service structure in there to be able to vertically integrate payloads into the shuttle payload bay.
And fingers crossed the Teslas will come to a halt pretty shortly.
Well, the first thing that they're going to do is actually drive past the rocket and go over to the porta potty. Yep. That's what they're doing now. The first thing they do when they get to the pad is make sure that everybody has emptied waste fluid. You do not want that to... I mean, they're going to be sitting in that rocket for a good while now. You don't want to... I mean,
Core on
Dragon
countdown.
does
The crew have
onboard
arrived at the
rest and
pad
onboard
on schedule.
restroom. But in the time when they can... the fasten seatbelt sign turns off on Dragon, and now is a little bit of time here. So make sure, you do your thing.
Yeah, several hours, because considering we're now just under T-3 hours, and then they've got to launch, and then they've got to take the suits off. And before that, they've got to unstrap themselves from the seats. It's a little process before they can relieve themselves. So it's better to get that done now than later. So fingers crossed, very shortly we'll see the crew make their way to the base of the tower, and we'll keep our eyes out for that. Very quickly before that, though, I'm going to go through a little bit more support we've been getting over the last few minutes here. And first of all, from Musical Wolves asking, what do all the plates say? I believe it's buy. which is it has many E's on the end. It's 7 characters long for Crew-7. And Rob, thanks very much for the support here as well. We also have Cethia with an Australian $5. Thanks very much for that. Bruce as well with a store message. Thanks very much for purchasing off the store over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You got yourself a hat. And also Mark, thanks very much for the $10 super chat there as well. And asking if the Teslas use full self-driving to get to the pad. I believe they are manually driven.
Yeah, I think so.
You're correct.
And we are still waiting for the crew to emerge towards the base of the tower. So quickly, I'm going to look for some more questions. Space Wolf is asking, how different are these pressure suits from the EVA suits intended for Polaris? Well, Sawyer, I believe we haven't really seen any of the EVA suits as of yet. We've just been kind of getting little hints here from Jared Isaacman on Twitter.
Right. SpaceX hasn't officially revealed what it looks like, if it'll be very similar to what you're seeing now with these suits. I can say, though, it is very different from what we're typically used to seeing, say, for an ISS spacewalk, at least from the US side. Those EVA, extravehicular activity suits, are about 16 layers thick. They're fully pressurized as well, but typically even to a slightly higher pressure. Those also come with drinking caps and additional communications headsets that they can activate just by talking. And so those are a lot more advanced. These are kind of meant to be your emergency spacecraft to go in the event something happens for a short period of time, whereas the ISS spacewalk suits are meant to be your spacecraft for hours and hours.
Sounds cool.
Jack's in chat there. He says it's almost Kindar time, baby. That's right.
Jack Byer again. I don't recognise that name, unfortunately.
Nope.
I'm not sure who that is.
No idea what you're talking about.
Absolutely, yeah. No, just some random guy called Jack Byer there. Yeah, Jack. We didn't answer your question either. River Dave Kenny is asking, EJ, I'll throw this one to you. Why doesn't 39A have 4 lightning towers? It just kind of has the one with some wires coming down from it.
Well, 39A was supposed to eventually have 3 towers installed on it, like 39B does right now. That plan was part of Constellation, which didn't happen. So they just outfitted 39B with 3 lightning towers. Now, why does 39B have 3 lightning towers? Well, it's commodity lines, commodity and propellant lines get in the way. There's only so many places that you can put lightning towers down on a Complex 39 style pad. I mean, on one side, you have the big gigantic ramp where the crawler comes up. On the other side, you have commodity feed lines for, 39B. It's liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And for 39A, it's kerosene and liquid oxygen because Falcon 9 uses a little bit different propellants. And then sound suppression pipes and what else is in there? Electrical power to the pad. Basically, those are all in places that doesn't really warrant a symmetrical lightning tower configuration. So there's 2 on the left side of 39B and 1 on the right side. 39A, though, is still kind of basically the fixed service structure there is, I mean, for the most part, it's kind of still in shuttle configuration there, albeit with some hot rodding done to it there for Falcon 9 and Dragon. But that lightning tower basically is in the configuration that it was in during the shuttle program.
That was good. And in the shot there, you can see a brief lean back. I believe that is the first 2 up, Jasmine and Andreas. They were leaning back, looking at the
There's
Falcon.
The lean.
They are now walking
For those who don't know, I was going to say, sorry, for those who don't know, that dates all the way back to Alan Shepard when he went out to his Mercury Redstone rocket. He, holding onto his pack to supply suit and everything, did that exact lean back and looked up at his ride to space. So ever since then, it's become a tradition, especially with these Falcon Crew Dragon missions, to do this lean back and look up at your vehicle before you head up the elevator to the crew level.
Mm-hmm. And the 2 crew members just boarded in the right lift there, and then they will now be, I assume, pressing a button and being taken up to the boarding floor in the tower, which is right up near the top. Not the tippity top, but relatively close to the top. Much higher than the access arm for the space shuttle was.
I should point out they've updated that elevator so that now the button that they use says space.
Yep, that's pretty cool. I like that.
Pretty descriptive, pretty easy to understand.
So actually, a little bit of a fun fact: when the other two crew members get up to the elevator, you'll note that on the top of the elevator there's a there's a number. That number doesn't indicate like floor 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. On the fixed service structure, the floor height is measured in feet. Now I know some people in feet, like, oh, feet? What do you mean? Like, where's the meters? But yeah, it's been there for a long time, so it's actually measured in feet. So if you see the elevator say like 255, that means it's on level 255, which is towards the very top.
And you can see the ninjas now walking up as well.
Including
joining.
Anne McLean, number 21 was there as well.
Oh yeah.
And you can really see now your point that you made earlier, EJ. The ninjas are really sealed up. I mean, all they have
Yep.
exposed is their eyes, because you want to minimize any opportunity for foreign object debris to get stuck in seals or inside the spacecraft or hatches. Or you just want to minimize all of those opportunities, and by covering everything up that you don't need apart from your eyes. I mean, it's the best way you can do it. So you'll know that only their eyes are exposed. They've got their hair, they've got their ears, their noses, and their mouths all covered up as well. And I believe they're now getting hooked up to some of that air circulation is there as well with the umbilicals there as well. That's Andreas getting hooked up there. I wonder if Jasmine will get hooked up as well shortly.
Well, what Jasmine is doing right now is, believe it or not, just to the right of that NASA Worm logo, Worm Gang, just to the right of that sign. This is a tradition that also goes back a good while. Making one final phone call before they launch into space. Jasmine is currently calling. I mean, who knows? Friends, family, significant others. We don't know. But they are afforded a phone call right before they walk into a very FOD critical area, which is called the White Room. The White Room is inside of the crew access arm, and you have to be very careful about contaminants. Sawyer, you were talking a little bit earlier about, FOD or foreign object debris getting inside certain parts of Dragon, and something as small and as tiny as a human hair can actually make it so the hatch doesn't seal correctly. That's a problem they had on a previous Dragon mission. There was a little bit of human hair that was stuck between the inflatable seal and the flange on the hatch, and I don't think I need to tell you guys why a leaking spacecraft is probably not a good thing.
It's pretty self-explanatory. It's
fine.
these things need to be sealed up as much as possible, because of course they are. That Dragon capsule there at the back of your shot through the railings is going to be pressurized against the vacuum of space pretty much. So you need to be sealed up as tightly as possible.
I think it's also worth pointing out here that you see those arrows kind of on the ground. Part of that is, in the event of an emergency, the ways to get out of there. And for the crew, the main way that they get out of there if something goes wrong is that the crew access arm can swing back in less than 30 seconds to reattach, and then they would leave out following the arrows, get into special slide baskets, and those slide baskets will slide down ropes that take them as far away as they can from the launch pad in the event of something going wrong.
Yep, slide wire baskets. Like you said, that's left over from the shuttle program. SpaceX just lifted it up a couple of floors.
And I believe that's Andreas there on the phone at the back. Just trying to see there. That's Jasmine there on the right, just leaning over there, leaning over the railing there, looking down. Probably make me feel a little bit uneasy. And the other two crew members here, Mission Specialist 1 and 2, that is Satoshi and Constantine. They do the lean back now as they peer up at their ride to space. They're having a little bit of a longer look than the pilot and the commander did. Nothing wrong with that. Constantine, they're going for the second lean back there as well. Final wave to the cameras as they now wander towards the lift as well. They're taking what looks to be the left lift up towards the boarding level. And ninjas are already waiting for them in there as well. Wonderful Dragon decal at the back of the lift there. And a sign there reminding that this is a FOD critical area. Once again, a reminder that you need to be as sealed up as possible. Foreign object debris is not something we want to be playing with.
Nope. And then the elevator indicators too. The right the right elevator that the first two crew members took is on level 255. That's 255 feet straight up. For the metric folks, that's, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like 70, 80 meters? It's a good ways up there.
And it looks like we're actually getting the NASA logo being signed now.
Yep.
First by Jasmine Morelli. This is a tradition that they've been running. So all the NASA missions signed by the NASA logo, and all of the non-NASA missions, or the private missions rather, signed by the SpaceX logo. And Andreas is going to be signing his name there as well.
Yeah, that's
As
a
the-
relatively new tradition. That's not one that's brought back from Shuttle.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good tradition though. I do enjoy that tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And the other two crew members there. First of all, Constantine walking down the corridor, shortly being followed by Satoshi. Looks as if they're just getting the final bits of protective sealing unwrapped and such to make sure, again, just to minimize any possibility of foreign object debris getting inside of the Crew Dragon capsule. So there you go. They'll be walking up the stairs shortly, past level 255, I believe that is.
Yep.
Fingers
They're
crossed
on
we'll get an eye.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. They're on 255, and the crew access arm is actually on a floor, an
Core on
intermediate floor
countdown,
above
crew ingress
255.
has started.
Okay, crew
And
ingress has started.
That's the net confirming that from SpaceX. And there you go. Jasmine's already on board, getting positioned in her seat, and Andreas is now walking it through the hatch as well.
These seats are actually rotated to make it easier for them to get into the spacecraft, and then once everyone's in and everything's closed up, they will rotate into a launch position.
Sounds good. And it looks like the camera operator has been left lonely for a short while whilst we wait for the rest of the crew members to join Jasmine and Andreas inside of firstly the white room to sign the wall,
With black
and
curtains.
then to join the to join the crew inside of Dragon. As the helicopter whips by in the back of the shot, I'm going to quickly toss it over to a way that you can support us, known as shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you are a spaceflight fan and you want some merch, then the shop is pretty much the best way to support us if that is something you're after. We also have a specific human spaceflight collection here. It looks like they currently have a savings on offer now, $25 each for the different items here. Human spaceflight with a little dragon there. Looks as if it's the inspiration for Dragon there, with the dome there in place of the docking port.
Cupola.
The cupola. Thanks, Sawyer. And Patrick's got many things in his cart there from all of the different merch plugs. What's he going to write now? Okay, here we go. What's Patrick going to write? I'm going to go Dragon. Okay, it's not Patrick hasn't taken any of Sawyer's pun tokens, but if you wish to take one of Sawyer's pun tokens and leave a pun from a store message, you can do so by going over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and when you get to the checkout, you can check that box there. When it says we're live, you can check the box and leave a message for us either with your name or anonymously. Either options exist, so there you go. You can do that all. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Fingers crossed we'll see some t-shirts and patches and mouse pads coming through shortly.
Yeah, two things. One, you can also give me pun tokens. But secondly, I'm actually wearing the Human Spaceflight shirt right now, so hopefully it's good luck, and hopefully it'll be good luck for the people that get it as well.
Don't give him pun tokens, chat, please. Please don't do that.
The day's going to come when we need an official Adrian spreadsheet to track the pun tokens.
Well, I know there's the pun token emoji, I believe, so...
Oh, dear. Oh, and Jack's spamming it. Lovely.
Jack Bayer, who I've never heard of before, is spamming
man.
that now in chat. Thanks, Jack. I believe in the background there, I'm trying to squint at the flag. I believe that's Constantine about to get on the phone. I think the ninjas are helping dialing the phone there for Constantine. There you go. The phone's been taken off and it's now being handed to the Roscosmos cosmonaut. And final calls to friends and or family. Sawyer, do we know if they get to call multiple people or if they just get one number to call up? Because they want to say goodbye, but they also need to hurry up and get on board the spacecraft.
Right. Traditionally, it's one phone call, and again, it's their kind of last phone call from Earth. But as you mentioned, they are still on the timeline, so they keep an eye on the timing. They still give them a little bit of time with their family or friends or loved one, whoever they call. But yeah, I believe it's just one call.
You think they get charged long distance, especially if Satoshi and Constantine need to make a phone call?
-1 pun token.
Well, that wasn't a pun. Oh, whatever.
And we got a wave there from Constantine at the back there as well. Another wave down the down the other corridor from the cosmonaut on the phone there. The cable seems to have been coiled, kind of tangled up there a little bit. So maybe that's why they were having some issues with it as well. And they've hung up now and put the phone back on the. What is it? What's the word? Phone holder? I'm not sure if there's an official word for that. I'm
on the hook.
Unfortunately, I'm from the age where I don't have a landline. An old landline. I just have a mobile, so I don't know the official, hang up clanking procedure. I don't know
Back in my day, if you didn't want to talk to someone, you would literally, it's called taking the phone off the hook, where you would take it off and just set it on the counter so that way no one could call in, they just get a busy signal. So it's the hook.
Oh, boy.
And the curtain has been pulled back, and the crew are now walking down the crew access arm. Here they go. Fingers crossed we'll get the shot from the other side. There we go. And what's that green flashing light? Is that an emergency exit sign? I'm not sure. But
that's the chopper flying by.
No, it's not.
In the back of the CAA.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about through the window there, because the chopper was flying right by at that moment.
Yeah, there's some green flashing light at the back.
There we go.
And there's also one at the other end. But there you go. Waves and smiles from Constantine. Looks like Constantine's forgotten something, so he's wandering back.
I need that. Bye.
The patches. He needed the patches from the ninjas. That's a tradition, I believe, dating back to Shuttle.
Yep. That's a tradition. You all for your pad support. Like the people that have been supporting the astronauts and cosmonauts. They take the patches. Good luck. Take it all the way into space.
Satoshi Furukawa signs just outside the NASA logo. They're soon going to wrap all the way around that logo. They've thrown so many NASA people into space, and Constantine awkwardly bending over trying to get his name in there as well, which he seems to be able to doing just fine.
So,
and, it looks...
if you notice there's a NASA logo and then there's a SpaceX logo. The difference there is that obviously the NASA logo has the NASA astronauts' signatures on it, but we do also have on the SpaceX sign the commercial missions that SpaceX has launched with Dragon. So you'd have Inspiration 4 over there, Axiom 1, and Axiom 2. And those are the signatures on the right-hand side of the crew axis arm. The NASA signatures and all the DM2 and the 7 crew missions now have the signatures over the NASA logo on the left.
And very briefly there, if you paused at just the right time, you could see the names on the patches, and launch photographer from the Cape, Ben Cooper, who's been taking photos of rockets for many, many, many years, dating all the way back into the shuttle period. His patch is going up into space, so Ben Cooper's patch is going to be loaded on board Dragon with the astronauts, which is pretty cool to see. Not only the ground support staff getting their patches flown, but also the photographers, because my position may be slightly biased, but the media's...
Core on countdown. Seat 1 and Seat 4 are beginning their ingress into Dragon. We are on schedule.
There we go.
And the net's saying that we're on schedule. But yeah, the media is important to cover this, which is, it's why we exist, to share this epic stuff with you all live, because this is just so cool. Human spaceflight is just so cool. Crew launches are always, in my opinion, the biggest launches of the year, because we're sending actual people to the space station, which is just, it's just bonkers to think about when you really put it into perspective there. It's just, it really, really awesome to see. As it looks as if Jasmine and Andreas are getting comfortable there. They boarded first, and it looks as if they're, I assume, setting up with the touchscreens overhead, and the astronaut from JAXA and the cosmonaut from Roscosmos, Satoshi and Constantine, are getting strapped in to the seats there on the left and right, respectively.
Yep, they're gonna.
Also interesting to. Oh, sorry. I was
Go
going
ahead.
to say one interesting to note is they're also being connected basically to the spacecraft by a single set of wires, a single tube
Yep.
essentially. So that's providing them all of their air and air conditioning in some cases. But that's also what's bringing all of their communication lines. So when they start talking back to the team in mission control, that will also be through the same line that's bringing them that air.
Dude, you are a
Unfortunately,
good expert. Nice.
Thank you. It's one and done.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost that Dragon cam there slightly. That is being provided by NASA. But we always, there we go, it's back now, but we always have the pad cams to revert back to. Looking at this very skinny Falcon 9. I say skinny, it's like 3.7 meters wide, but it seems skinny compared to the ratio of the diameter to the height of the vehicle. It's relatively a pretty skinny vehicle, and it looks as if that's a mirror getting strapped to the wrists, I believe. That's what number 20 something, I can't work that out, unfortunately. Ninja on the right there is now putting a mirror, I believe, on one of the mission specialist's wrists.
Yep. So the mirror is there, so it's a rear view mirror, so you can look behind you. The suit, your head moves freely inside of the helmet. You can't really look behind you. So you have the mirror to be able to see if there's anything behind you. And Ryan, you were talking about, Falcon 9 being so skinny. There's a reason why it has a 3.7 meter core. The reason why, believe it or not, is so they can move Falcon 9 by truck. That's why Falcon 9 appears so skinny and so oblong. Because when they first engineered it, they wanted something that could move around by a truck on U.S. highways rather than something that needed to be moved by a barge. Because that can support a higher flight rate when you just load it up onto a truck rather than loading onto a barge, which is going to take a couple months to get to the launch site. That's why Falcon 9 is so skinny.
You've got to get this thing from California down to McGregor and then also across to the Cape. So you need to be able to fit under all the bridges down all the interstates, which is, the US interstate system is a pretty well thought out design. I would say probably one of the best road systems in the world, coming from a Brit. But yeah, that's the reason for that design.
Yep, it's the interstate system. Now to go down this tangent, it's a giant grid. And if you have a route that ends in a 5, that's a road that goes north-south. And if you have an interstate that ends in a 0, that goes east-west. So bottom. Yeah, there you go. So in the bottom left-hand corner of the U.S., if you're looking at it on a map in Los Angeles, you have 5 and 10. But on the top right of the United States in Boston, where I'm from, you have 90 and 95. They converge. And then everywhere in between is just a giant grid across the entire country.
Fun little interstate.
Very visible from space, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go. As the crew are now getting final checkouts and getting strapped in, you can see their work on the wrists. Those are the mirrors that EJ was just talking about, getting hooked up onto the wrists of Constantine on the left and Toshi on the right. And it looks like we'll be getting final checkouts shortly of the crew. Next up, once the crew is all settled in and all happy and sorted, and that's all been verified that the crew's okay and ready to go, we'll be getting a seat rotation, probably in about 20 minutes time, approximately 20 minutes time, and then at T-minus 2 hours, that's when we expect the hatch to be closed. But remember, we've seen it before, time redundancy is very well built into this countdown. There's lots of spare time for things in case for example, we've had it before where there was foreign object debris stuck in the hatch seal, which they had to clear out. So that's why we have that time redundancy. So in the event that some FODS does get stuck in the hatch, for example, there's not really any rush. They can just open it back up again, wipe out the seal, and try and close the hatch again and pressurize the vehicle. So, it's everything's designed in order for that redundancy. So don't fear if something like that happens on this occasion. Fingers crossed it doesn't, but it's happened before and it's been dealt with very swiftly.
So right now they're just doing final harness checks, final suit checks, make sure everybody's strapped in nice and good. If you notice, the commander, Jasmine, and the pilot, Andres, have, actually all of them do, but you can see it on their left thigh. They have a tablet there. That contains flight checklists. That's what's on there. The bag underneath that I think is a first aid kit. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but the tablet basically is a redundant way to be able to go through the flight checklist. There's different sections to a crewed ascent, and I think, if I'm remembering right, we're on section 3 or section 4. which is crew ingress. It's either one or the other. 5 is suit checks and kindard tones, and then 6 is priming the launch escape system, and then 7 is the actual launch operations. If I am understanding that right, it could be once removed from one number or the other.
And I'll just quickly address it. Running for the last few minutes in chat, somebody has started a poll on which the best NASA logo is. The NASA worm, the NASA meatball, or the fan-made NASA wormball. Unfortunately, at least from my opinion, the worm seems to be winning with nearly half the votes.
Nice.
Personally, I believe the meatball is the best logo, but I'm not going to slate anyone's opinions. Falcon 9 has both logos. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was gonna say, yeah.
If you like the worm, it's got worm. If you like the meatball, it's got meatball. So just everyone's requests have been satisfied.
Except for Wormball, that will never happen.
Wormball will never happen. I can imagine a branding meeting being like, oh, should we include the meatball or the worm? We can't decide the future branding for NASA. Why don't we use both? And that's where we are today. I can just imagine that scenario in my head. And to be honest, it's not like, unlike some people and some opinions I've seen out there, I don't despise the worm. I like the worm. I like the logo, but I just prefer the meatball. That's just my opinion. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. I'm sure we'll have many different messages in chat, and as we already do, it looks like some people are also vouching for the wormball, unfortunately.
No.
So it looks like we're seeing final crew ingress operations here. Looks like the pad crew's moved out, and unless they're in frame on the right-hand side, but looks like we're getting ready to shut that hatch.
First, though, we'll have the seats flip up. They'll be brought towards the touchscreens there at the top, which you can just see the bottom edge of, just behind the clock in the top left, with the Crew-7 text as well. There you go, and that's what Andreas is currently prodding at.
Yeah, and these, by the way, they're very similar to the iPads and things that you would be using at home, except a lot of these are radiation hardened to be able to withstand their time in space, because as they've learned the hard way early on, the radiation can do some serious damage to basic home computers and tablets and things.
Yeah, and I believe... I can't remember if they still have it or not, but especially around the time of DM2, SpaceX had a little Dragon simulator on their website as well, which was cool. You could try and dock with the ISS using an interface which closely resembles the interface which is on board the actual Crew Dragon. And I believe we may have just had a little bit of a photo opportunity there with the crew waving down the hatch towards a photographer, I assume, in the hatch there. I believe we've seen that shot many times before. Unsure where we don't have it this time, but we still have eyes on the crew anyway.
Ready for comm check.
Okay.
Copy, Dragon.
Comm check.
Stand by for umbilical comm check.
All right, so they're going to do 3 different types of comm checks here. One is through Falcon 9 umbilicals on the pad. The other one is through a ground tracking station. And the third way is through NASA's tracking data and relay systems.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Loud and clear, help me.
Core, loud and clear.
Has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
This one has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
So I have you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Tech Dragon, roll out.
So there you go. We just had the comm checks with the commander, the pilot, Mission Specialist 1 and Mission Specialist 2. And I believe we just heard Jasmine say Wilco, which is basically radio slang for will comply. So that means that Dragon will let SpaceX Mission Control know when they're ready for the seats to be rotated, which we expect to see, I believe, in about 5-ish minutes, looking at the timeline. Or actually, rather 15 minutes.
Here we go.
Or right now.
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
So I believe we're actually 15 minutes ahead of schedule here, roughly.
Yep, there is
Yeah,
a little
there's
bit
the
of
view.
leeway. Yep. Go ahead,
And
Sawyer.
interesting to point out the core. I believe that stands for the crew operations resource engineer. That's basically the one person that they use to talk back and forth to the crew inside the capsule, as opposed to every individual engineer talking to them about specific systems. So you'll hear them going back and forth with them. It used to be called Capcom, but SpaceX
And
decided to change it up.
SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Okay, core signaled for crew rotation here. Jasmine has replied. We should see these seats rotate up here.
And this is into their launch position, which allows them to easily see and access the touchscreen screens that are above them at the moment.
Here we go.
Up they go. Some final waves there from Konstantin and Andreas.
Let's
as
roll.
the seats rotate into their final launch position.
Man, that's cool. I'm sorry. I'm geeking out. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I've watched every one of these. Dude. It's still cool.
Yeah.
Looks awesome. And actually, as they rotate up, you can see some of the cargo and goods that have been velcroed and strapped up behind the seats there, down from this perspective at the bottom. But of course, when they get to space, there's no up or down. Everything's equal when you're weightless.
Well, yeah. So some of those supplies that they have down there, if you notice over Jasmine and Andreas, they seem to have some kind of metal crates. Those are actually racks. Oh.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. You are
Here we go.
go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
SpaceX Dragon copies, proceeding to Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Okay, they're going to do suit leak check. But as I was saying, down there, those metal cases are actually racks that they can use. So the ISS has configurable, like basically sections. They're configurable shelves inside of the ISS, and that's what those racks are for. Some of them are plugged into umbilical power because they might need it. So the Dragon is actually powering some of those experiments. That thing, the racks could be anything from an oven to cook food to scientific experiments. It's actually really, really cool to see them down there. The ISS has this whole modular system built into it to be able to swap out stuff really, really quick inside of the modules.
And it's by design. It's a good idea to have all of that set up.
Yep, the whole system.
Then you can launch more stuff.
Yep, even the modules, they're designed to be reconfigured. You can reattach them in every different ways using the module's common berthing mechanism, or CBM for short.
I'm going to quickly run through a little bit of support here whilst we have a quick little bit of downtime whilst the crews ahead of schedule. First of all, Gareth with the super chat. Thanks very much for that, Gareth. It's greatly appreciated. Are we doing a boost back burn tonight? It's coming back to landing zone 1, so
yeah, baby.
Yes, we are. Justin has become a Powered Rat member. Thanks very much for that. Roland has gifted 1 Red Team membership, and Mark has been buying some stuff off the store. A couple of items here. And saying, appreciate the detailed coverage of Crew-7, but you missed my Team Stubby and the pun token from Sawyer earlier. So, unfortunately, it seems like we have a Go Stubby and 2 pun tokens for Sawyer. Looks like you got the unisex sweatshirt there, and also the all the concrete way to go sticker. Wonderful sticker there, reminiscing from the first integrated flight test of Starship. So I'm also going to quickly go through a few questions here. And Brian, firstly, saying, do the ground support staff get their patches back to keep when the astronauts return? Sawyer, do we know if the patches are returned, or are they just kept somewhere, like in a cabinet, on display?
No, they're absolutely returned to them. That's part of thank you for helping them, is they literally grab the patches and take them to space and give it back to them as a spaceflown memento.
Sounds good. And the leak checks are now underway with Dragon. Not Dragon, sorry, with the suits.
By the way, EJ, you keep mentioning, and these are some of my favorites, the Quindar tones. What are you talking about for the people that don't know?
So Kindar tones are basically letting you know somebody's keying their mic on. It's kind of a classic thing in space. You hear the beep noise right before communications happen. Those Kindar tones are kind of like iconic, from dating back all the way back to the early Mercury program, the early parts of the space program. They're just really cool to hear.
And they also have like a more what's the word here? It's kind of a slightly different tone for when the communications end, I believe. I don't know if they still have them on Dragon, but I believe they had them for Shuttle and Saturn and such.
Yeah, you'll hear there's two. There's the higher pitch and the lower pitch. That's the different ones. And it was interesting because the actual tones are very different from the ones from Shuttle and Apollo days. So I remember Demo 2 listening to it going, wait a minute, those sound different.
Yeah.
So the little detail, but it's a part of spaceflight history.
Yep.
Let's hit this question from VSMG1 asking, do we know if any other crewed launches to the ISS that have had 4 people from different space agencies? EJ, I'll throw this one to you. I believe the only vehicles that could have done this is Dragon and the Shuttle, because, like Apollo, that was all American, they could only launch 3. The Shuttle launched up to 7, Dragon can launch up to 4, Soyuz can only do 3. I'm going to quickly look through here, but I don't believe we've had a Dragon mission with 4 different people from different space agencies before.
No, I don't think 4 different. No, I don't think we've ever had that. In terms of any other missions that have carried 4 different people from 4 different space agencies, the Shuttle, I'm pretty sure, did do it. And I could be pulling this out of my tail completely. I think it was STS-88. I mean, Sawyer, I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but I know that there were cosmonauts, astronauts, and I think a European astronaut and a Japanese astronaut on that mission, but I could be wrong. I know it's happened before. I just don't know which mission off the top of my head.
STS-88 actually had Bob Cabana on board for his last spaceflight as commander, but it was just 5 Americans on board and a Russian from Roscosmos there.
Yeah, it was.
I'll have a quick flick through here, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
but we'll try and figure out that answer for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dude, that's a really good question, to be honest with you. That's not something I'd have to go look it up. We'd need like an Adrian spreadsheet for this kind of stuff. You know?
I believe that the highest I've found so far is 3 different space agencies on a flight, which would have been set by the Shuttle, I believe, and then, or maybe set by Soyuz, I'm not sure on that, but certainly that has been matched by Dragon. But in terms of Dragon flights, this is the first flight that has 4 different people from different space agencies. So yeah, we've only had 3 different agencies on board before.
Okay, there you go. An international crew for an international space station. That sounds right to me.
SpaceX Dragon received 4 good suit leak checks.
Okay.
Dragon, we copy and concur 4 good suit leak checks. Closeout team will be performing its final closeout steps. You are go to proceed to Section 4 and report when ready to close the side hatch.
Okay, Section 4, side hatch closed.
Also proceeding with Section 4 side hatch closure.
Good copy from the crew.
There you go, so all going as planned so far. As we count down to a launch just over 2 hours, which is just over 2 hours and 20 minutes away now. And a wonderful shot here of the pad. Unfortunately, we're not going to get any sunlight from the pad cameras here because liftoff is scheduled to occur many hours before sunrise. But we will, fingers crossed, if NASA stick with the onboard cameras from Dragon, we'll see some sunlight as it launches into towards the east, because that's the way the sun is rising. The sun's risen in Europe now. It's now slowly going to be making its way across the Atlantic, so fingers crossed we'll get some sunlit views of Earth as Dragon heads up towards the International Space Station for today's Crew-7 mission.
I can say, at least in person, though, it makes it look like it's daylight here once it lifts off, so that's something.
Very briefly, it's pretty bright. I remember the shots from Artemis 1, and just, it's just absolutely incredible. It just shows how much pure energy is just getting released from those SRBs. It just lights up the entire island. It's just, it's absolutely mind-boggling to think about. Just
okay.
Copy, Dragon. Crew is ready for side hatch closure. At this time, we are also going to proceed into our pre-launch comm checks.
Okay. The other two of the 3 comm checks here are going to happen. First one, once again, is going to be through ground tracking. And then the third one will be through the NASA's tracking data and relay system, which are the relay satellites that NASA uses for constant communication with the ISS and any NASA missions that are below high Earth orbit or geosync.
So we'll be standing by for that.
Dragon,
In
SpaceX,
just a
comm
few-
check.
Here we go.
SpaceX Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC, on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Very quickly there goes the
And
hatch
Dragon,
now.
LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Getting inspected.
Yep. They're doing a FOD
LD
check with the
Dragon has
lights.
you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Let's go fly.
Let's do it.
And Dragon SpaceX launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copies.
So there you go. The comm checks are complete with Dragon and SpaceX mission control. The Ninjas just swapped around for a final foreign object debris inspection of the crew seal before number 2 closes it up, ready for the vehicle to basically be on its own until launch. From there, the Ninjas will vacate the white room there. Oh, it actually seems like they're putting the hatch back up, so maybe they just need to give the seal a little bit of a wipe over. Just there. We'll keep an eye out for what happens. But yeah, once the seal's closed up, the Ninjas will leave the white room, leave the arm, and then the arm will fold back towards the tower.
By the way, for those wondering, the MD was the mission director, LD was the launch director.
Yep.
There you go. And it seems as if Andreas and Jasmine are working on the touch screens there. Probably just running some checklists or things like that, because this vehicle, this isn't like Virgin Galactic. This is not flown stick to space. This is an autonomously flown vehicle. So yeah, fingers crossed no human intervention is needed. It's possible if required on orbit, but in terms of the launch sequence, this is entirely automated by the vehicle, pre-programmed all the way up to orbit.
It's got to be pretty impressive for the teams that do all the coding and maintain all the servers and software for all of this stuff. I just got to say, to have all those immense calculations going to keep the crew alive is always just shout out to the teams at SpaceX.
Yeah, it's rocket science is not easy.
So Ryan, you were actually talking about it. You're talking about how SpaceX had a docking simulator game. It's like a little video game that they put on their site right around DM2.
Yeah.
An interesting thing to note is that, you know what? You want to know where SpaceX gets their software engineers from for stuff like that, for the UX for the capsule and for the design for all the like kind of front end software on the capsule? They poach people from game development companies. Seriously, SpaceX has showed up at the Game Developers Conference pretty much every year for the last, 10, 15 years. The people because video game developers are really good at working on UIs, right? So they poach people from GDC. They poach people from video game companies to get the UX work, which I always thought was really cool. I think that's really neat. What did you do before?
Yeah.
I just design video games. What do you do now? Design video games for spaceships. You know.
Yeah. I can't find it anymore, so it may have been removed. But I do remember that was indeed a thing I had much fun on during the kind of the DM2 era of Dragon.
Yeah, it was fun. Did you get it on the first try, Ryan? Don't lie.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, me neither.
I
Second
did,
try, though.
but that was because of Space Shuttle Mission Simulator 2007.
Yeah, okay, that's
unlike
fair.
Kerbal, the docking ports were much less magnetic, so just made it a little bit more difficult there.
Yep. Center. Center.
And whilst we're waiting for the crew hatch to close, we mentioned it before, but we'll bring it up again. If you want to get yourselves some spaceflight swag, you know the place to go. shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Very apt for this mission, as we have an RTLS. Let's have a look at the launch entry landing collection of the 9 Merlins igniting at launch, the 3 Merlins igniting at entry into the atmosphere. You can also get it on a mug, and then the single engine lighting for the final burn down to the pad. In this case, today, that'll be down to landing zone 1 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We also have it in, got a sleeve tee and many other items of clothing in multiple colours as well. So if you want to rep your support and trying to think of the word, not fascination, your interest in Falcon 9 recovery, we have a design specifically for that over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and I've been seeing many orders coming in with the merch messages over the last couple of hours now that we've been live. So yeah, thanks everybody for the support. It is greatly appreciated, and it definitely helps to keep operations going over here at NSF, and alongside all of the supers and things like that. But of course, everybody tuning in just to watch, that's probably one of the most important ways of support there is, because if nobody tuned in to watch, there wouldn't really be much point in doing these live streams and videos, which you all seem to enjoy. So yeah, everybody who's tuned in and is continuing to tune in, thank you very much for your support. It is greatly appreciated. We love to see you all joining us for these launches, especially a crew launch at a ridiculous time of day in the US, because it's just so exciting to see people go to space.
Yeah, thank you for the support, everybody, especially folks over on Twitch too. I do appreciate it. We all do. It means a lot. Thank you for giving us your time.
Even the likes mean a lot, so thank you.
Yeah. The weather is reporting 95% still favourable for launch, so there's a very good chance that weather will not be a factor in any kind of delay today. So everything looking bright and clear. Sawyer, you're down at the Cape, joining us from the field. How's the weather from your location? Is it still clear, as Lon reported earlier?
I may not have done a complete 360 of the sky when you mentioned that, just to check. Yeah, I don't see a single cloud in the sky. The stars are out and bright. There's a little bit of haze over by the pads, but other than that, yeah, it's a gorgeous night here. Occasionally a light breeze, humid, like you would expect for Florida, but I don't see any weather issues at all from where I am.
Sounds good, as we're now just coming up on 2 hours and 11 minutes to go until launch. Still plenty of time to go, plenty of time to check things out if things aren't looking just right, but as we've said multiple times now, time redundancy is built into this countdown at every single opportunity, so there's plenty of time to check things out in case anything doesn't go exactly to the second on schedule. The only thing that really needs to go to the second on schedule is the final 60 seconds of the countdown here. That is when the vehicle controls that, essentially, so that's fully on automation. The crew will be fully secured and ready at that point, so pretty much no human intervention that can get in the way of that. And if you just saw the clock there stop for a second, don't fear, there's no hold, we're still going. The clock is still ticking. That feed just seems to have frozen there. And Musical Wolves asking alongside a $4.99 super chat, thanks very much for that. How often are the relay satellites for the ISS launched? Now, Sawyer, I believe that's the Tidris Musical Wolves is talking about. Are they still launching those, or is the deployment of that constellation complete?
They've been occasionally launching upgraded Tidris satellites. The original network was launched by the Space Shuttle, but now they use other rockets like Atlas. So it's constantly being upgraded, and yeah, it's not just used for the ISS. As mentioned, it's for a bunch of other crew capsules and other satellites and telescopes and things in space that have access to it.
So not only do they use TDRS for anything that's below geosynchronous, they do use TDRS to relay information between the Deep Space Network tracking sites that are actually ground side. There's 3 Deep Space Network tracking stations around the world in Madrid, Spain, Canberra, Australia, and Goldstone, California. Those are designed for those are big, like 70-meter antennas. They're designed for talking to Voyager 1 and 2, which are way out of the solar system. But those things actually have smaller relay dishes that can bounce stuff off TDRS back to NASA. So, you know, if Voyager 2, if the Canberra tracking site is pointed at Voyager 2, obviously US on the other side of the world, can't see it, there's an Earth in the way, they can bounce the signal off TDRS back to Houston or back to wherever they need to.
I love that. There's an Earth in the way.
It's true. I mean, it's not wrong.
It's not wrong. Black Hawk, thanks very much for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If you receive one of them, make sure to give them a little thanks in chat. And talking of chat, if you have a question, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. That brings it into the queue. We queue them all up and we answer as many as we can. Of course, realistically, we can't answer every single question because we also have a launch to watch tonight. Sorry if we don't get to your specific question, but we try and get to as many as possible. So it's always worth a try. Tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. We'll do our best to answer them. I'm going to hit this question here from Ozzy.
And Dragon
asking, will
SpaceX,
the crew...
the closeout team is taking its final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies. All items are secure.
Please make sure your tray and seat back is in the upright and locked position.
That's essentially what that message means there from Mission Control. Back to this question, though, EJ, quickly, asking, will the crew be able to walk when they return after 6 months? Now, we see them get support getting out of the Dragon, but I believe they usually adapt relatively quickly.
So, yeah, you do take some time to adapt, but actually one of the first things they do after the crew egresses out of a recovered Dragon capsule out on SpaceX's recovery vessels, the first thing they do is have a PMC, a private medical conference with their flight surgeon. Every astronaut and cosmonaut has their own personal doctor that's watching them. They have their own personal physician, just like you and everybody else has their own doctor, right? And that's actually the first thing that they do. You actually kind of want to take it easy when you've been up there for 6 months. The reason why is because when you come back down and if you start walking around, well, your heart's not used to using all those muscles down there, especially for walking around, because you haven't been in gravity. It's really easy to get muscle atrophy up there. I mean, when they're up on the ISS, they do work out. There's mandatory workout. You have to hit the gym every day, and you better not skip leg day, man. You have to stay up there to make sure you don't get muscle atrophy. But even then, even after all that, you still can basically get your heart racing. Your heart's racing like crazy to pump all that blood, to use all those muscles that you haven't used before. So you got to kind of take it easy when you get back down. But I've heard astronauts say that it takes like maybe a week to kind of readapt, but you got to kind of take it easy. You don't want to, well, I mean, what will happen is, your heart starts going really, really fast. And if the ticker goes red line, then you're going to have a bad day. So that's why one of the first things that they do is see the doctor right away to make sure that they're okay.
And that hatch is now being firmly closed by 3 ninjas there, it looks like, making sure that's all sealed up.
So what they did there was a FOD inspection on the metal flange on the capsule. So that metal flange will meet up with a pneumatic seal. Right now, what they're doing is torquing the capsule down, torquing a bolt basically on the hatch there to make sure that the door is pushing on that seal with the right amount of force. The next thing that they're going to do here is they're going to take a vacuum gun and they're going to actually, believe it or not, fill the seal with vacuum. It's a vacuum sealed hatch. The vacuum seal is basically perches. It's like a little rubber tube that kind of goes around the hatch, and that actually pushes up against that metal seal. And that's why something as small as a human hair can actually cause a leak. So right now, what they're going to do is they're going to evac that seal, and then they're going to do a leak check to make sure the door isn't leaking. If they pull vacuum out of that out of that seal, and then it starts inflating again, you know there's a leak somewhere.
And as you can see there seems to be 3 ninjas on their iPads they're scrolling through. Don't worry, they're not just scrolling through Twitter and getting bored. They're going through checklists and procedures and such, just to make sure they're doing everything right.
We are commencing a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So yeah, Ryan, you were saying they're not just scrolling around on social media right there. They're all working through the checklists. The other thing that you have to do to basically make sure that everything stays right is you have to document every single step. If you notice, some of those guys have tablets and some of the other pad ninjas have like a cell phone. And what they're doing is they're taking pictures and they're uploading those pictures back to SpaceX headquarters. So every single step gets documented with photo evidence. Though that type of stuff can be crucial with figuring out, oh, this may have happened during the mission. Obviously, we got the crew back, but something went a little weird with this. Let's go check and make sure that the pictures were taken and everything was done correct. Everything is basically tagged out on those checklists. They're constantly taking pictures of every single step just to be absolutely sure.
I just want to point out really quick, they did mention that they may see a state change because of a test of the launch escape system. The way that it works on Dragon is it's basically built right into the capsule. There's the Super Draco thrusters that, in the event that something goes wrong, will pull the capsule completely away from the booster. And there are actually different abort zones all the way through the entire launch that you'll hear them call out as they ascend, that worst comes to worst, there's crews there ready to pick them up after hopefully safely splashing down in the ocean via parachute.
Now, Sawyer, they have different abort modes, right, for different phases of the mission. They're like mode one alpha and 1 Bravo and 1 Charlie, right, like that, right?
Yeah, and a lot of that is also just based off of where they would be able to. So for shuttle, you would hear for the transatlantic abort sites would be runways in different cities like Zaragoza, Spain. Whereas this is different parts of the ocean. They basically have giant imaginary circles in parts of the eastern coast of the United States going all the way up towards Canada that are labeled as different abort sites.
Yep. And of course, Dragon is using an integrated launch escape system. That ILES is something that's built right into the capsule. It's not like its predecessors. Well, the shuttle didn't have an escape system. We all know that. But the Apollo capsule and the Mercury capsule.
SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Okay, post-ingress briefing happen here.
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Jaws, we'll keep this one short. At this time, the Dragon team and F9 teams are not tracking any issues, and you couldn't ask for better weather. How copy?
Dragon copies. Good to hear.
There you go. Dragon copies that there's no issues with the booster, there's no issues with Dragon, and there's no issues with the weather. It's all looking good for a launch in just over 2 hours' time. But for the time being, I'm going to quickly thank Sawyer for joining us from the field for the last probably about an hour or so. I've lost track of time now. Thanks, Sawyer, for hopping on, and hopefully you get some wonderful angles of the launch here in just about a couple of hours' time.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be on and talk Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon, and go Crew-7.
And in Sawyer's place, we're going to bring on probably the most knowledgeable person on the team about Falcon 9, Alex. How you doing, Alex?
I'm doing super great. Really excited to see 4 more people going into space today.
Buenos dias, amigo.
It's a slightly nicer time for you in Spain, I do have to admit. But
anyways, I've been awake for a while.
Yes. You haven't just got up. And also, I've been going for about a couple of hours here, so I'm going to take a little bit of a rest break here. And in my place, Lon Seidman, welcome back. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm back in my spot here, and want to thank Sawyer for providing the bug spray. He's got this great bug spray. It's called Sawyer. Actually got Sawyer on the can, but I don't think it's his. But it's so far working, and the mosquitoes are around, but they're not biting me just yet. But thank you, Ryan, also for guiding all of our viewers through the first couple of hours here. A lot has happened already, right? We've had the walkouts and the drive outs on the Teslas, and now we have a sealed hatch. And what's amazing about this is when you think about these folks, you know, we're in the fresh air just a few minutes ago, our crew of 4, and once that hatch is sealed, they're not going to have fresh air for 6 months. It's quite a transition there, isn't it? EJ, what we talked about when they come back to Earth, what they have to do just to get acclimated again. What does it feel like for the astronauts just to breathe the fresh air again? That's got to be something, isn't it?
You know what? I've heard astronauts say that the ISS and inside of the Dragon capsule is like hospital air. It's just kind of cold, and I mean it's good to breathe, obviously, but yeah, it's not. I don't think it matches anything for being down here on terra firma. You know.
I was on a bus ride with an astronaut once here at the Kennedy Space Center, and one of the astronauts said the ISS kind of smells like a gym locker. I won't say which astronaut it was, but it does, I guess, you've got people up there, you got recycled air. It's probably, a little stinky after a while.
Yeah, Lon, I mean, fun fact, you said it smells like a gym locker. They don't actually do laundry up there. It takes up too much water. Water is a precious commodity on the ISS. It's not like you can go down into the sink and just turn it on and have an unlimited supply and just pay more money because your water bill went up, right? It's a precious commodity. So they don't wash their clothes. The clothes are one-time use, and then they put it in a capsule that gets disposed of by being non-recoverable, like Cygnus or Progress.
Right.
They also don't take showers up there. They have dry wipes. So, yeah, right. I can see the gym locker thing. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds about right. And Alex, we've got the hatch sealed now. I see the ninjas are gathering. I'm assuming they're waiting for their elevator ride back down to the lower level there. Does fueling start after the ninjas clear the pad area?
Yeah, so right now they are sort of doing those checks of the seal on the hatch between, the outside and inside of the Dragon capsule. It's going to take a while. It usually takes about 10-15 minutes normally for these things to happen. Once they confirm that the hatch is sealed and they have a good seal there on Dragon, they can exit the pad area. Right around T-1 hour, that's when things gonna get start very, very interesting, because that's when they start with the go-no-go polls, both at Hawthorne, at the Mission Control Center there. They're also going to be doing go-no-go polls at the Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center. And they're also going to be polling the crew ahead of that propellant load start, which will begin around T-minus 35 minutes as usual. Now, the difference, though, is that here we have a crew access arm and a launch escape system that needs to be armed. So those are the few things that they also need to do between the go-no-go poll ends and that propellant load starts. So that's sort of the outlook here for the next hour and a half. But for now, they are there on that hatch leak check.
Right, and that'll take a little bit longer. And obviously, flying humans, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, flying humans is very different than flying a stack of Starlink satellites that at this point are going up like every week now, right? So NASA has a lot of involvement in these decisions that obviously they wouldn't have with any other SpaceX mission that's not NASA related. So what about human spaceflight is different for SpaceX that they obviously takes more time for prep?
Ooh, they have a ton of checks on multiple systems, on ton of different parts of the vehicle, both the rocket and the capsule. You see, for example, for these crew missions, they execute a static fire, which is a rare thing these days for Falcon 9. It is not a normal thing for them to do nowadays. And yeah, they basically double check, triple check everything and make sure that everything safe for the trip to space for these astronauts, because this is not like a Starlink mission or any sort of satellite mission. These are people that you're putting
SpaceX,
on the rocket.
Nominal side hatch leak check.
SpaceX Dragon copies, nominal side hatch leak check.
That sounds like good news, EJ.
Yep, they just reported a nominal leak check. Sounds good.
So we are continuing the countdown here, and that's always a good sign. And this is an instantaneous window, so there's no margin for being a minute or two late here, right?
Nope.
Yep.
No. Nope. That's
Yeah, no,
inclined orbit. Yeah.
So you've got to be on time here. So it looks like everything is going well. And Alex, I would imagine they probably build some margin into this time budget, right?
Yeah, that's why we see these things. For example, the NASA schedule that they gave out had the hatch closure leaks checks to begin at around T-minus 1 hour and 50 minutes. They're already done by now. So that's sort of how it goes. They leave a lot of margin in the schedule to be able to complete these things on time. Because, in about an hour, that thing needs to be cleared for the propellant load to start. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think about like Scotty on Star Trek, who would often needed like 2 weeks to do something and then do it in an hour, right? So the margin's a good thing, and it's always good to have reasonable expectations. So hey, I want to have some thank yous here. We have some folks who have given some support to us over the last couple of minutes here. Warren with a store message, who says best of luck and Godspeed to the crew. And we also have a super chat from Ronald Kame, and he's says, I would hate to have the responsibility of making sure the hatch is secured. But in looking at how many people are making sure that hatch is secured, it looks like the responsibility is not on one person, is it, EJ?
No. You have a team of people. There's always double redundant logging of the steps. I was talking earlier about how some people are taking pictures of it, some people are doing photo fetches, some people are following the checklist. There's two people doing each of those tasks. If we get an inside shot here of the White Room, you could see that there's multiple people just scrolling around. One of them might be playing Galaga or something. We don't know, but I'm pretty sure they're scrolling through the checklists. But there's always double redundant positions, just to be absolutely sure. You don't want to mess that one up.
Absolutely not. And actually, none of these things, Alex, right? Especially on a crewed mission, you want to mess up. What are some of the other things that they're probably doing right now in addition to getting those leaks checks secured? What else is happening with the vehicle?
Well, right now, I'm mostly sure that they're probably checking especially the rocket systems and the vehicle systems, the computers, all of the propulsion systems. Because the Dragon right now, you see it there, while the rocket is not fully fueled, the Dragon is fully fueled. This is sort of like a thing that is normally not talked a lot, that the spacecraft is already fueled weeks in advance because it uses storable propellants. And so those things, they usually have like valves that they need to loop, to cycle through and make sure that they work ahead of flight and everything, just so that you don't have any sort of issue once the Dragon is actually up there and have to use those valves. For the Dragon, for the Falcon 9, they also have a few checks coming up here around the T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes with the engines. They do what is called a fuel engine bleed-in. That is when they flow a little bit of kerosene through the engines to make sure that the fuel inlet valves all cooperate and basically work for when they have to flow the kerosene through the engine. Because for Merlin, unlike for example Raptor, it only uses one cryogenic propellant. It is only the liquid oxygen. So when they do the engine chill, they already flow liquid oxygen through the engine. But they don't have any chance to really test the flow of kerosene through the engine. And so this is the time when they actually take that time to do that engine bleed-in of kerosene into the engines. So they make sure that those work well ahead of time.
It's basically pumping the gas a little bit before they ignite the engines, huh?
Got to prime it.
And we have, what's that? Yeah, got to prime that pump, exactly.
Hey, we have a new lawnmower.
That's right. pull that cord. I had a mower that was very uncooperative, and no matter how much you primed it, it never turned over. So, hey, I want to thank a new launch director member, maybe somebody I told to watch the stream tonight, and that is Matt Reese. So thank you for joining us. I know he's been a longtime fan of NSF, so thanks for tuning in and sticking around with us as we approach the almost 2 a.m. mark. We're getting there, and hosting really gets me going here, especially when I'm looking at rockets. So we're definitely getting our way closer to the 3:27 a.m. is when the Falcon 9 will lift off the pad. Alex?
Yep. 3:27 and 27 seconds. That is really nice for them to have that. A.M. Eastern Time, 7:27 UTC.
So we still have plenty of time for everyone watching to let a friend or two know that we are covering this mission with some experts that know a lot about this. And I think both of our experts on the commentary today could probably build one of these rockets at this point if they had a couple $1 billion laying around. And I know I learn a lot every time I do one of these streams, and the dedication of everybody on this team is just awesome. So thank you all for supporting the efforts here as we continue our early morning watch of this launch. Hey, we have some questions also in the chat, and if you want to just at NASA Spaceflight us in the chat, that'll pop up in our question queue. And this might be a good question for EJ about, let me pull it up on screen here for everybody. This is about the families of the crew. Do they get special transportation to a viewing site to watch the launch? I know in my past experiences here, NASA's very protective of the families, right? So how do they experience a launch?
Well, Lon, just behind the press site, so if you look 180 degrees behind you from Launch Pad 39, look basically due west, there's Operations Support Building 2, or OSB2. That's where NASA VIPs and families of crew members watch it. There's a balcony on top of the building that has a perfect view of 39A and 39B. We actually watch them drive by OSB1 and OSB2, which are Operations Support Buildings for NASA's spaceflight program. So right now those buildings are supporting commercial crew and SLS. So yeah, they watch from there.
And of course they are out of view of the press here because they are given a lot of privacy for a whole host of reasons, but also just how, you know, I'm sure if I had a family member going up in a rocket, I would like some privacy and not have the entire world watching my emotions at that point in time, for sure. Hey, I've got another question here. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the coverage tonight, but it's worth bringing back up again. This is from Stage Crew at School, who says, I know the launch window is instantaneous, but why does it seem that all the crew launches are at night? And how come yesterday's was pretty much at the same time? But not quite, though. It was half an hour earlier now on the window than we were last night. Alex, what's the reason behind this? It's not always at night, right? It's just a matter of where things are in orbit, right?
Yeah, real quick, I can say a little bit here what's going on the screen right now. They are removing the seal between the crew access arm and Dragon, because right now they're basically preparing it all for when they are outside of the pad and then they need to retract the crew access arm. So they're getting it all nice and tidy there. So yeah, regarding the question, the reason it is at night is just because of orbital mechanics. Now, it is not pretty much the same time. If you look at the time that it was for yesterday, it was about 3:50 a.m., whereas today it is 3:27 a.m. So I went back about 23 minutes, and it normally does by about 22 to 24 minutes. It depends sort of like which day, and you know, again, it all comes down to orbital mechanics, how far back it goes, but on average it's between 22 and 24 minutes back each day. So the reason why some of these crew launches are during the night, there's a nice coincidence. If you do the math, if you take those sort of 23 minutes on average and you count 6 months that each of these crew missions occur, right? It turns out that if you have one crew mission at night, the next one 6 months later, because of, you know, it goes back 23 minutes each day, it will be almost around the same time. It's not going to be exactly around the same time. It shifts basically a few hours, but it's still during the night. If you had, you know, the launch previous to that during the night, because of mathematics, you do the math at the end of the day, and 6 months later it's still during the night. So
right,
that's
so
pretty much why it seems.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the schedule they're on now, and it just happens to be that we're doing these crewed NASA missions every 6 months now, right? And then SpaceX has been doing some commercial flights with crew that happen in the off months, right? So when we hit those quarterly changes, we might see some day launches, right?
Axiom 2, for example, was during the day, which happened like it was May or so. It was about 1 month after Crew 6, and so by, you know, after 1 month, it had already moved the time for launch that, you know, it was already during the day. It was, you know, orbital mechanics, but sometimes it also comes down to just, you know, we have 24 hours in the day, and things cycle if you count 23 minutes back every single day, and you get to a daylight time.
And it is like clockwork because it's a very predictable event, right? The space station is moving pretty much at a steady speed all the time, so you can definitely predict this. Hey, so I just wanted to give you all some impressions of what I'm seeing around here. You know, there's certainly a lot more people now at the press site than there were when I first arrived. It's not up to Artemis level of participation here, but I think it's also because it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and not everybody wants to come out this late. But it's amazing when you come out here, and I'm sure that both of you on the chat here can offer some of your experiences too. You know, when you're 3 miles away from a rocket, it is just an amazing thing to observe in person. And one of the two things that really strike me here is that I don't think people watching at home can appreciate the scale of these rockets. You know, they look, you know, on screen like they're big, but until you're standing next to one or have the opportunity to get 3 miles from one, it's a totally different experience, I think. And that's one of the reasons why I think anyone who has an opportunity to come out to see a launch should, no matter where you see it from, because it will, I think, give you just a different perspective on what goes into spaceflight. We always say how hard spaceflight is, but the fact of the matter is nowadays we're launching rockets into space several times a week. I know how many times I'm called to host a live stream here on NSF about all these different rocket launches going off. So there's so many opportunities now to check it out. And I'm reminded just of this because just about maybe 100 yards away from me are the NASA social group, and I was part of the NASA tweet up way back when. That's how I first got into this. And it's a great opportunity if you want to try to get close to a launch. Just keep an eye on NASA social, because they bring people out here to the press site right where we're sitting as members of the media, and you have a front row seat and you can get just an amazing experience, so much so that it changes a lot of people's lives. I mean, my whole online media career began with that tweet up, and I know a number of others that I attended with also had that experience. EJ, how many launches have you seen?
2 shuttle launches, I don't know, like 3 or 4 Falcon missions. I've seen an Atlas go off, an Antares go off. Yeah.
And when you saw your first launch,
I lost track.
Yeah, you lose track after a while. What was your first impression of seeing that launch in person for the first time?
The first launch that I saw, it was a shuttle mission in late 2006. I watched it off of my porch from my house in Florida when I lived down there, and you know what? It's wild. It's like, I would say it's out of this world, but I don't want to give a pun token. Sawyer, I know you're out there. But, I would say that everyone should go see one at some point, even if you don't like rockets.
Dragon SpaceX. Closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Closeout team is away.
SpaceX Dragon Copy.
So there go the ninjas. So I guess fueling is next, right?
Well, arming the launch escape
They still have a long ways to go. Yeah.
Yep. You got to arm that launch escape system, because Falcon 9 uses a load and go system. Basically, when a rocket gets fueled down, and Alex, feel free to jump in when you need to. When a rocket gets fueled up, you're going through a lot of transient conditions. That's actually a really dangerous time to be near the rocket. It's pretty safe, obviously, when it's not fueled. And believe it or not, it's pretty safe when it's fully fueled. It's the fueling process. So because they put crew on this thing, they're going to move that crew escape arm, or the crew access arm, back, and they're going to arm the launch escape system. Now, Alex, what type of launch escape system are we talking about here? You said there's valves and it's pre-fueled. What do you know what propellants it uses? What does it use?
Yeah, it uses monomethyl hydrazine as the fuel and nitrogen tetroxide as the oxidizer. And so when they come together, they pretty much ignite in contact. That's what is called a hypergolic fuel, well, propellant in this case. And they use these 8 Super Dracos. They have like 4 pairs of Super Dracos around the capsule. And these Super Dracos, they need high pressure to operate. And so one of the things that they're going to do when they arm the escape system, they arm those high pressure bottles that they have inside, because the little Dracos that they use for on-orbit maneuvers, they are low pressure. They actually are like the relationship between the pressure and the thrust, it's sort of more or less 1-to-1. And so the higher the pressure, the higher the thrust. And so those Super Dracos are called Super Dracos because they produce more thrust, and so they need a higher pressure. So part of the activation of the launch escape system includes activating the high pressure bottles that the Dragon capsule has on board to be able to, rapidly pressurize the tanks to activate the escape system if it were to be needed. And that is like really, really fast. It's milliseconds that it can do that, because it is a really fast-paced kind of thing. And it helps that it is hypergolic, because you don't need any source of ignition for the hypergolic propellants to come and ignite, because it's just basically as they come together, they burn up.
And you still want to breathe in those hypergolics, though, right?
Oof,
yeah,
no.
you don't want that.
Oh. So
That's nasty stuff.
I
go
actually
ahead.
have a question. You said there's like high pressure and low system. Where are they getting the pressure from? Like, how are they pressurizing these tanks?
Yeah, so the capsule has an inside pressure vessel, but right outside it, they have on the bottom of the capsule, they have what it's called the integrated service module. It is not the trunk. What I'm referring to is, you see that wide cone. It is actually only the outside. On the inside, it's sort of like it tricks the eye. There's more stuff inside, and that's more stuff is on a pressurized section, which they call the integrated service module, where they have all of the tanks for the propellants, all of the tanks for pressurizing. Basically, they have all of the life support systems, everything that they can fit outside. They have it there as well, and one of them is precisely those COPVs, composite overwrapped pressure vessels, that hold both the propellants and also the high pressure the high pressure helium that they use to pressurize those tanks, because it's a pressure fed system. One of the things that I will mention, though, those propellants are nasty, and this is sort of the reason why this pad has an escape system. So the crew themselves can escape using the launch escape system on the Crew Dragon, but also the pad has its own safety system. If in the unlikely event that something goes wrong that doesn't need the launch escape system, they can escape the pad via that zip line that they have on the other side of the pad and basically get to safety. And one of the things that one could think, maybe need that and not the launch escape system, could be precisely a failure of, the propellant systems or things like that, and they need to get out really quickly. Yeah.
And Alex, how we can look at the escape system on Dragon in a couple different ways. If you have a fueling problem on the pad, it can basically launch that Dragon to a height in which its parachutes can safely deploy and keep the astronauts safe even from the pad?
Yep, they actually tested this back in May 2015. That was a long time ago. They tested in...
I remember that one. It was really fun to watch, yeah.
And it was actually... It underperformed a little bit. It was very early in Dragon's career, let's be honest. So a little bit of underperforming was probably understandable. But it had like one of the 8 Super Dracos didn't perform fully, but still it did its job. That is the good thing of this kind of systems, like having 8 Super Dracos. Whereas if one doesn't totally do its job, it's okay. It's still, the whole system still does its job of keeping the people away from danger. And it performed well, and it also was tested again in flight in 2020. So that was amazing in 2020 with the Falcon 9 exploding.
Yeah, that was amazing. And Dots had a great
that's
camera
the
angle
only
from
time.
the boat that
Yeah, that's the only time we want to see it being used.
Yep.
And this is not something either that the astronauts would engage themselves, right? This is an automated abort system.
They have. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You were going to say, right, EJ?
They have an oh crap handle just in case, but they
Yep.
do have an automated flight termination system. It's actually right between the pilot and the commander. If we see one of the dash cam shots, so to speak, on Dragon sooner rather than later here, it is a black T-grip handle that is right in the center below the center screen. That's the oh crap button or handle. You pull that.
And it's a physical handle and not some button you got to push on the screen, so you don't have to worry about a fat finger kind of incident going on, right?
And apparently, so I think so that it doesn't get triggered accidentally. It's not only just pull, but also twitch. Like you pull and then rotate, so that it's sort of like a 2-step system, so that it's not triggered accidentally.
Mm-hmm.
And
the
we
other
have
thing
some
to note,
more.
Oh, good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to get this. The other thing.
Yep.
Absolutely. The other thing that to note is that, guys, so say somebody's floating around while the capsule's docked to the ISS and they maybe hit the oh crap handle. The system, the launch escape system on the capsule, after a certain phase during ascent, it does get inerted. They basically put it into a mode where it cannot be fired. They basically permanently disable it, and the only way you're going to re-enable the launch escape system after Dragon is on orbit is by having someone take apart the outside of the capsule and re-enable it. It has a mode built into it to basically inert
when
the
it flies
entire
again.
launch escape system. Yeah, exactly. You don't need that. You don't need that accidentally going off.
Yeah.
That would be
Right.
bad.
So it only works when it can work, and otherwise it will disable itself.
They'll make a call to safe the capsule after. I think it's before Dragon separates. I think we'd have to go. I mean, we'll see it in a second, sooner rather than later. But anyway, keep going.
Sorry, I just want to thank some supporters here. We have a $4.99 super chat from, once it comes up on screen here, from RS, and this is a good one actually. Who makes those Pad Ninja uniforms, and where can I get one? I have a feeling that RS is getting ready for Halloween here in October, so I'm guessing you can't just buy these suits anywhere, but I suppose you could probably make one if you know somebody that's into cosplay or something. Alex, any thoughts on those suits, where we can get one?
I really don't know. It is a great question because they look interesting, the least. I will probably not be on one of them on a regular day, especially in Florida, but they look interesting. They look nice because you see all those suits normally are white, but these ones are customized to be black, basically to be on brand with all black and white aesthetics of Crew Dragon and Falcon 9.
My favorite ninja is the guy that jumps off the boat to grab Dragon when it splashes down. That's a very ninja move, and they do it every time.
People in chat say that we need to make those on the store, and I don't think Adrian is up to do that, but we can check it out.
Well, I will pass it along to the management. I think if there's demand out there, because clearly RS wants one, and it's almost Halloween. You never know. We'll see what we can put together. Also, I want to thank, I'm going to put it up here, Molly Miriams, who gifted 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for your support, and we appreciate it as we are counting down the launch here of Crew-7. We are literally all over the world following this event tonight, and I am here with a number of my new NSF colleagues down here at Kennedy Space Center. We've got our little table set up here, and we've got a beautiful view of the turning basin. And one of the things I brought up earlier is just how amazing it is to basically look in my field of view and see 3 rockets vertical on the pad. I've got a Starlink mission to my right over at the other SpaceX pad, pad 40, I believe. On pad 41, we've got Atlas 5 with a top secret military surveillance whatever in there. They can't tell me what's in there, but it's standing up and it's ready to go.
You're not supposed to say that, Launch.
I'm not supposed to say it. Oh, sorry.
Just say it's L107.
Yeah.
L107. And then we have over at the pad we're looking at tonight, 39A, we have the Falcon 9 with now 4 crew members, all sealed in to Dragon as they going through the rest of their checks here, and we are getting closer here. We're looking at about an hour and a half right now, so we're certainly a lot closer than we were when I got here 4.5 hours ago. So things are getting exciting here. You start to feel a vibe. Alex, I hadn't talked to you yet about your launch experiences in the past. It definitely, there's an energy, I think, that happens as you get closer to the T0 mark. How many launches have you been able to see? I know it's hard for you to come over this way to see them.
Well, in person, none, but man, from my chair here at my desk, a lot of them. A lot of Falcon 9s, other rockets as well, Atlas 5, all of the ones that we've covered, basically. and more of them, even before we start covering launches as well. But yeah. Speaking of which, we're going to cover all of those launches, right? Because the starting is tomorrow. Atlas 5 is next week, I think, on Tuesday, I believe. So, yeah, we'll be here covering that.
Yeah, so it's just amazing. I remember coming down here when the shuttle program was winding down, and there was a lot of it was not a lot going on as we were waiting for that transition to take place. But now it's a whole different ball game. So, hey, I have a question here. I don't know if either one of you can handle this one from this is from Goyle in our chat queue, and you can at NASA Spaceflight us and have your question show up in our little control panel here. Goyle wants to know, can the astronauts all understand each other, right? We've got astronauts from 4 different space agencies aboard this craft. We have Russia, Japan, a member from the ESA, and of course an American astronaut. How can we talk to each other? What language do they speak? Do they have to learn each other's languages? EJ, I know that the astronauts that train in Kazakhstan for the Soyuz missions have to learn Russian a little bit, and vice versa. But what about the other languages?
So usually you learn the language of the space agency that's operating the capsule. So if a NASA astronaut flies on Soyuz, Russian is a requirement. That's just, you don't want to fly on a spaceship and have a language barrier. That's a really bad idea. Simultaneously, the international astronauts, the Russian cosmonauts that fly on Dragon and that previously have flown on shuttle, they can speak English and they can speak Russian. Now, it's, I've seen people talking about this in chat. It's an international space station. You need international crews. That's so important. The U.S. operational segment is connected to the ISS mission or Flight Control Center in Houston. And the ROS side of the station, the Russian one, is connected to Star City in Korolev, Russia. That's outside of Moscow. And I don't think I need to say why it would be bad if you didn't have any Russians up there and something went wrong with the ROS side. Or vice versa, if you had all cosmonauts up there, if something went wrong with the USOS side, not having somebody that's a native speaker to speak English or Russian to the respective mission controls that could be a little bit of a problem. That's why it's important for this International Space Station to have international crews, because it's just safeguarding, just in case something goes wrong, you have a native speaker that can speak to either mission control. You always have to have an American or a Russian up there. That's not like some crazy treaty or something. That's just being smart.
Yeah, exactly, because then that comes down to flight safety, right? At the end of the day, everyone has to understand and communicate, especially if there's an emergency in orbit that you have to address. People need to know how to talk to each other. So, very well said there. So, yeah, and I think what's been great about what we've seen in space over the last almost 30 years is how much international cooperation has gone into the station, and it's still orbiting and it's still operational. And in fact, we had modules added just recently to the station to keep it going, and so it gives you, I think what excites a lot of us about spaceflight is just the fact that this is about the future of humanity, and it's about us working together for a better future for everybody here on planet Earth, and maybe someday we'll all be living on Mars. I know some people want to send me to Mars, so I'm happy to oblige at some point. I don't know what spaceship they're going to take me on, but we'll see. Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, if I ever paid to go on one of these rockets, I'd want to keep that spacesuit. Or the flight suit, at least. Right?
Yeah, that'd be nice, right?
I can understand, like, the NASA astronauts not keeping them because, there's a whole host of policies and ethics and whatever, but, if I'm paying $1 billion or so to go visit the station, I think I'd want to keep that suit as a souvenir. If not, maybe just the helmet. Maybe that'll... I could wear it around the house or something like that. So, hey, we're looking at just about an hour and a half. It kind of gets slow at this point, Alex, right? Because there's things going on that we're not hearing or seeing, but there's a lot happening, but things get really cooking once that fueling starts, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things going on right now behind the scenes where they're checking all of the systems, doing a last check of everything before they go into that go, no-go poll. It's actually multiple go, no-go polls that they do both at Hawthorne. They also do it at Johnson Space Center with the ISS Mission Control Center. They also do that at the Launch Control Center there at the Kennedy Space Center. And that's a different thing for this mission because up to basically Axiom 2 back in May of this year, SpaceX had been using the Firing Room 4, I believe it is called, as the Launch Control Center for the crew missions out at the Kennedy Space Center. But apparently, from what they said last month during the sort of overview press conference for this mission, is that this mission is going to use Hangar X at Roberts Road. So SpaceX has that hangar there at Roberts Road facility, and they do booster refurbishment, they do fairing refurbishment for flights, and they also have office spaces, including Launch Control Center, not only for Falcon 9, for regular Falcon 9 missions, but also for these crewed missions as well. So that's, I believe the first customer mission was Falcon Heavy EchoStar 24 last month, but they have already been used for basically for a few Starlink missions prior to that. So they've been using that place probably for 2 months easily. And this is the first crew mission that they're going to be supporting from there.
So a lot of changes that we won't really see, but are definitely big for SpaceX then to change kind of how they support this mission. And
yeah, because one of the I was just going to quickly mention that one of the good things of having that for them is that they can have on the same building booster refurbishment, fairing refurbishment, launch control. It is everything under the same roof. They can have a lot of things under the same roof, which frankly it cuts the cost on lots of things.
Yeah, Alex, haven't they started doing integration in there? They put second stages on first stages and then tow them to the HIFs from there, right?
Yep, we see them rolling those by our cameras on the Space Coast Live. Nice. And yeah, they rolled the boosters already with a second stage integrated and just put it on the transport stand and on the transport erector and just put the fairing on top or the Crew Dragon capsule and up it goes.
Crazy. Also, hey, there was a super chat in there for 200 kroner. Christian, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, buddy.
Let me put that up on our screen here.
Yeah,
and,
do it,
Christian,
man.
Yes, thank you for your super chat. And Christian is wishing Crew-7 a safe flight. It is a historic day for Danish aerospace. And also thank you to the NSF team for the amazing coverage. And I am always amazed by what this team does. And again, I'm the new guy around here, and it's I've been just following Das around all weekend, just looking at everything he does and everything you all do. It just it's great to be a part of it, and I'm looking forward to supporting the team any way I can here, especially tonight, even though I'm getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. Westy the third gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. And also want to thank, real quick, Musical Wolves, a regular here on the Super Chat. $1.99. Can we get another crew member to NSF Live soon? So we should talk, I guess we can have somebody talk about that. I don't know, anybody can grab that one about NSF Live? Alex?
Well, sometimes we do have, I believe we have had astronauts before, retired and current astronauts. I do remember an Intrepid Museum show where we had, I think it was Jessica Watkins on NSF Live, which was really cool.
That's awesome. And one of the things that I found when you hang around the press site here is that the astronauts often just kind of walk around, and sometimes they have some PR people with them, or PAOs, I should say, who want to make sure that, or say, hey, you want to interview somebody. And so when you're covering things here at the press site, you can sometimes get some really neat opportunities to interview some folks. So I'll be on the lookout on my next shift change here to see if I can see who's crawling around inside there. Maybe we'll grab somebody quick and have a chat if we can find somebody to talk to. So, EJ, I want to ask you this question.
Sure.
And maybe Alex can also chime in on this. What do the astronauts feel inside as far as the vibrations and stuff? This comes from Basic Trio YT. And I remember when they had the first demo flight, there was some discussion about how different Dragon felt than Shuttle, of course, and even different than Soyuz. What do they feel in a Dragon that's different?
So,
if you know.
That's a great question. On Dragon, actually, compared to the Shuttle, it's a pretty dang smooth ride. And the reason is, well, what kind of engines you have. Dragon is actually pretty dang smooth. Liquid fuel engines, I mean, don't get me wrong, they are rocking and rolling the entire time. I mean, if you guys watch the NSF static fire, the Booster 9 static fire from yesterday morning, when that thing went, the cameras were shaking all over the place. Liquid fuel engines do pack a punch, but comparatively to like the Shuttle with its solid rocket boosters, the solid rocket boosters from the people that I've talked to, that is just a violent ride. Those SRBs, just kind of the nature of, well, it's has to do with like nozzle design and combustion chamber geometry, etc., etc. I won't nerd out too much here. That they give off crazy resonant vibrations. Like it is a violent ride up. You can go search around and look for the Shuttle onboards. You see the astronauts are shaking around, and then when the SRBs separate, the 3 Shuttle engines, it's a nice smooth ride. But don't get me wrong, I mean, liquid fuel engines they do rock the house too, but not like those solid rocket boosters do.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that the astronauts tell is that the first stage flight of Falcon 9 is very smooth, and that is actually with the MVAC engine when it gets rough. And apparently it's because it's closer to them, because obviously the 9 engines on the first stage are like, 60 meters away from them, whereas the MVAC is maybe 10, 15 meters maybe at most. So it's very close, and it's 100 tons of thrust. So it's basically huffing and puffing all the way to orbit. Those 6 minutes that last the orbital insertion burn.
And I'm guessing the gimbaling they probably feel also, especially as they continue accelerating, right, Alex?
Yeah, the G's go up. I think the limit 3.5 G's to keep the crew okay and everything is. You don't want more G's than that.
I mean, that's part of the human rating certification that NASA gives to vehicles. To get a human rating certification, you need to be able to fly a flight trajectory that doesn't liquefy the people on board. That probably is not wanted. I'm just putting it out there. You probably don't want that.
Yeah, being liquefied is not doesn't sound enjoyable.
Nah,
and Alex,
I don't want to do that.
And how do you manage the G forces? And I guess the engines have to dynamically throttle according to the G load.
Yeah, they throttle down the engine very, very slowly as it gradually builds up, because as you burn all of that propellant, obviously you have less and less mass, but if you keep the thrust equal, then your acceleration goes up, right? So you need to throttle down that engine a little bit until you basically match that 3.5 Gs of acceleration.
And I got a question here from the chat. Again, you can add your question to the question queue by hitting @NASA Spaceflight. And as things start to pick up here, we're going to have to be looking at events taking place. So if we don't get to your chat right away, we will do our best to get there before liftoff here. But this next question I thought would be a good one. I'm not going to actually read the entire question because it has the S word in it. But what happened last night that prevented the launch? And this is from Khalid Zubi. Maybe Alex, you can take that one.
Yeah, so from what NASA mentioned, they apparently had not an issue with this life support system, but in general with the certification and approval, and basically checking off that the life support system was okay, because this was actually something that they had talked on the Flight Readiness Review press conference, that they had seen on previous Dragons sometimes there were a few valves here and there that did not work properly, so they had been checking thoroughly all of the valves inside of Dragon, including those on the life support system. And so they were still, by yesterday, they were conducting on the morning, so basically the morning before of the launch, they were performing that launch readiness review, which occurs after about T-minus 24 hours, and it basically went for so long, and they still were looking through all the analysis, doing all of those decisions. That paper were remaining, so they didn't have enough time to go and prepare for the launch yesterday. And so right now, today, everything is cool and good, and all is approved. And hopefully in 1 hour, 60 minutes, and 50 seconds, we're going to see that launch of Crew-7.
And EJ, last night's events really speak to the fact that you don't want to have that was it the go syndrome that you said?
Go fever.
A good example. Go fever. That was a good example of just, hey, you know what? We can take a breather here. And do you have any more on what you think happened last night?
Well, from SpaceX official, they needed to close out some paperwork with the environmental control systems. I was actually refilling my water, so Alex, if you just said this, please let me know.
Yeah, for the life support system. Yep.
Yeah, they wanted to. I mean, I could sit here and say they're checking this part on the life support system, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory that you want to make sure your astronauts can breathe when they're up in space. That's you probably want that. Yeah, I'd say so.
That's a mission requirement, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should do that. That's a good idea.
We are now approaching the hour and 15-minute to launch mark. And Alex, what can we expect happening in the next few minutes here?
Yeah, so pretty much waiting for those go-no-go polls to happen in about 15 minutes. It's going to take about 10 minutes. I don't think we're going to hear those. Those are sort of electronic go-no-go polls that they have. And they're going to be polling all the people, again, Mission Control Center at Hawthorne. the Johnson Space Center Mission Control Center for the ISS. They're also going to be doing the Launch Control Center here at Roberts Road at Hangar X at Kennedy Space Center. And then in the 10 minutes or so that it takes, then they're gonna go to the crew and say, hey, you're ready to go, go, no go poll with the crew as well. They're gonna poll go, hopefully, right? That's obviously something that we already expect to happen. And around T-minus 45 minutes, that's when they start the procedure to retract the crew access arm. So in about 30 minutes, we'll see that retraction of the crew access arm and arming of the launch escape system.
And right. So that they arm the launch escape system. The crew access arm is away. So at that point, the only way they can get out is to have Dragon actually leave the Falcon 9. Once we get to that point.
Say that again, Lon.
So once that crew access arm swings away, so right now we certainly don't want to have anything happen here, but right now they have basically if something were to go wrong right now, they could basically exit the spacecraft, walk down the crew access arm, take those zip lines down the pad and get to safety.
Yeah.
But of course, following the crew access arm moving away from Dragon, the only way to have a crew escape system would be for Dragon to actually ignite its escape engines and leave the Falcon 9. Is that right?
Yeah, it depends on the abort contingency. Like, it really depends on what's called a failure mode. It depends on what's going wrong. Like, even in some types of failure modes, you would take the elevators back down or take the stairs on the fixed service structure over the slide wire baskets. The slide wire baskets are there in case there's a fire at the bottom of the pad somewhere. So, I mean, you obviously don't want to go down that way, and it's on fire, so you should get away from it, right? So that's when you take the slide wire basket. It depends on the abort. But if there's an off-nominal thing during fueling, they're not going to be like, nope, we're done, bye. Like, it really depends on
right.
on the what's going on, like what constitutes failure mode criteria to trigger the launch escape system. But yeah, I mean, in most cases they probably just rotate the crew arm back in and be like, yeah, you should probably get out of there. But yeah, it really depends on what it is.
And I know in shuttle, those crew access arms could basically just go right back into position very, very quickly. Is that the same system here with the SpaceX crew arm?
Yeah. Yep. Alex, go for it, dude.
Yeah, we've seen that, especially when they have had an abort during the count, not mentioning, like an abort of launch abort, but an abort of the countdown itself, that it stops the clock and they have to, because they have had some technical issue or something, and they need to detank the rocket, right? That will be what we call a scrub in the count. And so when that happens, they need to basically put back the crew access arm after they have detanked the complete rocket, and then they exit and everything. They open the hatch, they exit, blah, 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 all of that. And so when it does that, it does pretty much quickly. It's not really that slow. It goes out to the capsule relatively quickly.
It's also put into like a standby position. They don't fully move that thing all the way back.
Exactly.
Right. And
it's like the
really
Stromback of the TE as well.
Yep.
And you know what else can get to you really, really quickly? Do you know?
What?
It's the amazing merchandise that you can find in the NSF store. And we have all sorts of cool stuff, including patches. We have these beautiful metal prints that you can get of various space-related things. And I keep putting this on my wife's iPad in the morning in the hopes that she might purchase one of these things. Look at that beautiful streak of a rocket launch here. So a lot of those space pictures that you admire on the NSF forums and on all of our other social media, you can own these and own them more than just printing them out on paper, actually having a metallic print of them. And there's a lot of other things in store for you on the store. And as I said, they get to you quickly. They don't have to go to space to deliver this to you. It'll come by, whatever shipping makes the most sense for your particular location. And this also helps the team out immensely here because there's a lot that goes into this effort. So all of your support would be necessary to keep this all up and running. And one of the best parts about the merch store is that in supporting the channel, you also get some cool stuff, space related, of course, as part of the deal. So really neat store to check out on NSF. I believe it's NASAspaceflight.com, I think is where you can find the store. So
shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And that
Okay,
is
Lon, be real. How long did you have that segue teed up and ready to go? Be real.
Well, I was listening for the right opportunity, so I practiced these in my sleep. So
No, you did good. That was fine. It was great.
So it's a lot of fun there. So, and we are awaiting now some of the last bits of checklist items so we can get this rocket fueled. We are
M1D and
nearing.
MVAC fuel bleed has started.
There's the fuel bleed,
Oh,
like Alex
the
was saying.
fuel bleed. There you go.
Yep.
And this is what you were talking about earlier. In other words, that we're basically priming the engines here for ignition. So that is a good step. That means that we are continuing working our way towards that liftoff time, which has to happen right on schedule, Alex, right? We don't have a second to spare here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 3:27 a.m. Eastern time.
And I guess it's not so much about trying to catch up with the space station as it is just trying to be where it's going to be. Is that a simple way to explain it?
It's more about launching into the ISS's orbital plane.
Mm-hmm.
The ISS is 51 degrees inclined, Lon. So, like, if you drew a map of the ISS's orbit on, like, a 2D image of the globe, the equator would be a straight line. The ISS would be a squiggly line. It would be going up and down and up and down. The point where it crosses the equator, if you made that an angle, it would be 51.6 degrees. That's called, in orbital mechanics, that's called orbital inclination. So how inclined is your orbit relative to the celestial body that you're orbiting around? Now, because the Earth is spinning, there's a spinning, well, kind of horizontally, I guess. I mean, we do have an axial tilt, right? But the ISS is tilted relative to the equator. Florida only crosses through the ISS's orbital path every once in a while. That is why we're all up here super late at night. I mean, for Alex, it's super early. That's why we're all up here late at night, because you have to wait until it crosses the orbital path. The ISS doesn't necessarily have to be overhead. That would be the most ideal launch window. When it flies right over and then you launch into the orbital plane, you could catch right up with it. But it's more about getting into the orbital plane. Why?
Yeah.
Why is that a big deal? It's because, well, it's hard to take turns in space. Anytime you kind of maneuver tangent to the prograde velocity that you're going, if you try to take a left-hand turn in space, well, in space, orbital velocity is about 17,500 miles an hour, about 28,000 kph. Trying to turn when you're going that fast doesn't work very well, so it's better to accelerate the vehicle into that orbital plane right off the bat. It's more about the inclination than anything. Because if they wait even a second longer or 5 seconds before, you're not going to have enough fuel to get there and be safe for the mission to come back down later.
So lots of precision here, and it's,
we need to do a video about that.
Yeah, we can talk about this stuff for days, man.
Hey, we have some super chatters to thank here. I want to thank Man on Mars. Shout out to Master Sergeant Chewy of the United States Marine Corps on an incredible 24-year career. We appreciate you and everything you have done. Thank you very much for your support, Mans on Mars, and we also want to thank the sergeant there for his service. So thank you very much for that. And we have a $10 super chat from Amber. I have another request for the management to add pins to the shop. And thank you all for all you do. So thank you, Amber, for your support. And I will run this up the chain for you and see what we can do to add more awesome items to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So there you go. Great supporters there. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support as we sit out here late at night, although we're almost at an hour here. So it's great. I rolled in around the 6-hour mark and I said, boy, it's going to be a long night. And then, I sat down here and started talking to everybody, and it goes quick. So it's always fun to have some smart conversation around what we're looking at here. Anything different on this launch, Alex?
Well, I'm not sure if there's anything different in that sense.
Because I think you had said earlier you may know something new, or something new was put
the
here,
launch control center. It is
that
different
was
for
the big
this
thing.
time around.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right, because there was a launch control center that, as you said, was in Cape Canaveral. And it was funny, I first visited that control center years and years ago when SpaceX was first getting started. At that time, it was just a launch center. And then I was over there today, and now it says Launch and Landing Center. So that's different.
Yeah, that's the first one that they had. And then they got Firing Room 4 at the Kennedy Space Center. that was like an old shuttle launch control center that they had there, and they basically took it over and used it for these Dragon launches and also other kinds of launches from LC-39A. But now they have everything under the same roof, and so they have everything right now at Hangar X. I do believe they probably still use some of those launch control centers still, like they are in that transition because they have many launches from the Cape, and sometimes they have like they may have one here and then there's another right there at Slick 40. You can see it from in person, right? And so they basically can support multiples of these launches at the same time with multiple launch centers.
Kind of like NSF here, we can support multiple launches at the same time. We're very versatile. We're all over the place, and
yeah,
I know the whole team is working hard to support all of these. Hey, EJ, I'm curious too. This is going to be a return to landing site launch here, or launch site, I should say. Is that a usual occurrence for a space station mission? I seem to recall most of these ending up on the drone ships.
Well, I actually was talking to Alex about this before we started this stream up. This is the first crewed NASA mission that's going to do a return to launch site. Now, there has been crew RTLS before, but not with NASA missions. That was during a commercial mission. Alex, that was Axiom 2, if I'm remembering right. Yeah.
Yep, it was a cool shot of the return back. That was a daylight launch though. This time around it's gonna be in darkness, but still exciting because it's like 2 Roman candles. Well, for the Falcon Heavy it's 2, but in this case it's like 1 Roman candle like coming down from the air. It's super amazing. And this time it is different because the entry burn is 1 engine and then the landing burn is 1-3-1, and that means that they ignite the center engine, then 2 of the outer engines to slam on the brakes, sort of like really last minute slow down there on the booster velocity, and then they shut down those 2 outer engines and finish the landing with just a single center engine on Falcon 9, which is really cool. It looks like they're gonna crash, and then suddenly it's like 1-3-1, and it slowly gets to the pad.
The crazy thing about stepping on the brakes, sorry, Lana, real quick. The crazy thing about stepping on the brakes like that, believe it or not, is that is actually more efficient than doing a nice long landing burn. The higher TWR you have when you're down in the atmosphere with your booster, the more delta V it's going to have. Very interesting.
And it's a lot more fun to watch.
It is also fun to watch, yeah, because you don't have to spend a lot of fuel on like going slowly, like slowing down slowly. Basically, the acceleration is lower when you only have 1 engine. But if you have all 3 engines, it seems counterintuitive because you use more propellant, but the burn is shorter. So overall, the propellant consumption is shorter as well. It's more efficient.
And what am I going to be able to see here, Alex? So I'm sitting here, it's dark out, right? Beautiful sky here, not a cloud to be seen. I see stars. I know when I watched Artemis lift off earlier than now, at 2-something in the morning, not 3-something in the morning, I could see quite a bit. I could see the SRB separations. I could see a lot of the mission kind of happening before my eyes. With this mission where I'm at, given the conditions, what do you think I'm going to be able to see when Falcon 9 lifts off and we have the booster head back to the landing site?
Well, hopefully you see a really, really clear picture-perfect launch. It should head out northeast from the Cape and head out into basically hugging the east coast of the United States. And that booster, it's probably going to perform the usual nebula, the Falcon Nebula, where the sort of the exhaust from the MVAC engine and the exhaust from the boost back burn of the booster collide each other and create this beautiful spectacle in the sky where it's like fire meets fire kind of thing. It is amazing. It's the Falcon Nebula, and hopefully, if you have clear skies, you can see the stars. You're gonna have a really good show tonight. Or early morning, I guess.
Yeah, so it's going to be worth the pain I will feel tomorrow as I as I fly back to my to my home base here. So that's exciting. So I'm looking forward to it now. Hey, I've got another another merchandise request for the management here from Musical Wolves, $1.99 super chat. Musical Wolves likes camping. How about an NSF sleeping bag? Well, I will pass that along. What I would think would be great out here would be some NSF, like those portable hammocks you can get. I could just be watching the stars go by as we as we wait out the launch here. So that'd be kind of a cool thing too. So I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for all these ideas here. And I know Crispy is watching here on the chat with all my ideas that we are taking from all of you. So keep them coming, because you know what? If there's demand, we'll see what we can
commencing
do.
orbit tank isolation valve cycle to equalize low flow pressure.
Okay.
All right, so what do we just hear there?
So, low flow. Sounds like slow filling now. I think. Alex?
I think it's related to the capsule. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
We must be getting close to. So how long does it take to fuel this this whole spaceship here, Alex? Because we're about what, an hour, less than an hour now to the T0 mark.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the fueling is pretty quick on this.
Yeah, the fuel load will start at T-minus 35 minutes. That's when the propellant load will start on Falcon 9. It is an automated launch countdown sequence. At that point, it runs pretty much all by computers. They start loading both liquid oxygen and kerosene on the first stage and kerosene on the second stage. At about T-minus 20 minutes, they basically stop the load of kerosene on the second stage. It will have already wrapped up by then. We're going to see that famous T-minus 20-minute vent as well as they chill down the propellant lines on the Stromback, the white structure next to...
You are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Here we go.
That's one of the polls.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5.
Neat.
And do we know what
Section 5
Section 5 is?
Yeah, we're going to see first the kerosene for the second stage and then the liquid oxygen as well. Yeah, we're going to see all of that venting and everything. So just wait a little bit, few minutes.
Yeah. You said that there's a 20-minute vent on the TE, but the whole loading takes 35 minutes. Why would you have a 20-minute vent 35 minutes in when they're already flowing fuel and oxidizer? What's going on there?
Yeah, so that is to chill down the liquid oxygen line onto the second stage, because you have it right now at room temperature. And what will happen if you were to load liquid oxygen at the full load that you put through when you load the second stage is that you will basically have a really bad time. There will be a lot of liquid oxygen boiling off instantly and converting into gaseous oxygen at high pressure and everything. You will basically probably rupture your fuel lines. And so what you do is normally you cool down the lines previously with a little bit of liquid nitrogen. You flow just a little bit at low pressure. You let the line get cold enough for that liquid oxygen to flow later on. And they load that liquid oxygen at about T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
There you go.
Right, so
cool. That's on the second stage, though. The first stage gets the liquid oxygen at T-minus 35 minutes.
So it sounds like they're trying to time it so first and second stage fill up at the exact same times right before you're ready to launch, right?
Yeah, it is a very, very carefully choreographed...
go for launch.
All right, that's what we want to hear.
SpaceX copies. Crew-7 is go for launch.
Let's go. Here we go.
The first of many goes, let's hope. And let me ask you too, as we're waiting for fueling to begin here, Falcon 9 runs on kerosene essentially. As we saw with Artemis, they had a lot of struggles with fuel because it runs on liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. I'm guessing kerosene and liquid oxygen is a lot easier to work with?
Yeah, it's a little bit more forgiving. Now, kerosene and liquid oxygen is a semi-cryogenic propellant. So basically, plain English way of saying that, your oxidizer's cold, your fuel is not. Because of that, it's very easy to work with, but there are some drawbacks. It's always a trade-off with engineering every single time. So with kerosene, you're going to get a way more energetic reaction. Kerosene and liquid oxygen really like to blow up really, really well. They atomize really good and they combust really, really well. So with Kerolox rockets, as you know, kerosene and liquid oxygen, with Kerolox rockets, you usually get higher thrust. You get a more energetic burn at the behest of efficiency. If you look at Falcon 9's engines, there's all this soot coming out, and if you see a reused Falcon 9, well, that's not burn marks on the outside of the first stage. That's because it flew through its own exhaust. So it's not the most efficient thing, but you do gain a lot of power. That's why a lot of first stages on rockets, so like Atlas V, and then going far back, Saturn V, you have Kerolox first stages, and then you have Hydrolox second stages. Now, Hydrogen is
operators on countdown, propellant load, and launch go no pole. Go no go poles open at 55.80. Procedure 1.160.
okay. Starting to
That's
prop
the
load
pole being
operations.
open.
Yep. Here you go. So with hydrogen, hydrogen is ultra efficient. It is about as efficient as you're going to get for a chemical propellant when you use liquid oxygen with it. Problem with hydrogen, this is a fully cryogenic propellant now. The problem with hydrogen is that, well, it leaks. It leaks very, very well. Why does it leak? Well, when you have hydrogen in its liquid state, it's pretty stable. I mean, you have to keep it at pressure and you have to keep it extremely cold. But the problem with hydrogen is that it exists as a liquid in maybe a nominal window of about 5 degrees Kelvin, which is not a lot. And that 5 degrees Kelvin is, let's just say that's really, 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 really cold. So because you have such a small nominal window for hydrogen, it's very easy for hydrogen to turn to gas. Now, if it goes down to like near 0K, like you're probably not going to do that. That gets into solid hydrogen, but that's very unlikely. It's most likely going to heat up because 5 Kelvin is now it's almost nothing. That's almost the complete absence of heat, right? So hydrogen likes to leak. If it turns to gas, if it goes up even a little bit, 10 Kelvin, you have hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas at a molecular level is extremely small. It's a very, 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 very tiny atom. And guess what? It goes through things. It'll leak. It goes through seals. It goes through pipes. And if you get gaseous hydrogen pooling, well...
Yep, that's what happened with Artemis over and over again.
Yep.
Right.
Well, it was the leak rates during fast fill on SLS. They couldn't get a nominal pressure in there to basically not have it leak out either the core stage or leak out from the tail service mass carrier umbilical. But keep in mind, there are automated scavenging systems. Hydrogen is going to leak. You do not have a choice. It's going to leak. If you don't give it a way to go and then lead it to a purge flame, like on SLS, guess what? It's going to find a place to explode. It'll find a place to do it. If you don't give it a place to burn off, it'll do it itself. And then you get a Hindenburg, and that's not good. We don't want that. So
right.
With kerosene, you often get more energy. There's more energy, but it's not very efficient. With hydrogen, it's ultra efficient, super efficient, about as efficient as you get, but it's really, 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 really hard to deal with.
And so therefore the ease of, relative ease of kerosene here is probably why SpaceX opted for that. And briefly, Alex, I know you just shared in our chat here that the ISS is nearing Cape Canaveral right this minute, right? But we won't be able to see it here given that we're in the middle of the night. But that's part of this, right? That the space station will be coming overhead around the same, or just after, or just before, I should say, sorry, let me start again. The space station will be going overhead just before we launch here, and that's part of why we're launching at this late hour, right?
Yeah, as EJ mentioned before, these Dragon capsules, so basically when they launch to the ISS, they do not launch when the ISS is right overhead, but actually it's orbit. And so right now, the ISS is going near overhead, but not entirely. Its orbit is still not in the right location either. They need to wait those 51 minutes and 45 seconds that are remaining to the launch to get that alignment correctly to launch into that plane.
And it's amazing how much goes into those calculations, and knock on wood, how accurate they have been in making all of these spacecraft on a very regular basis match that orbit and successfully dock with the station overhead. And back to the fueling question, one of the things I'm noticing here as I've been visiting some various sites around the Cape Canaveral area is that it seems like the whole industry is shifting away from kerosene and to methane to power their rockets, right? So the new Vulcan rocket that ULA is working on, methane. The Starship, methane, and a few others are all methane, methane, methane. So why the shift, EJ? What's the deal with methane? Why is everybody seeing this?
Well, if we have a difficulty scale here for propellants with rockets to use, and kerosene is on the easier side and hydrogen is on the harder side, liquid methane and liquid oxygen is right in the center. It's not as efficient. Right. Exactly. It's not as efficient as hydrogen, but it's close. Methane is CH4, so you still have a lot of hydrogen, but you have a little bit of carbon to keep that hydrogen in line. So you don't have the problems that you have with hydrogen. but you also don't have the efficiency either. So now, if you flip that over to kerosene, kerosene is a hydrocarbon, so it's HC, 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 and a long freaking chain of atoms, right? Or molecules, excuse me. So over there, you're not going to get a fully complete burn. You're going to burn off some of it, and some of that carbon soot and carbon emissions will come out the bottom. And Falcon 9, when it's flying through its own exhaust cloud, when hopefully like what we see later with a landing, right? It's not really efficient, but it's super powerful. Methane represents basically right in the center. You get all the benefits of a fully cryogenic propellant, and you get the energy of using a hydrocarbon, but it's not as hard to handle as hydrogen. That's a really important thing. That it's funny because we've had this explosion of the commercial launch industry. Not actually, that would be bad. We've had this crazy expansion, I should say, of the commercial launch industry, right? And you're starting to see industry metas change. So, you've had vehicles that have been around for a while, like Atlas V, that have a Carolox first stage and a Hydrolox second stage with a Centaur. And even that's going out in favor, like you said, of Vulcan. Now, it's important to understand that not everyone is using just methane. Not everybody's using just Methalox. SpaceX uses methane and liquid oxygen. But, Vulcan is going to use LNG. It's going to use liquefied natural gas and oxygen. That's a little bit different. Now, what's the difference between liquid methane and liquid natural gas? Well, it's the composition. LNG you can tweak liquefied natural gas. You can tweak it basically depending on what you're trying to do with a rocket motor. And what's the difference between LNG and methane? Well, LNG has butane, and it has quality propane in it, boy. It has it has propane in it too, and it's a little bit of a mixture between butane, propane, and methane. That's what LNG is, and that's the difference. And by using that propane or putting the butane in there, you can actually tweak the propellant to get exactly what you want in terms of efficiency or in terms of energy.
So and there you go. So that's why we're looking at that as another fueling source for rockets. And I guess if I play my cards right, get some liquid oxygen at my house, I could build one too with some with some natural gas. So hey, we got a bunch of super chats here. So let me acknowledge a few before things really start heating up here with the go no go poll, which we're expecting any minute now. I want to thank first Patrick Fargi, $5 super chat. Missed a motorcycle cruise with some friends on the tail of the Dragon to be here tonight. Let's hope we got a good launch. Absolutely. And we have another super chat here from Andreas Christensen. Go Crew-7, go Andreas Mogensen, the first non-American pilot of a Dragon from a very proud Dane. Thank you very much for your support, and we are certainly proud to be bringing this coverage to you all over the world. And although it's 3 a.m. here, I think it's a little later in the morning over there. So hopefully you're all enjoying the coverage today, and we appreciate your support greatly. And now I don't know about this one, everybody. I gotta put this one up there because maybe one of you knows the answer. Justin Maters wants to know: Are there rodents on the space station? And Justin's wondering if there are hamsters, I guess, on the space station. I hadn't heard if we have rodents up there, but is that the case? I know we've flown small animals to the station in the past. I don't know if any of you have the answer to that one.
There are mousestronauts up there. Yeah, I'm not sure about hamsters, but there are mousestronauts up there. You want to hear the weird part about that, Lon? They brought the mouses up. They brought the mouses up into microgravity, and the mouses actually, or the moose, no, not mooses, but they actually learned to move around in 0G. That's actually one of the crazier things about it. You can go look up this footage. It's on NASA. Yeah, the mouses learned to, float around in space. At first, they were really confused, but then they figured it out. Crazy part about that, bees do the same thing. Bees can adapt to microgravity environments. That's actually an experiment that flew on the shuttle, well, a number of years ago now. But yeah, they learned that the way bees make nests, make like a beehive in space is different. It actually ends up not being exactly hive-shaped because of gravity, right? So there are mouses up there, absolutely, and they use them for experiments. But also, the mouse actually learn to move around just like a human would learn to adapt and move around up on the ISS. Really interesting stuff.
That is pretty amazing. So I guess there are a lot of experiments going on up there, and that's really what the space station is an orbiting laboratory. That was the entire intention of it, to have a permanent place where you could do long duration experiments unlike, the shuttle was great, but you can only go up for a couple weeks at a time, if that. So having something that is constantly orbiting gives you the opportunity for a lot, and there's a lot of science going on up there. We have another super chat here. So thank you all for your support. We appreciate it as we are getting close to an exciting period of the launch cycle here, which includes hopefully the launch itself. John Doker gave a $10 super chat. Just a quick thanks to you all. So thank you very much. I hope I did the y'all okay, because I'm from New England, so we're not so good at saying y'all, but I appreciate your. You can say y'all. There you go. So we appreciate your support and thank you very much as we. Yes?
Wait a second. Lon, try that again. Did you just try to say y'all and it was you all?
Y'all? Y'all?
Did you pronounce? I haven't spoken the entire stream, and that is what I had to turn on my microphone for.
This would get DOS speaking as if I had to do the y'all, so yes.
I heard you all, and I'm like, I don't think John said you all. I think you just said you all. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. This is an exciting night. How are you doing?
Not too bad. I got a notification on my phone. There was supposed to be a launch. I guess I should start paying attention, huh?
Yeah, I think it's about time to start getting ready, because I think we're about 44 minutes away here. I know that we're expecting the go, no-go poll any minute now. So yeah, we're going to have a lot happening here in a pretty quick 45 minutes, I think.
All right. Good deal. I've been in the background. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, as I was just saying, I've been in the background here listening to what y'all are talking through. It's so good to hear so many different things that we can discuss while we wait. I know it's a long time. What do we do? Go live 4 hours before the launch, and now we're down coming up on 40 minutes before the launch. But I've just been listening in, clicking together camera lenses upon camera lenses. Y'all have been seeing a camera I've been operating over here, but I have not been talking, and just been listening into y'all. Y'all are doing a great job tonight.
Thank you, sir.
I heard a couple of y'alls there.
A couple of y'alls. Y'alls, thank you. Lon, we can mute Lon, can't we? Like every time he tries to say that, can we like buzz him or something?
I think we have another pun token equivalent. So.
Oh gosh.
Oh no, like what? A y'all avoidance token or something? A y'all correction?
Something like that. You don't want this New England guy doing that.
Lon, I was gonna say, just stick around DOS for a little while. I learned how to say y'all.
Go ahead, Dragon.
Here we go.
We didn't hear the poll for prop load and launch readiness, so just give it a call.
Okay.
Sorry, Dragon, I just missed the last of your sentence there. Can you please repeat?
Attention operators on countdown. Polling is complete. The joint NASA and SpaceX teams have pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms go into lockdown in T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launchscape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launchscape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent, no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch audio sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Copy, proceeding to arm crew arm for movement.
All right, so it looks like this is the time in which the crew arm will begin moving away.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, this is a pretty critical moment now because this is when probably the riskiest
crew access
part
arm retraction started.
Here we go.
All right.
Yeah, this is when it gets real. When, I'm already nervous. There we go. Crew access arm is retracting.
Yep. There it goes.
There's a CA retract, and you can see if they show the onboard from the crew access arm, you see why when they were retracting that curtain, why they were wearing harnesses. It's you retract that curtain, it's kind of a long way down. So when the pad ninjas were in there an hour ago, pulling back the curtain, right, for the crew access arm retraction, it's that little kind of shroud that's around the end of the crew access arm there. Yeah, they were wearing harnesses because, yep, that's a long way. That would
yeah.
hurt.
It's a very long way. About how high is it from there to the ground?
60 meters, 65. I think
Yeah.
to the top of the Dragon is 65, so maybe 60.
Yeah, about 220 feet. That's a
Oh,
long
good.
way.
I needed that calculation
Yep.
there. Yeah, not only am I not good at my alts, I'm not good at my metric to imperial conversions. so it is a long
arm
way
retraction
down
complete.
There we go.
CAA
All right.
is in the standby position.
Okay, so now.
And
So,
Dragon
Alex, can you begin
SpaceX,
fueling
you
now?
are go for Section 6, closed visors and arm launch escape system.
Here we go.
Okay, there we go. That's the arming. Got it.
Dragon Cappies go for Section 6, launch escape system arming.
So what they're going to do now, arming the integrated launch escape system. As Alex was saying earlier, the ILES is using hypergolic propellants, nitrogen tetroxide and monomethylhydrazine. The reason why you use these is because they're simple propellants. When they hit each other, they explode. So that affords you to make a less complicated rocket engine on the vehicle, which is already a complicated
SpaceX
piece of
Dragon
equipment.
visors closed, arming launch escape system.
So what they're going to do now, there's a go for arming
Copy,
launch
your
escape
go.
system from the crew right there. What they're going to do now is they're going to open up helium tanks, helium COPVs on the vehicle, and those helium tanks are going to lead to the nitrogen tetroxide and monomethylhydrazine tanks. Inside of these composite overwrap pressure vessels, there's a fuel bladder, and that's what the fuel and the oxidizer is inside. It's like an inflated balloon inside of the pressure vessel, and the helium fills the gap between the balloon and the outside of the tank, and it basically, well, it squeezes it like a turkey baster. That's how they get their pressure, and that's going to pressurize the system that goes to the Super Dracos, which is in those 4 nacelles on the Dragon up on the top. That will indicate a good launch escape system prime when they get the helium to squeeze the fuel into the Super Dracos. And from there, if an abort does get triggered, we wouldn't want that. But if it does, all they got to do is open up the taps on the Super Dracos and
Launch
off it
escape
goes.
system is verified armed.
There we go.
All right. So now that it is armed, the fueling can begin. I'm just eager for fueling here. I want to see that venting.
Yeah. That should come up at about, in 3 minutes, they'll do the usual launch auto sequence has a started call out, and that means the automated countdown sequence for loading the propellants will begin. And again, as I mentioned before, it's going to be first, basically the first stage is going to be loaded both with liquid oxygen and kerosene, and the second stage is going to be loaded first only with kerosene, and at about T-minus 20 minutes, that'll wrap up, and liquid oxygen load on the second stage will begin at T-minus 60 minutes and 30 seconds. So that is sort of how it goes.
And we spoke earlier about the second stage and the G-forces the astronauts experience. When SpaceX is doing a cargo launch, are they as concerned about G-forces and can they get more performance out of the vehicle because they don't have to think about those things?
Well, it really depends on what experiments are moving up there.
F9 tanks venting for prop load in 10 seconds. Expect loud venting.
Okay.
Right, expect loud venting.
They're going to open up the ullage vents on Falcon 9 to prep for fueling. So,
they're gonna hear that, by the way, inside of Dragon. So that's probably why they're giving them that warning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Lon, what was your question again? Sorry, I'm looking at the picture and I'm looking for fueling.
That's okay. Yeah, we were talking earlier about, I have these random questions that pop in my head as we talk about things, but we were talking earlier about how the G-forces on the second stage essentially are, they try to limit it to about 3.5 Gs, give or take. So certainly there's some throttling of the engine that has to take place, which of course impacts your performance. I'm guessing for some of these non-crewed missions that the G-forces are not as much of a concern, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Picked it up. So it really depends on the experiments that you're moving. Some experiments that they might run on the ISS in those rack canisters that I was telling you about, they might be sensitive to vibration. So trajectory is optimized around what's in it. I mean, obviously, if you're moving up like some packages of water and some snacks, right? Maybe for Jeb Kerman, some snacks. I don't think the food is going to really care that it's being accelerated at
Right.
that speed. But if you have
Right.
like a piece of an experiment that has a sensitive sensor,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
sensitive instrumentation on it,
Right.
you really have to kind of optimize your trajectory around payload. Every rocket's trajectory is optimized around what it's launching. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are parameters with a rocket that, you know, your payload has to constrict to, but the payload is the primary mission, so you're kind of working around that.
Got it. And Sawyer and our Sawyer was reminding us also that during dress rehearsals, because we just heard that call out about the venting that was taking place, they pipe in audio to simulate the noises that they're hearing now, so that they can know not to panic, I guess, when they hear a loud venting sound.
Propellant load has started.
Here we go.
There we go.
Prop load began on time, Alex. It's right at 35 minutes.
All right, and we got a couple of super chats, and we'll be obviously jumping in and out as we hear the call outs from Mission Control here, but I want to thank Man's on Mars again, who says, I fly a U-Haul, you all, to the space station. So, you know, to some degree, there are some space U-Hauls that, that bring cargo back and forth. Certainly the Dragons being reusable, both in their crew and cargo form, could probably pass for a truck of some kind, a very expensive one. And we also have a new PadRat member, Richard Quirk. Thank you very much for your support.
I think Mans was just trying to get you to say y'all again.
Probably. I'm sure there's a fine that will have to be paid to DOS directly after, after the season is over with.
Maybe even Ian's token too.
Exactly. I used to be on my local Rotary Club. We would fine each other for all sorts of things like that. So,
oh dear.
So what's happening? So Alex, what's happening now? We have fuel going into the rocket. What fuels are both the liquid oxygen and the kerosene go in simultaneously? Do they stagger the two? How does it go?
Yeah, for the first stage right now it is both, but for the second stage it's only the kerosene. So you're gonna see in about 3 or 4 minutes, you're gonna see condensation coming off from the booster. It's gonna get frosty, and you're gonna see all of these, venting around the tanks. It is actually not the rocket venting itself. It'll vent as it gets loaded, but it's most like the humidity in the atmosphere. All of that water gets frosty and condenses against the walls of the tank. And yeah, so you won't see that on the second stage just yet. You'll have to wait about another 16 minutes or so until that happens. And yeah, we're pretty much just right now on the moment where it's like a really delicate moment, because now it is when the Falcon 9 becomes active. It is right before the launch, and it is also when they are loading propellants. That's a very active situation where you have highly explosive material, let's be honest, right? And being loaded very actively onto the vehicle. And it is that it is a very risky situation. That's why they arm the launch escape system.
And when we talk about the venting and the condensation that we're about to see, certainly we're in Florida, and I have a water bottle here next to me on the table that was in the refrigerator earlier, and it's soaking wet. And I guess it's pretty similar to what we'll see on the outside of the rocket, right?
Yep.
Although it'll be freezing due to the temperatures involved.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the same concept. If it's a nice warm day and you go into the fridge, you get a cold snack out of there, it starts sweating. It's the same idea. Only Falcon 9's a little bit colder. Don't lick it. Not good stuff is going to happen. Don't do that.
What if you double dog dare me to do it?
I mean, I don't know. You want a Red Rider or not?
Look, I'm just going to say, if you're close enough to lick it, they're going to scrub the launch. So let's not do that.
Oh, don't say that. Right. Oh, why'd you say that?
Not a thing. Nope, that's not a thing. You can't be there right now.
Years ago, back right, I think it was actually either during the STS-134 or 135 launch, SpaceX was inviting members of the media into their facility that they have over at Cape Canaveral, where there was a Falcon 9 horizontal. It's getting late. my sense of space is slowly erasing itself. But they allowed us to kind of crawl under it, and they said you can crawl under it, you can do whatever you want. Just don't take pictures.
Stage 1 cryo-helium loading has started.
And don't touch the flight hardware. So cryo-helium, EJ, was that what you were referring to on the escape stage, or that's something else that they use helium for?
No,
That's for Falcon 9.
Yeah, exactly. The cryo-helium is for Falcon 9. They use helium for tank ullage, Alex, right? They use it for tank ullage. So basically getting the right
pressurize
pressures.
the tanks.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cryohelium here, the reason why they call it cryohelium and not just helium, it's because it is actually helium at very cold temperatures, and it is the one being stored on the liquid oxygen tank on both stages. And so they have also COPVs, composite overwrapped pressure vessels, on the kerosene tank, but those store helium at ambient pressure, and not ambient pressure, ambient temperature. So it is not cryohelium. That's why they add that cryo to the word, because it sort of differentiates between one type of helium and the other that they load onto the vehicle.
Yeah, the important thing to understand is that helium it is really difficult to get helium to exist as a liquid. You can do it, but helium, believe it or not, on the periodic table of elements is hydrogen's distant cousin. It is also very, very hard to keep and stay as a liquid before it just wants to turn back into a gas. So, I mean, helium is similar properties for like solidification and liquefaction. It's similar to hydrogen. They're distant cousins.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why they have that cryohelium is because, especially for the first stage, and they have it on inside of the liquid oxygen tank, is because it's very cold, and the colder that you load it, the more you can pack on the same volume, because it gets denser, right? And the good thing of that is that it is very useful for pressurization, mainly because the amount of gas that you need to load onto the tank to keep it pressurized, the tank is very, very, like, it's big, it's enormous, right? So you need a lot of helium to be loaded, and the less bottles that you use to keep that helium, the better. So if you load it cryo, you load it cold, it is denser, so you need less bottles of those. And so that's why they are inside of the liquid oxygen tank. Now they do have, as I mentioned before, some of those on the RP1 tank, because sometimes you do need helium at ambient temperature, namely for the startup sequence of the Merlin engines, for example. You need to spin up the pumps, and for relight, for when the booster comes back, for example, or for the MVAC engine when it is up in space. And so it pretty much needs that at ambient temperatures, so that it doesn't, do any sort of nasty stuff on your rocket.
We don't want nasty stuff on our rocket at all.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly has on its way to orbit here. And this is a new booster. Is there anything, obviously they don't have to go through all the refurbishment because this one hasn't flown yet before, Alex, but what does a new booster mean for the SpaceX's Falcon 9 program? Is there uncertainties involved with new boosters, or are they just as reliable as the flight proven models that they have?
They actually, because these new boosters are basically built with all of the knowledge gained from the flight proven boosters, they pretty much take these new boosters already as if they were flight proven. They actually test them at McGregor pretty thoroughly, so they pretty much ran already a lot of tests to make sure that they are okay. But for crew missions in particular, they really make sure that they are, like, they don't take any chances, right? For a cargo mission,
Dragon,
such as
SpaceX
CRS.
update.
SpaceX, go for Dragon.
Okay, Dragon, we wanted to give you an update. We saw a transient hit on one of a gas detector inside the crew arm. This is one of two sensors in the white room. The other sensor, however, did not register this detection. We took a look at the history of the sensor over the last day, as well as the flight history for all the sensors, and have not seen this transient condition before. Right now, teams are scrubbing their systems and camera views just to verify that all systems are nominal. At this time, we're proceeding with the count. Expect an update from us at around T-minus 17 minutes. Out copy.
SpaceX Dragon copies a transient hit on one of two sensors on the arm, and that you're taking a look at it, and we'll expect an update at T-minus 17 minutes.
Good readback.
So what was the concern there that we just heard, EJ?
They had gas detection inside of the crew access arm. Hazardous gases are, well, it's a The name's kind of self-explanatory.
SpaceX Dragon, and what kind of sensor was it?
Yeah, here, listen.
And Dragon, it was a detection of NTO.
Yep. Hazardous
And Alex,
gas.
what is MTO?
Stage 2 cryo.
So that's some of the hypergolic propellants from the launch escape system and Dragon's reaction control systems. Yeah, they have double redundant gauges inside of the crew axis arm, but one of them got a trace of NTO, which could potentially indicate a leak. Or it could be a result from Dragon pressurization. The mission director said he's going to look into it, basically.
Yeah,
Nitrogen-
and
Go ahead.
it could also be a false alarm. That's why they checked the other sensor, and that's why sort of they looked into it. They have other measures to make sure that is not a false positive or anything like it. So they're gonna give that update at T-minus 17 minutes. So hopefully everything will be okay by then.
Yeah, I mean, you have double redundant sensors. Part of the thing is that you can't really verify if, you're not there. You're not going to have somebody in the crew access arm going, hell, is there NTO? Let me go sniff around for it. No, sometimes you have to verify that your telemetry is good, and they do that with two sensors. There's double redundancy in it.
Yeah, because you don't want to be fooled, right?
Exactly.
A bad sensor can make you do really bad decisions. So you normally have multiple of them. Normally also independent, like they are not connected to the same tree of faults or anything like that. They're independent sensors and independent ways of identifying the same kind of issues. If you have multiple things there, that is a very good thing to have, and that is precisely what they're doing here. And yeah, I will say the correct thing to do. They're really professionals.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to mess around when there's people on board. Don't even take the chance. But Alex, if I heard that right, the MD is going to check it against prior positives of NTO traces from other missions. So what they're basically doing with that is verifying if this has happened before. If it's happened before, I mean, Alex, you said that with the new Falcon 9, they built it based off of all the stuff that they know. You have a lot of flight-proven data here and a lot of past missions to as basically a gigantic knowledge base for how to operate Falcon 9. I'm pretty sure I heard the mission director say that they're going to check it against other crew missions to see if this has happened, which is the right move. That's the right thing to do.
And as we wait here, they're still keeping the countdown clock going. The fuel is still going in, so we will hopefully hope that it's just a bad sensor and we can keep on trucking here up into orbit in a few minutes. I do want to give a shout out. Chris B is with the NSF watching crowd at Rotary Riverside Park. He's got a lot of people there, which is awesome.
Hey.
So thank you everybody for tuning in. Hope we can't see or hear you, but I'm sure you're cheering right now. So thank you very much for tuning in to the NSF live stream. We did see a picture of it in our chat room here of inflatable projection screen and everything else. Looks like a lot of fun, and I bet you there's less mosquitoes there than there are out here right now. So we are. Chris is not there, but other people are. So good. There's a good crowd watching, and we are appreciative of that. Well, we're waiting on the status of this sensor issue, and the gas they detected is really the gas you don't want to have anywhere near where people are going to be, right, Alex?
Yeah, and on another note, we should be about 2 minutes and less than, basically less than 2 minutes from that T-minus 20-minute vent, which will signify the end of kerosene load on the second stage and the chill down of the liquid oxygen lines on the transport reactor. You can already see some of that venting from that line. That is sort of a pre-chill kind of thing that they do, and then they start the chill down process in more higher flow. And you can see you can see a little bit of venting from the Stromback, that white structure next to the rocket. That is the one that supplies propellants to the second stage. It is there to hold the rocket vertical, like from horizontal to vertical. It also has a bunch of other communications lines to the spacecraft. Purge lines for the first stage, but yeah, we should see that vent in about 20 seconds or so usually. T-minus 20 and 20.
All right, almost there. So we'll keep an eye on the pad right now. I bet you I could probably see it from where I'm sitting.
Oh yeah, you can see. You'll see it.
Yeah. I may need some glasses, but maybe it'll be big enough that I can.
That looks like it is right there.
There it goes.
Event.
Yep. And I can confirm that I'm seeing it. Oh, thank you. Somebody just handed me some binoculars here, and yep, sure enough, got quite a cloud there, doesn't it?
Yep.
And that's all of that humidity in the air this evening.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
There you go. Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
So when that 20-minute vent stops, they're going to start cryo loading on the second stage, right, Alex?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but before that, we should hear that update at 17 minutes from the launch reactor and see what happens with that sensor that they saw on the crew access arm, because he said that they were going to do an update at T-minus 17 minutes. The liquid oxygen load is at about 17 minutes before launch, so it's going to come that update, and we'll see what happens. But so far, they are continuing that countdown.
And one of the challenges in spaceflight is that you can think about all the different things that could go wrong, and then you have something like this happen that you may not have been prepared for. Obviously, they're going back in their records to see if they've seen something like this before. If they haven't, what do they do?
Well, if this is behavior that hasn't been seen before, you might want to err on the side of caution. You don't know if this is a failure mode. You don't know if the capsule's leaking. You don't know if priming the launch escape system broke something. If it's not previously seen behavior, you should probably be careful. One of the things that I try to teach people about launch, and this is one of the most important things with rockets, is to understand what the vehicle is doing. Understand what it is and what it's supposed to do. And I know that kind of sounds like, well, it's a rocket. It's supposed to go up, and it goes up into space, EJ. Like, we know what it does. Well, yeah, but you can have potentially anomalous behavior that leads to failure modes and still get into space. You don't want that. You have to understand what it's doing. If you don't understand what it's doing and it goes into a mode that you're unfamiliar with, that can create problems down the road. You can create failure mode, and failure modes usually lead to a rapid unplanned disassembly. Now, I would never want that to happen, and nobody would ever want that to happen, but the dominoes can start falling really quick if you're not careful.
All right, those are hard lessons that we've learned, and I think we're going to be hearing an update in just a couple of seconds here about that NTO sensor issue.
Yeah,
and then we'll have a better idea.
Hearing that soon.
Yeah. And it's funny, I'm looking on the camera angles here, so what I'm seeing is basically the vent is coming right at me, so I see a big cloud on the pad where I'm facing, but we'll wait and hear what they have
normally
to say.
they tend to err on the side of caution if they see it's something real that is actually there, and so we'll stand by and see what they say.
Alex, you follow a lot of these missions. Have you ever heard this issue come up before?
And Dragon, SpaceX, stand by for an update on the sensor. Teams are still discussing and looking for our path forward.
So it sounds, Alex, like they're really...
They seem to be taking a little bit more time, apparently.
Yeah.
That's okay. They, if they need to take their time, they can take it. Safety is the primary thing.
Yeah, like I said,
absolutely.
Don't mess around. If it's doing something that you don't understand, stop. Just stop. You can launch tomorrow. You can launch in a week.
Start at stage 2, lock loading.
There's no undo button if you screw up here.
Alex, we just heard stage 2 LOX loading, so that's the liquid oxygen going into the second stage.
Yeah, and you should have seen already that T-2 event going out, as in disappearing, and that is precisely that indication of the start of the liquid oxygen load. This is something that we also talk about. It's something that we already see, for example, at a starbase, when we have these starbase live streams like we did earlier today, or I guess yesterday for me. We saw that, that loading, it's very similar, where you have those purge lines that basically you flow a little bit of liquid nitrogen through the pipes, you chill down the pipes, And when you don't see that vent, it's because something is going through the pipes, right? Because if you have the vent open, something is going out and not going into the vehicle, or rather, either into the vehicle or out of the vehicle. They use the same lines to load and also drain the propellants. So if you see that vent, it's because that line is pretty much open to the air, and there's not going to be anything going to or from the vehicle. If you see it stop, that is when it's going to the vehicle. And so that's the kind of thing that we also see, just to draw a little bit of connection, because obviously they're rockets at the end of the day, right? And they are SpaceX rockets, so it's a very similar procedure for Starship as well.
All right, we're still waiting for the results of their decision on the NTO sensor issue. And NTO, again, is the fuel that powers the escape system on the Dragon spacecraft. It is highly toxic, and so you don't want any of that around the area where the crew might have to egress, right? So this is really a concern about safety of the crew. And I know when Dragon returns to Earth, they often do a sensor check, or they always do a sensor check for that same material, that same chemical, before they allow the crew to exit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do those sniffing tests, as they call it, colloquially, where they have those sort of detectors that they put around the capsule to be able to make sure that the concentrations of these hazardous gases are low and they can safely approach and exit the capsule.
So while we wait for the results of this analysis on the sensor issue, the countdown still continues, fueling is still continuing, and they're going to continue with moving forward, and then they still have time to make the decision here. So I'm sure there's a lot going on right now in mission control as they or launch control as they try to figure out what to do about this issue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys, but my heart's starting to beat fast here. I'm like,
yeah.
As we get close to the end. And it's funny, you watch these over and over again, and it never gets old, does it?
Yeah.
Even to this day, Lon, I can count the amount of Falcon 9 launches that I've missed with my hands, and they've launched 250 times.
Yeah.
This never gets old for me. I love it every time. It's so freaking cool.
And we're still just standing by, waiting for that call. And I can't even imagine what the crew is thinking right now, because we're so close to get word of the sensor issue. And I would imagine if I was sitting in that seat, like, come on, let's go, give me the answer, because they're pretty much going to hear the answer the same time we do.
Yep.
Okay. Right now it's, I don't know you guys, but I'm sort of in a position where I really want to know what's going on with that sensor. Gave that launch director giving the update and clear things out. Boy, my heart is racing right now.
Well, I mean, Alex, let's think about it logically. If this is taking more than that 17-minute update, that I would say that strongly suggests that this is behavior that they have not seen before. What's likely going on at MCCX here is they're discussing what this is, why it's there, and how it got there. Now, we have an instantaneous launch window, so you do not have a lot of time here.
SpaceX, we are still continuing to assess that sensor and proceeding with the count.
Okay.
Hey.
Dragon copies, continuing with the count while the Q's assessed.
Jaws acknowledges control there.
Yep, and I could sense the tension in her voice there in her response. And really, I mean, they have not all the time in the world, but they certainly have a good portion of the remainder of this countdown to spend as much time as possible to decide whether this is a risk worth pursuing. And I guess it's not just SpaceX's decision, right? Does NASA have some say in this? I mean, this is obviously an issue that we haven't heard of before. What happens? Who has the final say? I would imagine both NASA and SpaceX have to agree, or does SpaceX have kind of control over this?
Yeah, normally it is something that...
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I can go then. It is something that normally both have to agree on.
Yep. Yep, you're reading my mind, dude. Yeah, it's. I mean, NASA's been briefed on the failure modes. This is what I mean, Alex. You were talking about this earlier. This is what flight readiness reviews are. So, like before this, you have a FRR, a flight readiness review to make sure that that's with all the people from NASA and all the people from SpaceX and the astronauts for the crew. They all come together and they discuss the issues. If anybody has any problems, you sit there and you discuss it until it's resolved. This is why we had a scrub yesterday, because they were still figuring out some stuff with the life support, right? So during these launch operations, SpaceX is probably trying to sit there and figure out what's going on, but they are absolutely communicating with NASA. NASA is in on the loop. They absolutely are.
Got it. Dragon SpaceX, stand by for display configuration.
Yeah, that is the normal T-20.
Right.
Yeah, that is a normal call out. T-10 minutes or thereabouts.
Yep.
They start configuring the displays for launch.
Right, and that whole thing shifts, right, to a launch position inside the Dragon.
Yeah, all of the displays inside, all of the information that is displayed to the crew changes to display all of the very important information for that launch, so they are aware of the status of the vehicle.
And Alex, as we wait here for the call on the sensor, what risk is there if this gas is indeed there at a level that's concerning? Is it just mostly for crew safety? I mean, all is crew safety, but I mean, is it crew safety from a health and safety standpoint if they have to walk back through that gantry?
It all comes down to whatever data they're seeing. I'm obviously not an engineer, and I don't have the data in front of me either, but it is difficult because you're also calling off a crew launch to an International Space Station, and so you need to make sure that you're seeing it's not something false, right? Because then you call off the launch, you go back to the crew access arm, and then you don't see anything. You're like, yes, the sensor was off, and you call off the launch, right? And it poses a toll not only on the crew but also the launch control teams. And so while you also need to make sure that ensure the crew's safety, you also have the crew being exposed to multiple attempts. That plays down onto the sort of the stamina, the animosity of the people, both that support the launch and also the crew themselves. And so at the end of the day, the safety is important, but you also need to make sure that you're not being fooled and that you make sure that things are actually correct, because calling off a launch is not easy.
Trust but verify.
Right, there's a lot of things that obviously getting the crew off of Dragon and defueling the spacecraft has its own set of risks, right? And you have to weigh which is riskier. So, well, we are going to continue to monitor the countdown here, and we're going to get to some super chats after we get past liftoff here, because we've got a lot going on right now, and we do see a bunch coming in. We appreciate your support, and we definitely will be acknowledging everybody in a little bit here. We just want to keep an eye on this sensor issue, and hopefully it will be an okay problem that they can push through. I'm always optimistic.
Yes. So the one just once again, sorry, Lon, I just wanted to reiterate the problem that they found, guys, is in that crew access arm. It's that gantry that they use to get into the capsule. There's a couple of sensors in there.
Engine chill.
There's the call for engine chill. They are going through the count, but one of the sensors inside of that crew access arm, you can see it on it's that thing with the oval windows at the very top behind Falcon 9. They detected gas that is a trace gas, or what's called a HAZ gas in rocketry, a hazardous gas.
Dragon SpaceX, stand by for final go, but please confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
Okay, they detected it in the crew access arm. Yeah,
and crew displays are configured for launch.
And that gas that they detected, 1, shouldn't be gas, 2, should be inside the rocket, and 3, should be a liquid inside of the rocket. If they got a
Stage
trace
1,
detection...
RP1 load is complete.
Here we go. Okay, they're going through the count. If they found that as trace gas inside of the crew access arm, that potentially means that there could be a leak of hypergolic propellants. And that's what SpaceX is trying to figure out, that is not what's going on.
Right, and you can't send somebody up there to do a check with a handheld sensor or something, so you really have to rely on what you have in there to take that reading. And that's the problem. They have two sensors that are disagreeing with each other.
Yep.
And real quick, Lon, I'm still here. I'm watching the clock, like I'm watching the clock, continuing to count like a hawk over here.
Mhm.
But it's two really important things, right? One, if you have to get out of the rocket, you don't want to be exposed to that gas. But also, that is important. It's liquid. That is very important to the operation of the rocket. So if there's some system that may be leaking that isn't going to have the right pressure or the right flow, and that causes another system to not work as expected, that would be very important as well. So they're watching it. It happens a lot of the times where they have like multiple sensors that are watching for the same things, and one of them goes off and the other one doesn't, and they don't agree. And which one do you trust, and what do you do in that situation? We see that a lot. But the fact that it was that
Dragon is
NTO,
configured for terminal count, and Dragon's on internal power.
Oh, here we go.
Falcon Tech,
I can immediately stop.
for strong back recheck.
I'm not going to talk over them. I can immediately be quiet whenever I hear them do an update. But anyways, it's an important, the specific thing that they detected. It's not like they said, oh, no, there's too much nitrogen here, right? Okay, nitrogen's a totally different animal. I don't even know if they have nitrogen sensors. But anyways, the clock is still going. 4 minutes, 30 seconds here at the Cape, and we're standing by to see what the final call is going to be.
And I'm going to turn...
Oh,
so I'm going to turn the con. I'm going to turn. I'm sorry. I was going to turn the con over to Ryan, who's going to take over hosting and calling the rest of the launch here. It's going to get pretty noisy around me. I've got a lot of folks ready to see a launch, so we're going to pass the baton and we'll continue coverage.
Thanks, Lon.
Thanks,
everybody. Welcome back, Ryan.
Real quick. Yeah. Hey, Ryan. How's it going?
Go on, Das. Talk.
Me talk? You need me to talk? I apologize for the shake. I thought you were going to talk. I can talk some. That was me remembering to press record on my camera, which is why we had a small earthquake on the camera you're looking at right now. I am operating that camera from the press site. So clock is still counting. I see 3 minutes and 38 seconds, Ryan. We're going to listen in and hear what we get from this update.
Yeah, so fingers crossed we get that go from the launch director pretty soon. There's nothing on the timeline SpaceX has provided for the next just over a minute here. Venting continues.
What I was saying, Ryan, before you pop back in, is that sometimes even though there's a failure mode in a scrub condition, they still do go through the count, and then they just say nah at the last second just to get some data.
Stage 1 lock flooding is complete.
On fueling operations. So I mean, I don't know, three minutes out, we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Just ticked under 3 minutes here.
Yep, as we heard, LOX loading's wrapped up. Dragon transitioned to internal power at T-5 minutes, but of course we are still waiting for word from the launch director on that sensor.
Dragon is in terminal count.
Yeah, right.
And terminal count. Coming up on T-2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Next should be stage 2 LOX load complete, and that will wrap up propellant load on the whole rocket. Right now the booster is fully loaded. Just a few more seconds for the second stage to wrap up LOX load.
We are keeping our ears open for anything from the launch director over the countdown net as we approach 120 seconds till launch.
I'm listening. I'm watching the clock just get ready to pass 2 minutes here. Yep. It's very interesting that we haven't heard the explanation. Now, we've got these sensors. Here's what we're going to do. It's really interesting that we haven't heard that come over the net. It's possible it was communicated and not
Stage 2 lock loading is complete.
Sent to us.
I was going to say they may have done it on a back channel.
The vehicle's continuing to hiss and burp, shall I say, as venting continues and LOX load wraps up. Next up in a minute.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
Okay. T-vent.
Here we go.
That's loud venting.
So they're getting all the oxidizer that they use to fill up the second stage. They're getting it out of the fuel lines on the transporter erector because you don't want it there because it could set it on fire. Probably not a good idea. So that's what that vent is, everybody. They're just venting out, purging out the oxidizer to make sure
Falcon
that
9 is in startup.
Reactive propellants are inside of the pad.
And we're into terminal count with Dragon.
Here we go.
50 seconds to go.
Ryan, we'll leave it with you. I'm going to mute my mic, and I will see y'all after we get to 0 here.
Godspeed, Crew-7.
Dragon, SpaceX.
Good luck, everybody.
Go for launch.
We are go for launch with Dragon. 14
Dragon
seconds to
copies,
go. And Dragon copies that we are going to launch at T-minus 35 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Seconds to go, ladies and gents.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine full power. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew-7.
Copy, 1 Alpha. Switching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Nominal power and telemetry. Stage 1 throttle down.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
MVAC chill is underway.
The vacuum molding on the second stage has started its chill down. Beautiful shot here from the Cape. You can really see the power of those 9 Merlin engines on the first stage doing their job, sending Jasmine, Andreas, Satoshi and Konstantin to the ISS. Just look at the plume expansion. Absolutely incredible.
Stage 1 throttle down. Main engine cut off.
And here comes deploy.
Stage separation confirmed.
There we
Copy,
go.
2 Alpha.
SES1 should be coming up.
MVAC ignition.
And here we go, ignition of the second stage from that onboard shot there. And just look at the boost back. It looks absolutely incredible. So this is the plume interaction between the second stage and the first, as the first now set its target on landing zone 1, boosting back towards the Cape. The second stage has its target set on the International Space Station as it sends Crew Dragon Endurance. Falcon, yes, Falcon Nebula just looks absolutely beautiful with all of the propellant interactions above Florida in the night sky. The boost back burn is estimated to wrap up in about 5 seconds. For now, though, we'll stick with the second stage as it continues its burn up to its parking orbit with Crew Dragon Endurance.
Yeah, and that staging there, they called 2 Alpha, the abort mode contingency for a crewed flight. That happened
Dragon,
right on time
SpaceX,
at staging.
Trajectory nominal.
And there you go, the net confirming that the trajectory is nominal. And
yeah,
Dragon
and we
copies.
should hear that call out normally coming up every 1 minute or so to confirm every minute that they are on track to get into the desired trajectory.
And here we go. This is from the ground.
What a shot.
From the this is from the VAB roof. In terms of the first stage, the entry burn should start up at about 26 minutes and 21 seconds after T0. That should be coming up in just about 90 seconds time.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
See, another minute later, trajectory nominal. Hopefully we hear that again in a minute.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
They have AOS through the Bermuda ground tracking station.
And in terms for the second stage, this burn is expected to continue up until T plus 8 minutes and 48 seconds. So we should be able to cover all of the first stage entry and landing before this current burn from the second stage wraps up.
Near the end
really
of the second.
calm crew.
Yep.
Right now the
Passing
booster
5.5
should be
minutes into
already...
flight.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
So I was saying towards the end of towards second stage engine cutoff 1, Seco 1 in this flight, you're going to hear an abort contingency called Shannon.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
When they call mode Shannon, that means that in the event of an abort, they can land near Shannon, Ireland, across the pond.
Yeah. Entry burn should be imminently.
So the entry burn is my favorite part here. I don't know about you guys, but the entry burn is the best part for me because that was real fast. That was a real fast burn. Ooh. A lot of plasma accumulation on those grid fins.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Usually the entry burn is a little bit longer than that, fellas. But it could be just the RTLS trajectory with crew. It may have not needed to fire that long. She's coming in very, very fast. Basically, dead center top of the screen, guys, is the landing site. It's those lights that up at the dead center top. That's where the landing zone is.
And I believe we have ignition now.
Okay.
Stage 2, FTS saved.
And there was the sonic boom.
Wow. That thing came in real fast. That was impressive. Most impressive. Man.
And it looks as if the booster has made it back to landing zone 1. Just past 8 minutes into flight, the second stage burn should be wrapping up in just a few seconds here, in about half a minute.
Stage 2 and terminal guidance.
Should be close to orbital insertion and MVAC shutdown.
Copy, Shannon.
There it is.
There's the call for Shannon. Last part of the abort contingency corridor.
MVAC shutdown.
Okay.
There it is.
And there we go. Second stage engine is shutting down. In about 3 minutes' time, stick around because that's when Dragon should be separating
orbit insertion.
from the second stage.
For orbit insertion. There you go.
SpaceX Dragon copies. Nominal orbital insertion.
Dragon SpaceX
Excellent.
launch
Jasmine
escape
sounds-
system disarmed.
There's the LES disarm.
Jasmine sounded
Okay,
very
happy.
happy to be in a nominal orbit. And I believe that's our 0G indicator there.
There it is.
Constantine on the left is also very happy. I'm trying to figure out what that is. It kind of looks like a sloth kind of plushy
Koala,
thing.
maybe?
Koala, yeah, possibly.
I don't know.
And
It's
there's
facing away from us.
handshakes all around from the crew there on board Crew Dragon Endurance. I'm still trying to figure out what the 0G indicator is.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
They got an AOS through Newfoundland. Should have a loss of signal through Bermuda here momentarily. So the right shot there is looking up the back end of Dragon. During separation, we'll be able to see it float away. Ryan, I think you're right. I think that's a sloth.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. That's so cool.
It's just... and down it goes again. There we go. Bouncing around. There's proof that the vehicle is now in 0G. Or that rather, the crew is experiencing 0G.
Expected loss of signal Cape Stage 2.
So,
I
and
mean
this is
to-
mission control.
Yeah, I don't mean to state the obvious here, but I think they got that NTO thing figured out. Pretty sure at this point.
Yeah, they wouldn't have launched if there was a serious outstanding issue.
Yeah.
That could have been that could have proved an issue. So
yeah,
it seems as if they got that figured out. And here's Das's favourite view on a launch day: an empty pad with a strong back retracted and a Falcon 9 booster doing a point-to-point flight a few miles south, and a second stage and Crew Dragon currently in orbit.
That's what we want to see.
Ryan, that's actually my camera. I pointed
Dragon
the camera
separation
at
confirmed.
the empty pad today.
That's confirmed.
Awesome.
Crew-7, on behalf of the Falcon team, I'd like to welcome you to orbit, and we hope you enjoyed the ride on Falcon 9. Space travel is difficult, even though you make it look easy, so thank you for trusting us to get you up there. It's not a bad way to spend a day in the office. Stand by for words from the launch director. Hello, Crew-7. This is Launch Director here on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'm honored to welcome Dragon's first ever all-international crew to orbit. Счастливого пути, Gotor, Iterashai. Godspeed, Crew-7. Cheers.
SpaceX, thanks for the ride. It was awesome. On behalf of Andy, Satoshi, Koshi, and I, we'd like to thank the multitude of people who've led us to this unique moment. We may have 4 crew members on board from 4 different nations, Denmark, Japan, Russia, and the USA, but we're a united team with a common mission. We hope the work we do serves to benefit our beautiful home planet and those on it. As you said, human spaceflight requires an unparalleled level of vigilance and rigor, and we thank all those who prepared not only us, but also this truly impressive spacecraft for flight. Finally, to our families, bear the greater burden of our choice to explore. Thank you. Go Crew-7. Awesome ride.
It's just the way it
Wonderful
should be.
words there. Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely wonderful words there from, I believe that was Core, then the launch director, and then Commander Jasmine McBelly aboard Dragon Endurance there on behalf of all of the crew. So there we go. It seems as if Crew Dragon Endurance is now very well on its way to the International Space Station. Docking is planned for the 27th at about just after
Dragon,
midnight
delayed call,
UTC.
nominal dehumidifier activation, and service section Draco checkouts.
Yeah, 12:39
Dragon
UTC.
So we've got a little while to wait until docking. We won't be live throughout to docking, don't worry. But yeah, everything seemed from launch to orbit insertion. That seemed like a pretty smooth ride, considering they were working an issue up until the final points of the count. I do have to say that the entry burn on the first stage seemed a little bit shorter than we were expecting, but it made its way back to landing zone 1, and it is standing upright. So the booster has done its job, even if it wasn't what we were expecting. Perhaps that was just a few numbers that were in the wrong place from the timeline end. But you know, maybe we confirm that, maybe we can't. But anyways, everything seems to have gone to plan. So I don't think there should be any complaints here.
I mean, that entry burn was very, very quick. So this is the first time we've seen a NASA crew RTLS. So they may have been trying a little bit of a different trajectory for propellant optimization or something. I mean, but that entry burn was fast.
Yeah, the timeline that they have on their website said it was going to be an 11-second entry burn, which is already short compared to other entry burns. But this is an RTLS, and so it doesn't really go that fast through entry, so it doesn't need the entry burn to run for that long. I'm not sure if maybe the booster itself changed its own plans, like, hey, I'm going already slow and I can save a little bit more fuel. I'm not sure if that's in any of the logic of the computers or anything like it, but it definitely seems that regardless of whether it was long or short, the booster just landed normally on the landing pad as it was planned to do. So look, at the end of the day, things turn out to be great, right? So we'll see.
Yeah,
Alex, I think I'm still here, right? Yeah, I'm still here. I can talk again, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I've tracked a lot of entry burns, and it's always, especially at night, a dark sky. You can't see the rocket coming down, and you look for the flash. In every entry burn I've ever pointed a camera at, you have time to get the camera on it, and then okay, there's the entry burn, right? This time, it was almost just like a flash in the sky from my perspective. The time that I saw the flash, I couldn't even tilt the camera up to point at it, and it was in my frame for a split second. Just the loss of signal there. And then it went out. And I was surprised. I've tracked more than one entry burns, and that was a very, very short entry burn. And then from there on out, I couldn't see it anymore. In the dark sky like this, you just can't reacquire it. But how did this new experiment I was running look today?
Looked great to me.
Which
experiment was it?
The tracking camera we were running. I'll have to go back and look. I'm not sure which was used at what time, but one of those tracking shots should have been mine, I think.
Oh?
Well, let me put it to you like this. It seemed pretty seamless with the other tracking shots, so I think that's a testament to its success.
Hey, we'll see. I'll go back and review the footage afterwards. We'll see if we don't have something we can toss out to the members who've joined the member program or something.
Hey, Alex, I got a question. You were talking about timelines. Yes. They were calling the mission timeline called for a 9-second entry burn, right?
I will have to check it out. I think it was.
They got AOS.
I think it was 11 seconds. Let me look.
Yeah,
it was a short one.
I mean, that thing was 3-4 seconds at best. I don't know if.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah.
The timeline they have on the website had entry burn starts at 6 minutes 21 seconds. I believe, looking back, that's pretty much what happened. It started up around that time. It was about 21. Yeah, I see startup at around 6:24, and then it shuts down at 6:26. It was like 2 seconds, whereas here it has 11 seconds from 6:21 to 6:32. Again, sometimes these times they're not entirely exact. It sometimes varies a little bit. But yeah, it was too short.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of plasma buildup on those grid fins, but I mean, hey, it landed, so.
Right now what we're seeing here is the opening of the nose cone on Dragon Endurance, because that's sort of one of the key things here. As once they get into orbit, it's not yet done. They need to get to the International Space Station, and to do that, they need to use the Draco thrusters. They have 12 thrusters on what is called the service module section, the bottom aft end of the capsule side of the spacecraft. But then on the forward end, they have 4 thrusters. They are called the bulkhead thrusters, that they are used for the major maneuvers of Dragon. And so those are the important ones, because those are the ones that move the Dragon from one orbit to the other. Those are the ones that are used for like those major maneuvers, like increase the apogee, lower the perigee, whatever you want to do, right? Mm-hmm. So without those, and without the nose cone being deployed, you don't have a way to get to the International Space Station. Yep. So yeah, they do have a way to eject the nose cone, though. If it fails the latching mechanism or anything like that, they do have a way to eject it. So they always have a fail safe.
Yep. Actually, another. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to say, we've just gone past 20 minutes into flight, and Dragon is already just south of Shannon Island. So if you want to think about that in aviation terms, this is probably about a 9-hour flight being condensed down to 20 minutes if you fly on Crew Dragon. Meanwhile, the ISS has just gone past New Zealand and is now heading back up towards Mexico. So, Dragon launches depending which way you look at it, Dragon either launches ahead or behind the space station, but it will spend the next day or so catching up to the space station in order to make sure it's on the exact same inclination at the exact same point at the exact same time, so it can then rendezvous and dock.
Yep. I was actually going to say, RE, the nose cone. I mean, the nose cone is covering up those bulkhead thrusters like you were saying, Alex, but actually, the way they secure the nose cone is the nose cone's also covering the forward docking port, right? Mm-hmm. The way they actually secure that nose cone is the docking port actually latches to it, which I always thought was really cool. The docking port hooks will hook into the nose cone and keep the nose cone steady. They'll unhook, they'll move the nose cone up, and then the docking port will eventually get up to the IDSS or the International Docking Adapters at one of them at the space station. But yeah, the docking port's actually holding that nose cone in place, which I always thought that was really neat.
And Dragon SpaceX, we saw a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts. Additionally, at this time, there's approximately 3 minutes left in this current ground station pass, and you are welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator.
SpaceX Dragon copies all. I'll hand it over to Andy.
I'd like to introduce our zero-G indicator, which was selected by my 3 children, Emily, Frederick, and Jacob. Tusind tak, Emily, Frederick og Jacob. Jeg elsker jer, og jeg glæder mig til at se jer igen så meget. Children picked a 3-toed sloth as our zero-G indicator. It's a 3-toed sloth, not a 2-toed sloth, and that's an important detail I'll get to later. They chose a sloth because it's one of their favorite animals. We were very fortunate on our last vacation to Costa Rica to see sloths in the wild, especially one memorable occasion. One day we were at the beach when a very young sloth appeared in the trees above us and hung out the rest of the day with us, and it was a very special moment for us as a family. Additionally, sloth is also what my children like to call me, with strong encouragement from my wife. I'm always the last to leave the house whenever we're going anywhere. Personally, I think it's with good reason. But they say I'm the slowest person alive, which is also why it's a 3-toed sloth, not a 2-toed sloth, because apparently that would be too fast for me. So welcome to space, Sasha the sloth.
And Dragon, we appreciate the introduction to your zero-G indicator, and noting that is probably officially now the fastest sloth ever.
This is Satoshi. It's nice to be in space, and I'm very glad to see happy faces. 日本の皆さん、国際宇宙ステーションへ、再びして着実に仕事をしてきます。
Yes, I'm very excited. First of all, a few words in Russian, then in English. Всем большое спасибо, огромное восхищение тем, как мы прокатились на ракете, мы в космосе. Невероятно. Полет в космос — это результат действий скоординированных тысяч людей, которые работают в разных странах. Всем большое спасибо. Роскосмос, НАСА, ПИСа, JAXA, SpaceX. Моим друзьям и семье большое спасибо. Thank you very much for all your hard work. SpaceX, Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA, and all the partners involved in manned space flight. That's a proud example of how much we can achieve working together in harmony. Let's continue. Cool. Thanks a lot to everyone, to my family as well. Thanks.
SpaceX copies all. Thank you for the kind words. And Jaws, if you are ready to copy, I do have some upcoming words on the phase burn.
Expected loss of signal. Good, Hilly.
SpaceX Dragon is ready to copy.
Okay, wanted to give you an update that we are going to be losing TDRS for voice comms for about 15, that's approximately 15 minutes, which is going to include that upcoming phase burn per your displays. We do have a ground station pass during that burn prep, so you will actually be able to call us in the blind. However, you will be LOS during the burn. There's no concerns, but we'll pick you back up at 0819 Zulu, which will be right after the burn, and we'll confirm that burn performance. How copy?
SpaceX Dragon copies all. We'll lose you on TDRS for the phase burn, but we can make calls via the ground station in the blind, and we'll catch you on the backside at 0819.
Good readback.
There you go. That was just some very nice words from the crew, and then the I believe that was the core just confirming with Jasmine the specific details of a phase burn that's coming up with different loss of signals and such. So we're nearly half an hour into flight. That looked pretty good. From my point of view, at least. It's very enjoyable to watch. I just want to quickly go through some of the different bits of support we've been getting. It's important to thank the people, but obviously we don't want to do it whilst there's a Crew Dragon launching. Molly, thanks very much for gifting Red Team memberships. Hot Grapes, thanks for the $5 super chat. And Tracy, very common name, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And RC Horseman has also gifted 5 Red Team memberships. If you received any of them, make sure to thank them in chat. Because, you know, not only does it support us, but it also gives many different people who may not be able to afford a membership, it gives them access to the membership program, which is just, we love having all of our members, and all of our viewers, of course. And Mercon, thanks very much for the Canadian super chat there. And China, thanks very much for the $10 super chat. And thank you very much, Patermus. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, for the $2 Australian. So, Alex, I'll throw it to you briefly. That looked pretty good. When was the docking scheduled for again?
Yeah, it is scheduled for tomorrow at 8:39 a.m. Eastern Time, 12:39 Universal Coordinated Time. So UTC, basically. So I think that's about... Oh boy. Now having to do the math, it's more than 24 hours. It's complicated to do the math at this time of day.
Yeah,
but yeah,
agreed.
I tried to, but it didn't came.
Yeah, it's a lot longer than a Soyuz speed run just because of the way the orbits and the laws of physics work. But you know, it's not like a transatlantic voyage on a cruise liner. You know, it's not several days. It's just approximately just over 24 hours. So yeah, and then fingers crossed we'll get a good dock to the ISS. I just want to go around and thank some people. First of all, thanks, Alex, for coming on. Also, EJ, thank you for coming on. How did you find that?
It was fun, man. You did a great job hosting. You and Lon. It's great. This is really fun, and I appreciate you having me here. It's a privilege to be on here, and I do appreciate it. I had a great time. How about you? You good?
I had a very wonderful time calling the launch. It was very fun to do. Also, I want to give a big thank you to Lon, who was hosting for a little bit there, and also reporting from the field. I also want to thank Sawyer, who has been taking photos and reporting from the field. Das, who's been reporting from the field and operating a very zoomed-in tracking camera there as well. Kevin's also been helping out behind the scenes in the field. And I also want to give a big shout out to Patrick, who's been producing this stream for the last few hours or so. Every bit of help that we get from the team is very much appreciated. It all goes into helping make this stuff possible. And it's more than just one person running the show. Often I see comments like, it just tends to thank the host. But it's not just the hosts that make this happen. We have people behind the scenes, operating cameras, pushing buttons, making things work, sending stuff to YouTube. There's a whole team of people that help to produce all of this content and put it all together. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone who is helping with that and all of that on there as well. And just before we wrap up, this is a picture from Sawyer, who I just mentioned.
Wow.
Sawyer out there, one of the photographers alongside Max Evans. Just a beautiful shot there from Sawyer. It just looks absolutely... So, in case you are unsure, this is the... Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the plume interaction that we get when a Falcon first stage boosts back, and then the second stage ignites. You can see them. You can see the propellants bouncing off each other, and they just kind of reflect into this beautiful kind of nebula-looking formation here, and it's just, you get such pretty images. And Sawyer once again taking a marvelous image here of the second stage and boost back ignitions pushing against each other. I'm sure that'll make its way onto Twitter at some point. But of course, I'll also do a quick pimp for our memberships. We get loads of our behind-the-scenes photos and send them to different member levels and things like that. So if you want to see even more photos, that's an option for you as well. We'll leave you with LC-39A for now. If you want to continue watching the post-launch ops at the Kennedy Space Center, Space Coast Live is a great option. But from myself and all of the team working this Crew-7 broadcast for NSF, thank you everybody for watching. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Say again, SPD off. Off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.